Коллеги, доброе утро. Можно забирать свои командировки, кто мне сдавал. Спасибо.
Конечно, надо всегда, доброе утро, во-первых, уважать любое чужое.
We need to respect someone else's opinion, so we need to try to accept and to be respectful of other people's opinions. But when we to say that we don't have intellectual, bright politicians, that will be a wrong assumption, because so one of the brightest politicians is sitting next to me on my left-hand side, and so if Andrei Alexandrovich is here, so then he will be. He's sitting in exam, so he'll join us later. So you can begin. Yesterday, I'm sorry. Good morning. Good morning. I hope that everyone had a good night's sleep. And for me, school is my home, and many know about that. But so those who came here for the first time, so I can remind you that I was a graduate of the first graduate 20 years ago. So 21 years ago, can imagine. And I graduated from the school, like Mr. Zakharov too, and so we were the graduates of the first year of the school's existence. And since that time, It hasn't been a single year that I wouldn't participate and wouldn't speak at every year. So that it's impossible to exaggerate how much the school has given to me. Just broadened my horizon. So I learned new books and studied very broadening. And I certainly. It depends much on what I have been given by the school. It's a very important part of my life, and I hope it will be the same for you. And second had to do with what Mr. Voloshin was talking about yesterday. I agree with most of what he was saying, because it's based on common sense and logic and pragmatism. But certainly sometimes he was being sly in many comments. So when he was speaking that it's a pity that there is no opposition, so we wish we would grow it, because we want to do anything just to grow the opposition, but it won't grow for some reason. And certainly, but if for 15 years, so, and every year, so you change the rules of elections, changing legislation, and so then to cancel one mandate election points, monopoly, censorship of the media, so using the soft methods of oppression or hard methods of oppression, playing softball, hardball, so defamation, libel, so home arrests, criminal investigations. It's very difficult against this background. It's quite difficult for the opposition to grow. But Alexander Stalevich so preferred not to mention that. Although, so there is another part of this story on the side, because the opposition, so Russian opposition, I mean the Russian opposition, maybe it's applicable to other countries as well. We are responsible too for being unable to grow faster and to come out with some alternatives. This is their fault as well, the opposition's fault. We can talk more about what's wrong with the position, why there are many differences between different components of the position, and so it's our fault as well. So what I liked about Mr. Voloshin, he said, so it's good to have a political competition. It's good to have opposition. It's great. It's wonderful to have a good democracy, and it's great just for the media to be independent and the freedom of speech. It would be great if the elections would be great. So if this is all good, so why have you been doing everything otherwise? Yeah, because when he was in power, he was doing everything exactly the opposite, so diametrically opposite. So we wish it would be this and this and this, but when he was and I remember what Chernomyrdin used to say. So we do not want to do it with Mr. President, and that's why we do it. Yeah, so this is probably the comment that I could describe with wide brush strokes. So because we don't want to do it with Mr. President, that's why we're doing it. Yeah. So then the Russian transit. So the Russia transitional period from A to B. So when he was saying that we're moving from the horrible totalitarian society towards a bright democratic future, but we've been going just for 25 years, but we're moving away from this road actually. So we're moving in the opposite direction. But moving in the opposite direction, we declare that we're moving in the right direction to the bright and wonderful future of democracy. So yes, we restrict the freedom of speech. Yes, we manipulate and falsify the elections, but these are only temporary difficulties, and temporary. So it will certainly go. So yesterday, temporary difficult. That's ad hoc. So it will go. So at this stage, so we need just to falsify a little bit, to control a bit, to oppress a little bit, but we have to do it. But this lasts for 25 years already, and then there is a question: what is sustainability? What is continuity? So if you say this is only temporary, then what it means to be forever? Yeah. And so what's the time frame of temporary and constant? And that is why, so June the 10th today. And who would have thought that the 10th of June last year, so who would have had such a context of discussion in a year's time. So we couldn't have imagined that there would be Donetsk sanctions against Russia, Crimea a year ago. So if a year ago we had spoken about that, so there were agents a year ago, but there were no sanctions. So the context, so the text, the texture, the canvas has changed so much that it's too early to come to any conclusions, because now the crisis is still in its exacerbated shape. So it's a acute crisis, still acute crisis, and so as we can't fathom so what's going to happen. So the different scenarios, very bad scenarios, can play out. Already bad scenarios playing out in Crimea and I mean in Ukraine. So they're bombing, shelling, killing, shooting, and we don't know how it will play out in Ukraine. Sanctions again. So I don't know whether spoke with Kudrin about the sanctions, but I get the impression that it's for a long period of time. It won't stop tomorrow. It's not a short-term, so bad spate between Russia and the West. Economy is in bad shape too. And so whether our big yellow brother will save us or not, that's a big question. And if they are ready to save, so on what conditions they are ready to save us, and then how fast they're going to save us, it's impossible to forecast. So I will come out with a number of assumptions. Predictions that I think are right in the present circumstances, but remembering the turbulence that we're in, so maybe in a year's time it will become obsolete, and in a couple of years' time it will be completely harebrained. So because usually just I'm very self-confident, and because I know if I say that, so in a year's time it will be exactly. But now just I cannot say what's going to happen in half a year. So I see the trend, but I'm not sure because the situation is so deep in the middle of the crisis that then to make assumptions very difficult, and make conclusions even more difficult. So then first assumption that there is a new public agreement number 3, which is taking shape. The second assumption is the new doctrine of Mr. Putin in the international policy, international politics. So that might be of interest to our friends from Armenia, Georgia, Poland, Bulgaria. So this new doctrine, Putin's international policy, Putin's. And then the Poles are always interested in new Russian doctrine, so the same way as it is of interest to Georgians and Bulgarians. So there was a Moscow Times article. So the burden of the empire. This is a new article published. So this is the third point. We'll connect the first and the second. To what extent the new domestic policy and the international policy, that when we project ourselves outside, so to what extent it changes the construction of our country, so the way our country is built, and whether we'll survive this new doctrine or not. That's why the title is the burden of the empire, So the new public agreement. So the thesis is very easy. The assumption is easy. You remember this? There's Mr. Dmitriev. You remember him? Do you know Dmitriev? Yes, he spoke here several times, and so he's famous that he predicted mass protests of December 2011. He predicted that. So he was the center of strategic developments, and so somewhere in spring 2011, so they published this report, and they said the middle class is unhappy, no modernization, and if the Duma's elections were falsified, so the people would take to the streets. And so then everyone thought he was crazy, never paid attention, so they falsified those elections 100 times, and why should they all of a sudden just go take to the streets? And then also 200,000 people went to the streets, and then everyone started to think that Mr. Dmitriev is a clairvoyant guru guy, and so I'm being overly critical. So you will criticize me later as well. Yeah, it's being put on the internet. Yeah, being That's why I'm not as critical as I would like to be critical, because I know that what I'm saying goes to the internet. And as I remember that how this he spoke at Valdesky Club in the 2011, Mr. Dmitriev, a member of Valdesky Club for 10 years. I have been a member, and he was just drawing this beautiful chart. So there was a chart, so the lifespan of authoritarian regimes. So everything goes up and up and up. It means that authoritarian, the leader is very popular, and then there was this flat part, and there's popular, and then there is a nosedive, and so Dmitriev's this is a fatal trend which applies to Lukashenko and Putin and Nazarbayev and to everyone, all authoritarian leaders. That was September 2011, but now it's June 2014, and we are still. What do we see? We see that this so something is going wrong. So this Mr. Dmitriev turned out to be wrong. So we're not taking a nosedive. So this euphoria from Crimea, good call. Did he speak? Did he tell you about the ratings? And let me remind you that the rating of Mr. Putin is skyrocketing. And so there was this publication a month ago, I saw Levada Center publication, the approval on Mr. Putin went up to 83%. And this is the record rating. So last time we had it at only in 2001, 2002, so when there was very quick economic growth. Then there was five-day war with Georgia helped us, and that turned out another spike. And this is the third spike, 83% approval. And if can you imagine the government of the Russian Federation? Did you imagine the government? Can you visualize the government of the Russian Federation? So you just. So when I say the government of the Russian Federation, you feel confused. You don't have a clear vision of the government. Okay. So, but but the rating is 62. No clear vision of the government, but the rating of approval is 62%. Amazing. A revival. A revival of our party. So the Единая Россия, very popular too. If we held the elections to the State Duma without any falsifications, without any adding of the bulletins, all honest and fair, so it could have hoped for 60% approval. Not true. Levada Center calculated that. Yes, there's the voice of optimist, yes, from the back. So be professionals, be professionals. 30% of what? From all electorate and from those who determine. Just calculate, it's 60. So then in May, in Duma, there would be only three parties, DPR and KPRF, Communist and Liberal Democratic. And then the break between the communists and Единая Russia 4 times, four difference. So the May polls revealed that. May polls. So the question is this. So this is Crimea euphoria for several months, and then everything just will go back into the rut, and so the flood will go back into the banks of the river, and it will subside, or we can talk about something, a new qualitative outbreak. I think it's quite possible. My hypothesis, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think that a new public agreement is being formed. The number 3, public agreement. So the first one we had in the 90s. So the essence of the first public agreement was that we are living worse and worse. So the factories, inflation closing down, but we're in the middle of Europe and we're moving towards Europe. And we'll stick it out for several years, like Poland and Lithuania stuck it out for several years, but also having done the reforms, so we'll just join with the West and we'll live like decent people. So that was the public. So there's a poverty in exchange for European selection and reforms, European choice and reform. Certainly. certainly then half of the country certainly did not understand what kind of public agreement was, and so they voted for Mr. Zyuganov, the Communist Party leader. So they want to go back to the Soviet Union. And so half of the people certainly didn't understand the first thing about reforms and public agreement. But when the reforms didn't fly, and there was a debacle. So at the end of the 90s, so I remember this, Mr. Levada was here. So he was sitting right here where you are sitting now, 1999, and he was saying that. So there was a big breakdown of public feelings. And Putin was not there, but and then so there was certainly a request for one strong man leadership, the vertical power, and the manageability of the state, and so people wanted that. So I remember there was this breakdown in the public relations, also soldiers, and then the guy came who did that, because there was a public request. They wanted one strong man leadership, and so first there was a request for that, the public feeling for that, the awareness of that, and then the guy came naturally in the wake of people's feelings. And then the third one until 2 years ago. So the essence was that the power guarantees stability and sustainable economic development. That was the essence of the public agreement, and it takes freedom, rights, democracy, rule of law, many party, so falsified elections introduces, but in exchange we get political stability, political growth, economic growth, economic stability. The society became the society of consumers. So then 2000 until 2010, it's a happy spree, buying spree, cars, loans, mortgage, household equipment, trips to Egypt and Turkey, Tunisia, etc. So this is the carefree, so shopping malls everywhere, retail flourishing. So this consumption incarnate. And then starting from 2008, and so then the events with Georgia, this 5-day victorious war, so during the Olympics in Beijing, as you remember. And so then a new request, public request, took shape. Consumption is not sufficient. We want to be great. We want to be the best. We want to be gigantic and great. And all requests actually reflected this desire of restoration of the old superpower. And all the polls revealed that. In 2012, so how many just bemoaned the destruction of the USSR? 52%. They longed for the old times. They were not. They did not want any profcoms or partcoms and the Central Communist Party of the Soviet Union. They did not want that, because the young people don't even know these words. So, do you know what is VCSPS? So that's an acronym. So no one knows. So a couple of guys, they nod, but they don't know what that is. And so they were not longing for the local party committees, the Soviet trade unions, right? So in Soviet times, so all the decisions of the Central Committee of the Communist Party and the Soviet and the union of Soviet trade unions. So they decided everything, but certainly they don't want just to go back for those things, because they hated those things. But yes, but they lost their connection and their unity with the great power. So they don't long for long lines, for shortages of food and products, but they want to be part of a great superpower. And certainly they don't want to. Then the annexation of Crimea, accession of Crimea to Russia. So the feeling of pride, 90% of the population of Russia felt proud. So only 3% were disturbed and scared, 3%, but 0.6% were indignant, and 93% were happy and proud. So this is the response to the accession of Crimea. So let me check your reaction, your response. So many realize that that they certainly will have to pay the price for Crimea. So many understand that politically will have to pay, economically will have to pay for that. And so then people that will fully realize that even the living standards will go down. But then Levada Center asked this question, so are you personally ready, you out of your own pocket, so give some money to Crimea? Yeah, so 47% say yes, we're ready just to help out of our own pocket. But certainly 30% of traitors said no, we're not ready just to pay from our own pocket. But half of the country just are ready to suffer their own well-being just for the accession of Crimea. And then it does somewhat two more figures that bespeak the importance and seriousness, the shift from the consumerist society to the great country idea. So Levada Center asked if they are ready just to support the new territorial acquisitions. Yes, so under the slogan of protection the Russians in the former republics. And the people say, why not? Yes, we're ready to protect them. 46% supported the inclusion of Transnistria to Russia. 49% would want Russia to expand at the expense of other territories, so where Russians live. And if you look around, so then there is the city of Narva, for example. Narva, so only Russians live there. They say that there are such places in Latvia and Riga, so lots of Russians living there. Yeah? So there's lots of compactly living Russians there. Then in northern Kazakhstan, many Russians live there. Pavlodar, Semipalatinsk. So many, so Uсть-Kamenogorsk, Mr. Sinokosa was born there. And so then, Chernomyrdin was saying, if you delve into it, you will see lots of places, lots of territories where there are many Russians living. And so again, 49%, half of the country, so are ready for new territorial expansions. And in April, 60%. So that if the referendum in Donetsk and Lugansk would be positive, and not to take Donetsk and Lugansk too, 60%. So that's why my first assumption, summing it all up, this Crimean euphoria and all these polls, it's the readiness of the people to provide one's own money for the common cause for Crimea and to acquire new territories. All this is very telling. It's telling us that consumerism is not, so economic growth is not sufficient, and consumerism is not sufficient. No, moreover, that there's not much, so there will be no growth much, economic growth. But people are ready to support the power if there is proof that our country is turning into a great superpower. So this feeling of grandeur, and along those lines. So, for example, so the parade of the May the 9th parade, so was more gaudy and big and impressive. It was presented in that fashion, May the 9th parade. And then the new system of anti-missile defense was deployed around Moscow that would allow to intercept the nuclear strike. And so that was presented in a very meaningful way as well. And at the same time, so then the Eurasian project is inscribed very so because that's the most important project of Mr. Putin, because one of the most important projects of his third term or fourth term is the formation of Eurasian Union, and we expect this year that the three first countries, Russia, Kazakhstan, and Russia, I think Armenians will join, this year, and so then to Eurasian Union, so will be joined by Armenia and Kyrgyzia. So 5 countries will be there, and the list will continue. And so it's related to the crisis of Ukraine, because which group Ukraine will eventually join? Will it move towards European Union, or it will migrate towards the Eurasian Union?
If I'm right, and if my hypothesis is correct, although I would like to make a reservation again that I'm ready to reject and to give up all my words, in the sense that I do not insist that I'm right. And if this new public concord will mean that we are ready to be poor but great, so it will entail 2 political conclusions. And the first one is that the existing political regime may find more fuel to sustain itself for many years to come. And second, from time to time, the regime will have to demonstrate that grandeur to find some events such as Crimea, Eurasian Union, Super Eurasian Union, new missiles, and one of the projects that you may be proud of in your patriotic heart is that we are going to build a new very heavy ICBM Sedona type. It will be the biggest, the longest, the widest. It will carry 20 warheads, and this single missile can destroy anything you like. That project is very expensive. It will cost multi-billion dollars, and you understand that we don't that big missile at all, because we have very many smaller missiles that can destroy also everything. But if you have to add fuel to that concept of the great power continuously, which is poor but that can destroy everyone, then certainly this big missile is our must. It will be brought once a year across the Red Square, and everybody will be scared of us. And don't laugh. It's a real project. That's the project for the defense complex, and probably it will the missile will be able to orbit Earth 10 times and then hit somebody, you can guess whom. So that's my first assumption. So this new public concord, agreement number 3, that means poverty traded for grandeur. As for the ideological trend that was launched about 2 years ago, Russia is not Europe, conservative values, Europe betrayed their values, and the sacred Russia will carry on its sacred torch. The growth of isolationism, de-offshoreization of economy, the growing number of people who cannot leave the country. I don't know if you know that, but about 5 million Russian citizens cannot leave the country now under various reasons. Police, those who didn't pay their debts, somebody who has access to classified information. So contrary to the constitution, some 5 million people, Russian people, cannot leave the country. So that's the course for isolation, course for more archaic and traditionalist economy. Well, then comes the Crimea case, and it fits very well into public concord number 3. Poverty for grandeur. So that's my first assumption. My second assumption has to do with foreign policy. And again, it's about a new doctrine. I think you know what doctrine is. There was Truman's doctrine. Harry Truman was the U.S. president, and the doctrine was containment of communism across the world. There was the doctrine of Brezhnev, and the Poles who are present here can remember it too well. That's the doctrine of limited sovereignty. The idea was very simple. It read that if a socialist country tried to get out of the control of the Soviet Union, it would be punished. So it was demonstrated in 1956 in Hungary, in 1968 in Prague, and 1981 it was on the brink of invasion in Poland, and Wojciech Jaruzelski, although addressed the situation, fixed the problem himself. In 1990s, Russia didn't have any clear doctrine. First, we thought that we would join and integrate into the West very quickly, and until 1995, Yeltsin and Chernomyrdin said that Russia had plans to join the European Union and even NATO. Then the bombing of Yugoslavia changed the policy of Russia. Russia stated that West behaved like in the manner we cannot accept, and then Putin came to power. There was a honeymoon with the European Union. He even spoke German in Bundestag, and he said that Russia was Europe, but nothing worked out of that. So, but again, there was no clear doctrine. But now I can dare saying that following the seizure of the Crimea, some new doctrine emerged, and we know about Truman's doctrine, Brezhnev's doctrine, so this is the Putin's doctrine. And I have 7 bullets to explain that doctrine. They are very simple, and I think that our neighbor states should keep that in mind. But again, if I am right, I hope I would be wrong, but suppose I'm right. It reminds me of the words of Mr. Chernomyrdin, who responded to the question of how could we describe the foreign policy. He said that nobody can accuse us of ill will intentions. So doctrine, bullet 1. Vladimir Vladimirovich has clearly articulated it in his famous speech in the Kremlin on March 18th, and he announced the annexation of the Crimea. So bullet 1, total separation with the West. Moscow no longer views the West as the trusted partner. And Putin accused the West of trying to impose their rule on Ukraine and make it a member of NATO and the European Union. He used the word the red line, and you know, the diplomats use that word to indicate something that cannot be done. And he accused the West of continuing the policy of containing Russia, and that belongs to the Truman Doctrine. It's a Cold War policy. And I can quote Mr. Putin. He said that in Ukraine, Russia felt that it had not been just cheated, but it was robbed. And that's the reason the reaction was that acute to the events in Maidan and the escape of Mr. Yanukovych. So the first bullet reads that the West is no longer a partner, and the West does not deserve any trust any longer. Bullet 2, Russia does not view itself as part of the European Atlantic civilization. We have a special democracy. Again, I quote, we gave up communist and pseudo-democratic dogmas. Personally, I'm the carrier of those dogmas. It must be a virus that lives in me. Justin, no, he used to have that virus too, but he was cured. Nearly 100% of the Russians support the annexation of the Crimea, so this solution has strong democratic support, and democratically it is legitimate, isn't it? Demarsky sits behind me. I should be cautious. So Putin called upon the people to consolidate around new politics, policy, and to become a single organism to reject the fifth column. And the fifth column was said really in his speech. It's not my invention. Conclusion. Every strong country is a civilization in itself and is a model in itself. So United States is a model, China is a model, and Russia should be a model too. But in fact, that's something that is association with Mr. Huntington, Dr. Huntington's ideas of the various civilization, and so Putin assumed that special civilization too, that we are special, and the Eurasian Union is based on that ideology, so meaning that in this territory we have special civilization to be integrated. Bullet 3 of the doctrine. That's the revision of our attitudes towards international law, and the revision is radical. In earlier times, when the West began recognizing the independence of Kosovo, we used to say that it ran counter to the international law, and Kosovo independence cannot be recognized because, according to the international law, Kosovo was part of Yugoslavia, and we really blamed the West of recognizing Kosovo. Then we changed our point of view radically and recognized South Ossetia and Abkhazia. Now we changed our point of view even bigger and just acquired the Crimea from the standpoint of the international law. That's an outstanding violation, and it's an outstanding violation even from the standpoint of the Russian law. I wish you had asked Mr. Voloshin about that last night. You did? Okay. So first, we recognized Ukraine at some point, and the Crimea as the part of Ukraine when the CIS was built following the collapse of the Soviet Union, and all treaties and agreements in the CIS proceed from the premise that the Crimea was part of the Ukraine, and all those documents were signed by Russian presidents, and we recognized Ukraine in the same borders in the framework of the OSCE and UN. What is even worse, we recognized that the Crimea belonged to Ukraine in the big treaty with Ukraine in 1997. I was a legislator at that time. I voted for that. And when I'm asked, what's your attitude towards the annexation of the Crimea, how can I treat that? I voted for the Crimea as part of Ukraine in 1997. And by the way, that treaty has not been dismissed. It's still in effect. And later on, there was the demarcation, and Putin said about that in his Crimean speech. He said that we didn't only sign the treaty and ratify the treaty, we did the demarcation physically. Even the Straits of Kerch was demarked at Tuzla coast, and the agreement was recognized, signed, ratified, but the Crimea seems to be ours. How do you like that? So, bullet 3. And again, we have not withdrawn from that treaty of 1997, and that aroused indignation around the globe as the first case of such a violation, gross violation, since 1947. There was one case when Saar land, small land in Germany, was handed over from German control and French control, but to do that there was a referendum held, and both Germans and French agreed to have that referendum. And besides, the process of the European integration was already in progress, and there was agreement of coal and steel, and both countries were members of NATO, and because the FRRG joined NATO in 1995. And here, in our case, just 1 month referendum, and the Crimea is Russian. The world was surprised. So, bullet 3 of the new doctrine is that the international law is no longer a system of rules and is no longer even a system of reference points. International law is a menu, and everybody is free to pick whatever he likes. For instance, if one needs to bomb Chechnya on separatist grounds, then we can refer to the right of sovereignty and territorial integrity as the standard of the international law. But if we have to acquire someone's territory, then we refer to the right of nations for self-determination, and both standards are contained in the international law, in the UN conventions. So it's like you walk into a restaurant and take a menu. If you pick territorial integrity, you bomb somebody, and if you need someone's territory, you pick the right for self-determination. So that's how things are in our attitudes towards international law. So strong Russia has every right, while weak Ukraine has no right at all. Our world is again a free game between strong players and weaker players. So on the one hand, we go back to the Westphal system of Europe of 17th century. But on the other hand, we revisit the doctrine of Brezhnev, which is the limited sovereignty in the Soviet Union. Okay, bullet 4 of Putin's doctrine. Our sphere of actions in post-Soviet space. Substantiation belongs to the Russian world. It's our historical heritage, and it's in the interests of national security of Russia. Well, sovereignty of post-Soviet countries is limited by the interests of Russia. If Russian interests are respected, the sovereignty of those countries is also respected. But if interests are violated, then the sovereignty is not respected. And Russia determines where red line runs and issue an early warning. By the way, in case of Ukraine, it was done. I attended the Valdai meetings in last September and heard Putin, Ivanov, Lavrov, and they issued a very clear warning, open warning, that should Ukraine sign in Vilnius in November the agreement on association, there would be implications. Although they said nothing about the polite green men, but they openly talked about very strong economic sanctions. So that implies that if Moscow believes that some country jeopardizes its strategic interests in the post-Soviet space, Russia would respond. But in the Crimea, there was a clear transition from words to actions, and Moscow demonstrated that it would not only talk, but it would act. In fact, it happened first in August 2008, in the time of so-called Georgian crisis. Concurrently, Moscow signals to other strong powers such as China and the United States, don't be shy, do the same. We try to exercise control in the post-Soviet space, and you can do that elsewhere. We don't mind, and in fact you are doing exactly like that. United States do it in Libya and Afghanistan and Iraq, and we will do the same. Let's strike a deal. Strong countries can do whatever they like in the zone of their interests. Bullet 5. The main principle of Westphal Agreement of 17th century are modified, and that's the inviolability of sovereignty and territorial integrity. Those guarantees now are given only to strong players who have their armed forces or some umbrella, such as NATO or the Collective Treaty Organization. Those who are weaker, well, sorry guys, you are not lucky. Have no guarantees. So it means that the world is divided to the top league and bottom league. Bullet 6. The role of the international institutions is decreased. So UN, OSCE, Council of Europe and others. As you may see, UN is helpless in the Ukrainian crisis. OSCE, what did they do? They sent some observers, but did they stop a single shot? Did they remove a single checkpoint? Did they help to establish a dialogue? Council of Europe, well, they condemned Russia, they expelled the Russian delegation, but it means that the role of the international institutions is decreasing. According to the new doctrine, we can have some collaboration with them, but to the point when they interfere with our interests, and if those international institutions interfere, they just should be ignored, and other strong countries are offered to do the same. And the next bullet of that doctrine is based on the new outlook of the world. In the Cold War, the world was bipolar. Following the collapse of the Soviet Union, the world was a unipolar force about a decade under the domination of the United States. Then I remember that moment when Yeltsin met Jiang Zemin, the then leader of China, who came to Moscow. There was a very pompous summit meeting, Russian-China summit meeting, and then Chairman Jiang Zemin came to the State Duma and made a speech, and he said that we came to agreement with Boris Nikolaevich that since this day the world would be multipolar. Don't laugh. It went exactly like that. So if you look at the long-term trends, then the share, for instance, of the United States in the global economy is shrinking, and the share of the European Union in global economy is also reducing. What is growing? Whose share is growing? It's that of BRICS, and first of all in China. China has already become the second largest economy in the world. India's economy is growing also very fast. Brazil is doing quite well, and Russia's economy used to grow too until recent times. So Putin believes that the balance of forces is changing in the world. But I would like to mention again that EU plus United States makes up some 47% of the global economy. So perhaps their shares are shrinking, but 47% is still pretty much. It's the share of global GDP. So Putin believes that the balance is changing in favor of new countries, new emerging countries who are not very much democratic. And the share of economy and economic share and the share of influence of the West will be dropping. So the new rules of the game, when strong players rule and international law loses its binding, and the reorientation of Russia towards the East, and it's also based on the hypothesis that the balance of forces is changing, and some rises in the East and sets in the West. You can understand what it means for Russia. And if I'm right, again, And if you combine my first assumption about the public concord and my second assumption about the new doctrine, you can roughly understand the ratio. So you can understand where the new resources of inspiration can be found for the people. And how we can continue talking to the West, to the East, and to our neighbors. Are you bored or tired? Then comes my third assumption, and that's the burden of an empire. That's the title for that assumption. Andrei Alexandrovich, okay, I think I leave enough time for Q&A. So, starting from Peter the Great, Russia was what? It has been the empire, right? What do we mean by an empire? Empire is an association, is united people under one umbrella. It's uniting of various diverse elements. Sometimes they are very diverse. For instance, in the Russian Empire, there were Finns and Burats. We have the person here, and they don't look very much alike in terms of history, in terms of culture and language, but they all belong to the Russian Empire. And we had Poland in the Russian Empire. Warsaw was a genuine Russian city, as we keep on saying now. So here comes an empire, while conquering of various parts and uniting them under a single center. And it was a wonderful center, very beautiful city, St. Petersburg, one of the most beautiful cities in the world. How is an empire ruled, and what's the difference to rule in an empire and to rule in a democratic and secular state? That's the relationship between top and the bottom. The empire does not allow that ethnic groups that it has conquered. It doesn't allow them to be subjects of the empire. They can be objects of rule, but not the subjects. Some elements of self-governance can be allowed. For instance, in the Tsarist Russia, I liked very much the joke of Richard Pipes, who is the expert of the school, about the mentality, and he used to say that Russia is a sole country which believes that throughout its history it waged only defensive wars, having turned into the biggest country of the world. So when we waged that exclusively defensive war, we acquired Central Asia. The empire was supported by local clans, local khans and shahs. Why should you fight with the people if you can really bribe a khan or a shah? So empire allows for some decentralization or even self-governance, but only within the limits that are allowed. And if the empire feels that it goes beyond those limitations, then those attempts are terminated. It's the chain of report and the command and control over the various elements. It's true that when an empire exists for many years, like the case with the Russian Empire, and existed for 300 years, then there is signs of assimilation, melting pots, and more stable communities arose, like it happened with the Tatar of Volga or Bashkirs of Volga. I came from Altai, and in Altai, in these mountains, we have three communities who live in peace, and they are Altai aborigines, Russians, and Kazakhs. But still, Russia used to be an empire. And again, it's always somebody who rules and somebody who obeys, and the relationship between those who rule and those who have to obey. So people are not the subject. People are the object of domination and rule.
The Soviet regime dismantled the hierarchy of the Russian Empire, but was very quick to restore it in a somewhat different format, and having subjugated the same nations, the same peoples on the same territories. This reintroduction of the imperial tradition in the Central Asia, or for that matter, the struggle against the Mensheviks of Georgia and the Sovietization of the Transcaucasia. Some were able to flee. The Finnish, the Poles. Well, of course, how were they able to flee? They had to struggle for their independence, or they were granted their independence. Some couldn't. Some tried, but didn't get too far. It occurred to me that the post-Soviet, the countries on the post-Soviet space may acquire independence, having lost a couple of limbs. They may indeed flee, but they can't flee in their entirety. They would have to suffer losses. I'm not sure if they can run away without a head. That would be something strange. But when you think about Georgia, Georgia is fleeing the orbit, but it has lost two of its limbs. The Ukraine is trying to move away from this orbit. Who is from the Ukraine? Yeah, the gentleman from Ukraine. Is he hiding? I'm not sure. All right. I'm not an enemy of Ukraine, as you might have understood from my speech. But in any way, one can run away having lost a limb. The Soviet government restored this model of domination, the rhetoric of the brethren of peoples, and even the form, the political semblance of self-governance in the national republics was also there, but of course the system of domination was the same. The same imperial tradition pervaded and permeated the Soviet history. In the 1990s, the Russian constitution was adopted, which indeed stipulated entirely different things. If you read this constitution that Mr. Krasnov was telling you about yesterday, and this is your constitution, you will see that this constitution describes a country very different from the country where we're living today. While you can see the same list of the subjects of the federation, the same territories, the same components, but it is a different country. So the concept was that there are three ways for Russia to exist: an empire, when there is a center which dominates and rules and reigns over a vast territory, with the people being in the parentheses. Number two format, a national state, a nation state, something that the Russian nationalists have a dream of, a Russia for the Russians, where there is this ruling, or the title ethnicity, which is the elder brother, and the others would cope with the rules. Well, I'm not sure why should the other nations cope with the rules installed by the elder brother, but at any rate. And the third format is the Russian Federation. The Russian Federation being described in the current Russian constitution, which stipulates the primacy of the citizenry or citizenship over ethnicity, and which indeed describes in great and minute detail the democratic procedures which make this country a federative state. It appears that of these three formats, we have opted for number one, which is the empire. When the relations between the government and the regime, between the people and the peoples, and of course in the preamble to the Russian constitution, the very first clause says that we, the multinational people of Russia, which is the first phrase indeed of the preamble, whereby the constitution acknowledges the polyethnic composition of the country. However, a decision was taken, possibly, that this country can only be run as an empire through the relations of subjugation and domination. It might be that the guiding principle here is that unless the imperial principle is installed, the country will fall apart. The Bashkirians, the Yakuts, I'm not talking about the Yakuts, the Yakuts, I wonder how would polar wars for secession would be fought in Russia and places like Yakutia at -70 centigrade. And in any rate, the model of domination might have been opted for. And on the outside, the control has to be retained over the minions. Let me remind you that in the British Empire there were two types of colonies. There were the colonies with direct rule from the metropolis, from the crown, when a specific viceroy with the apparatus was sent, and the dominions which existed abiding by the specific rules with London, such as Canada or Australia, for that matter. We have several colonies, de facto territories which are being ruled from Moscow, the South Ossetia or Abkhazia, Crimea, in essence, just a very newly acquired colony, a voluntary colony, Transnistria. There are dominions. I'm not willing to insult anybody, but I am indeed implying by the word dominion a country which is highly and largely dependent on Russia, Armenia, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and especially nowadays when the Americans are just about to leave Afghanistan, and Belarus. So 4 colonies, 4 dominions. To retain the control over the colonies and the dominions, 2 things are required. Number 1 is a strong army, because you have to, at times, you have to demonstrate your military might. Over the past 6 years, we have done it twice. We've done it in Georgia, and we've done it in Crimea. In Georgia, there were shots fired. In Crimea, thanks be to God, there weren't any shots. And number 2 is that there has to be a lot of money to be spent, something that the Soviet Union was doing for decades. If you remember the Soviet Union, then within this was a very strong, powerful bureaucratic machine. On the outside, it was a military superpower which was subsidizing the so-called socialist states throughout the world, and the socialist bloc. What was the word, really? Camp, some sort of camp, a socialist camp, indeed, a bloc. So I went through some papers, and I will report some of the results here. First of all, may I have more coffee, please? Lena Nemirovskaya asked me to stop at that, to allow for some questions. All right, I won't go deeper into the problem of the burden of an empire, although this is a fascinating subject. So you are left without the burden of the empire. 23 minutes for discussion or questions. If I understood it right, Mr. Ryzhkov has some questions to be asked about the foreign policies of Russia. But the first question will come from Lena. Vladimir, you made a great presentation, but is there a hope, at least for the institutions like the civil society, that we may and can with respect to some part of the concerned public, that there are more contemporary, more modern ways of coexistence in the world, and that an empire is an outdated, obsolete type of relationship, and what can be done, because you are indeed lecturing before the students and the grad students. I would like you to think as to how it can be really taken to the attention of the people, that empire is no longer a modern instrument as it might have been at the time of the antiquity. Indeed, I am lecturing at the Higher School of Economics. It is true, I was at the master's dissertations yesterday, and I'm reading, I'm lecturing on the history of the Russian integration. Jean Monnet and the Soviet integration, or the and this is indeed in many ways in harmony with what I'm saying, because the European Union indeed was created by the recent empires. France, Belgium, not many remember what an extensive empire did Belgium have. Great Britain, the greatest empire in the world. So the European integration was in many ways the product of the past empires. At one time, indeed, empire might have been a modern type of state, but of course now I believe that empire is simply no longer sustainable. I was just about to say that, and this burden of an empire is growing. We are increasing greatly the expenses for the army, for the law enforcement agencies, and we are also increasing the financing of the colonies and the dominions. According to my calculations, we're spending about $20 billion per year on the subsidy on the outside, which is about 5% of all federal budget expenses. And I think that this is already a reasonable percentage, which continues to grow. An empire is not just an outdated form, but it is also it also murders the creative potential of the people. Empire, up until a certain time, conceals the conflict, but it does not remove the contradictions. And indeed, the growth of xenophobia is one of the consequences of an empire, because there is no exit or this development. An empire is not just an inefficient instrument, but it is also an unsustainable model which is bound to be destroyed. If we continue to follow the path of a neo-empire, Russia will break up. Let me say this very important statement. No jokes meant. It is a false path. And the burden of an empire is growing. growing in financial, political, social. We are already starting to sink. Zero economic growth is an indicator of that. The taxes are growing, and at the time of an economic crisis, which in my view is only explained by the necessity to pay the imperial bills within the country and outside. So I do hope that we are being heard. I hope that myself, Mr. Kudrin, and others who hold such opinions are heard, and our opinion and voice will be heard. There is a very extensive literature available about the collapse of the authoritarian regimes. It is very unusual for the authoritarian regimes, unfortunately, collapse because of the opposition. Whatever opposition does, whatever opposition thinks, I do not think that the opposition makes them to break up. I think that the most widespread cause of the collapse of the authoritarian regimes are their fatal mistakes, the mistakes that they make. The political mistakes, the economic mistakes, the mistakes in foreign policy. And then when the breakup occurs, under the burden of this fatal mistakes, then some opposition with the banners and the flying colors shouting that we did this and we did that are coming to power. And what I'm seeing today, I do not know if you're feeling this euphoria over Crimea. I'm just trying to look a bit further, and I think that the load of mistakes is growing, and this change of rhetoric on Donetsk and Lugansk, this retreat, this maneuvering, leads us to believe. And already is a sign of getting more conscious, becoming more conscious about the costs to be incurred. The burden of the empire, which is the name of the article I published 2 days ago, is there and cannot be ignored. When a lightweight athlete goes to and try to raise a barbell of 200 kilos, of course everybody might be interested to watch if he can lift this barbell, but of course Russia may afford this largest ballistic missile, or Russia may afford 20 trillion rubles of military expense. I have already looked up in the budget. Do you know what's the percentage of the military? We're number 8 in the world by the accumulated military expenses. It's 4.5%, which is more than the US, which is 2.5 times higher than France and in China, in Great Britain and China. Can we afford this? Can we afford such a military budget, about 5% of the GDP? I'm not sure, but we're carrying this load. How about the expenses for the Ministry of Interior, the police, other law enforcement agencies? The overall... But 1/4 of the budget is spent for the police and law enforcement bodies, and over the past several years, the expenses and costs in absolute numbers diminish for healthcare, culture, sports, and the burden of an empire comes with a cost. It comes with a price. If you want to have an empire, you will have to pay for it. We will have to pay it. We will be paying for it, and we will be paying for it by shrinking the expenses on the schools, on hospitals, on the infrastructure. The economy has stalled. This is what Mr. Kudrin said. And what are we shrinking? What are we decreasing? We're decreasing the investment into the human capital, into our future. This is what the burden of an empire is about. So, Yelena Mikhailovna, I do hope that our voice is heard, because we're just trying to be argumentative in what we say. And I do hope that what can lead to a shift in policy, either a crisis or a conscience of mistakes. Maybe people who are bound to take decision, the decision makers, might hear our voices of reason. Yes, Nina. Thank you very much. Nina Kolipova from the Republic of Komi, Syktyvkar. I've been there. Can we revert to the documents, the ideological variety and the basics of the new cultural policy? One is an already adopted document, and the other is still being discussed. Could you comment on these two contradictory papers? Yes, I agree entirely. I have gone through this document. The one that was that came from the Ministry of Culture, headed by Mr. Medinsky, which is a nightmare. It's a nightmarish document, but this is where you can glean the glorious phrase about Russia not being Europe, and the approach is quite interesting. There are two viewpoints of culture, and this is one of the topics of this school for over the past 20 years. What is culture, and how does it interact with politics and the economy? There are two views of culture. There is the view of a culture as a DNA, as something innate, immanent, something unchanged. The so-called theory of a predetermination on the historical fate that say the Russians have always been slave and will be slaves. I've never agreed with this view of the culture. There's another view of culture, that culture as a complexity of norms and concepts, premises, is and can be changed. I've always professed this second view. I do not exclude the fact that culture may be compared to a loaded train which is following a track. It is true, and I can just joke talking about the March the 8th, the so-called International Women's Day. The countries in Europe where this day is celebrated and where it doesn't, and there is also this invisible border as to the nuptial age or the marriage age in different countries. This interesting invisible border that is like a funny curvature, 30 to 20. But this is what history told. So in the East, women get married earlier than they do in the West. It's a matter of culture, and the people who are vowing that culture is unchanged refer to these deeply rooted cultural traditions. And the second position is that culture can be unchanged, can be changed, and my favorite example of Mongolia that Andrei Zakharov might have heard many times from me. think of Russia's imperial tradition, Ivan the Terrible, Peter the Great. But how about Mongolia? How about Genghis Khan and Bati and all the dictators and the despots? However, Mongolia is a country with a democratic system today, with regularly held parliamentary and presidential elections, freedom of speech. It is a self-governed territory, and there's a new president coming to power with every elections in Mongolia. So tell me, do you believe that this... I remember Yanukovych coming to the city of Lviv, and the society was convened at the Opera House, and he said, "I'm glad to welcome the genocide of the Ukrainian people." And he was prompted, no, not the genocide, but the Geno Fund. So think about the Mongols. They're Buddhists. They might have had the tradition coming from Tibet. Now they're free people. But indeed, think about this. Do they have more despoty, more Genghis Khan, or more freedom in their veins? This is an absolute absurd discussion. There is no such thing as intractable or unchanged culture. Culture can and does change throughout centuries. The Germans of the 1930s and the Germans of today are different peoples. They're different. They profess different views. They have different traditions. So the concept of Mr. Medinsky reproduces this absurd about the unchangeability, the unique nature, the specificity of the Russian culture, which has never been this word about the civilization code. I want to exit the room, because why is this done? To support the dictatorship. This is only done to support the despoty, and this is what is being taken to the schools. There's also this concept of the history textbook that has been approved of. The main idea there is that all Tsars were good. All Tsars were good. And all the general secretaries of the Communist Party were good. And the most important thing was to always preserve the state and to increase its territory. Alexander II was a great Tsar because he held the reforms and he expanded the territory. Alexander III stopped the reforms but strengthened Russia. That's good. Ivan the Terrible killed a multitude, but went and got Kazan and Astrakhan. So Stalin, he killed a host of people, but he still increased the territory. That's good. Even Mr. Sakharov is a good guy, and Solzhenitsyn is a good guy. So how can this coexist? Because they still kept the state apart. They kept the state united. And in the Russian history, there are only three very dubious characters, according to this history textbook concept. Nicholas II. Why did he abdicate? Why did he abdicate? What was he thinking about at the Dno station in Pskov? Why did he abdicate? And if he hadn't abdicated, he would have been a good guy. Number two is Mr. Khrushchev. That's a dubious nature. I don't know why. Probably because he gave away Crimea. That may be why he's so harshly criticized. And I think that this is just the Brezhnev history in a new format. This Brezhnev era historians and Mikhail Gorbachev. Our forefathers had been keeping this empire and expanding it generation after generation, and here he comes and shrinks it. So this is the idea that will be hammered into the heads of the children of Russia, that the greatest value is state, the strength of the state and the territory. Strength and territory. And those who are strong and they're jolly good fellows, even if they kill. That's not good that they kill, but still, if that's the only way, then so indeed this concept that will be hammered into the children is that of the priority of a state over the society, or and the imperial ideology of domination and the subjugation. So indeed, I am critical of this concept because I think that it leads to and it does not take heed of our traditions. Alexander Arkhangelsky, our colleague and friend, has said that it is not probable that it will ever be accepted.
Dear colleagues, I'm sure many of you would like to hear about the problems of the empire, to have a say, to support Vladimir Alexandrovich, because this is very logical and clear. As always, it's well founded. Probably there are those among you who would like to challenge what Vladimir Alexandrovich has said. Some of you think it's too disturbing, probably. And this word that I keep hearing, rubbish. It's but. Dear colleagues, I know many other words. Yes, yesterday Alexander Stalyevich just absolutely dazzled the audience by using very much the same language. I want to say that you will not be able either to support or object, because time is up. So please, can I just give you as a gift an aphorism by Viktor Stepanovich Chernomyrdin, whom I was very fond of, who very much fits into many subjects. At the session of the government, when he was chairman of the government, he listened to what Vadim Nemtsov was telling him about the reform of utilities. And as Vladimir Efimовich put it, it was all very simple. He says, okay, look guys, things will be like this. Everybody, just elementarily, in his own manner, he will choose a company that will supply him water, sewage, electricity, repair the elevators, and we will create competition and it will work like a clock. After he finished his presentation, Viktor Stepanovich just says to dear friends, do you have any questions? Everybody's somber and gloomy, and he says, well, those of us who survive will be laughing over it. This sort of epigraph, that's why the word rubbish, we see so much rubbish around us. So, dear colleagues, Vladimir Alexandrovich is our graduate, and for us this is a great pleasure, and we're very pleased. He always speaks at school sessions. Please keep up and try and come again to listen to. Don't keep to detain him right now because he's in a hurry. Thank you.
Так. Я попрошу... Марина, можно начинать, Мариш? Поскольку...
Can we begin? Since at the first session you listened to a pamphlet against imperial governance, I can only add to just so it would be fair to say Volodya was saying all the right things. But Volodya did not say how in this general sort of context Europe and Brussels behave, what hopes they extend, and then it turns out they've never thought of it. Because first of all, we shall see what will go on in Ukraine and with Ukraine, and it seems to me that European politicians also have to be very responsible. When in Germany I asked what was going on about Moldova, which is the most, to put it, one seeking democracy, and all of a sudden, I don't know what it's like today, but several months ago it also claimed and wanted to become an active member of the customs union. And they answered me, have you been to Chisinau in November? And when it's cold? Well, in order to share European values, not only in Ukraine and Moldova, this is the path of culture, and we have to travel it, because Volodya indeed showed us correctly that instrumentally the empires don't fit, but you should understand the reality too, which is certainly there. And it seems to me that for Europe, Poland, which is sitting next to me, and which is also, we have delegates from Poland over there, they understand it. The steps towards freedom should be made, taken as much as you can ensure that they happen, so that they should not perish, because they are also two different spaces. So what I want to say is that culture changes, but the cultures change slowly, and people who are responsible should look at it from different perspectives. And you should sort of fix what we have just heard, and this is so, but we should think, what do you suggest instead? And secondly, elites, so-called elites on both sides, should correlate their knowledge and understanding of what society can do. And the society does not have to know it all till the end, but the society lives its own life. Whereas the elites, like here, and this is what Volodya justly described, as well as in Europe, should be responsible, should have a feeling of responsibility about what has to be done. And this experience, in point of fact, shows that freedom and responsibility go hand in hand, and there's no other way. This is my preamble to what we'll be listening to now. In February, I was invited to attend an event in Poland to deliver 2 lectures about what the school is about. And one lecture, I presented it in Warsaw. Here are my girls I love so much. One girl from who was who made my stay in Warsaw a pleasure and made sense of it. And then I was told that I will travel to Gdańsk. I knew where it is, but nowadays I can tell you that I have never seen such a beautiful city. It's such a beautiful, it's a decoration, a fairy tale, a theatre, all of it's together. Then when I was invited to speak there, it was not like in Warsaw. Actually, it was a great pleasure to talk at some modern, underground club, and they had jazz playing there. It was really a pleasure. But in Gdańsk, it was like a town hall, and the bell ringings and the clock chiming, and like Middle Ages. And then I'm there. Everything around me was like this, and you hear the chime in February there. It's not very pleasant, but nevertheless. And the audience is like this, and up to this mark, and then my presentation Q&A. I cannot even share with you what it was like. And then they invite you to speak somewhere else, and then they tell you, and I tell them also very interesting things. And then there is somebody in the room who says, well, actually he's an architect, and that he is about the philosophy and city and towns, and Gdańsk is so beautiful, but you cannot transplant it, move it somewhere. And you know that Soviet Brezhnev style architecture, it's all this architecture. Yerevan I don't know. It's been a while since I was there. I was there before Brezhnev's time, but I don't know what it's like now. But Brezhnev, he would everywhere build the same thing. I must say that in Warsaw the style was different. It's very pure and very green. Warsaw is clean and green. It's not some kind of, Biryulova district, industrial district and residential district in Moscow. I actually graduated from Architecture Institute. I have my own concept that if a person grows in a space that is devoid of aesthetics, no matter what the school or his parents or whatever teach him, he has no harmony within. He cannot, when you see nature, that's why people want to go away into the country, but we all live in cities and towns. And if a town is devoid of harmony, then I would very much want so that here we should listen to a Polish expert whom I met there in this unique city, who told me that he is working on landscapes, and he tells us how political and social system are reflected in architecture. And it is my great pleasure to welcome here for the first time Mariusz Pczyński, who traveled from that unique, famous Gdańsk. Thank you. Thank you very much, Lena. This is all I understand in Russian.
I'm very sorry. I've learned Russian for 11 years ago, but I can understand. I can hardly speak. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really honored to be here with you and make one more comment about what you said about the freedom. And it's also freedom of speech, and it also needs responsibilities. So if our leaders come to Tbilisi or Kiev, said, yeah, we are with you, then if you are responsible, you have to make the next step, or don't make empty promises. So I fully agree with you that freedom is also responsibility. And that's the most difficult part. But this is not what I'm going. I will partly talk about the freedom and about responsibilities as well. As Elena told you, city is a theater. Every city, you can see it is a theater when we play our roles of municipal leaders, students, workers, leaders. Roles change from time to time. And what you can see around, you can see as scenography about the decoration which is behind. And this decoration is very important because we differently behave in different scenography. And the scenography represents us, tells who we are. On the first picture, let me take you for a short trip around the empire, well, former empire mostly, around different colonies or dominia, new and old ones. This is the city center of one of the European capitals. Everything here is much younger than me. It's much younger than everybody than you. Do you know where is it? Do you recognize it? Yes, Skopje, Macedonia. The biggest and the main building is the Macedonian Archaeological Museum. Most important thing in Macedonia. Everything is ancient, much more ancient than Greek was Macedonian colony. That's the main narrative of Macedonia. And all those ancient-looking monuments, they represent, to very much extent, what Macedonians think about themselves. I was absolutely surprised. It's all marble. It's all brand new. And they build more of that. And more of the building further down along the river. At the same time, it's one of the poorest countries in Europe. Apparently, this landscape is so important for them, more important than new jobs probably, are better roads that they need, actually. So let me talk a little bit about this landscape research I'm doing for a couple of years. 6 years ago, I published a book about cultural landscape of post-socialist cities. Now I complete another book about the public spaces. Another book will be on rituals, urban rituals, which I'm becoming, I think, next year in New York. Anyway, on the top picture, you see Gdansk, the city I work. I live almost in Gdansk. This beautiful, well, this beautiful city is Khrushchev. It was built mostly between 1947 and 1956. The city was heavily destroyed in March 1945, and there was a decision, political decision, to reconstruct the city, including the churches, as you see, St. Mary's Church. On the bottom picture, as you probably recognize, some of you, it's Tbilisi, Georgia, and a very powerful representation. There are 4 main new buildings: the Peace Bridge, the uncompleted Philharmonic Hall, the Presidential Palace, and the Cathedral. All of them are new. All of them is this century. And all of them speak of values, behaviors, actors, maybe ambitions, or maybe fears of the societies. At first, when I saw those beautiful buildings, I mean, some of those like excellent, they look, I've hardly seen such a quality of architecture in West Germany, for example, and it's mostly boring, actually. Very practical, but boring. My first impression was, wow, I wish we would like to have those beautiful architecture in my city. We build boring buildings. But on the other hand, I thought like, well, maybe they should invest more in roads, maybe in technical infrastructure. But again, building this new glass representation of New Georgia is very important for them. So in this sense, cultural landscape, it's always represents the society. It speaks about us. It changes from time to time, but it is a language. It's the same thing like with clothes. The clothes we wear speaks something about us, about our taste, sometimes about our mood, sometimes about money we have, sometimes about culture, sometimes about what we want to be. Our houses speak about us, represents us. 2 houses in the picture. The one is from Romania. It's a single-family house. Most of the floors are not used. It belongs to a Roma minority. And in the bottom is a single-family house in the suburb of Warsaw. Of course, each of this house, it speaks about the owners or the decision makers. It represents them. On the other hand, I'm not sure who is more happy. I'm not sure which family is more happy. So happiness is quite important. This beautiful modernist building might not be the most livable, actually. Nevertheless, landscape is always a combination of form, of function, and meaning or communication. Even if it's something which looks meaningless, empty, ugly road, or blocks of flats, they signify, they speak something. Sometimes they shout, sometimes they whisper. So the communication is very important, and form changes very seldom. It's like, okay, the war, maybe, even though I will speak about landscape cleansings later. The function changes from time to time. We witnessed this in the last couple of years in Poland or in Central Europe, while communication, the system of meaning, changes kind of permanently. Different buildings can have different meanings for different groups of people in the same time. A monument or a square might be something totally different for my students, for me, maybe for you, sometimes for my parents. So it changed through generations, through culture, sometimes knowledge, information, or texts, as we say. So landscape can be seen as a system of representation. The top picture, which I took a couple of years ago in Moscow, I show it very often as for me, it's a very representation of Russia, what I saw. The Cartier shop. And I think there is Dzerzhinsky and Stalin laying down reflected in the Cartier shop. Quite a strange melange or a mixture coexisting together. I mean, of course, Lenin is still there. But that's somehow represents certain parts of Russian society. For me, it's a little contradiction. I would choose rather either Cartier or Lenin. I don't think it's coherent, but, well, so we don't have Lenin monuments in Poland. We don't have Cartier shops either. But that talks about a certain phase of society when certain symbols can represent. On the bottom picture is the monument of the friendship of Brotherhood of Nations in Kiev. And that could be a good example that the same monument, that similarly what Mr. Ryzhkov said earlier, probably a year ago, we could have seen the same monument differently. Now it's different. I don't know what will happen to this monument soon. Not because the function has changed, not because the form has changed, but meaning has changed. I think it might be the next monument to be removed or destroyed in Kiev, which of course is again a very significant procedure. So landscape is a language we speak. You speak in your cities. Whatever you do in your cities, you have certain influence on your landscape. And you give certain communication. You give, sometimes an advice, sometimes the landscape is a warning. The pure form never exists. It's always a certain function, and it's always a certain communication, always a certain meaning. And it's also, they produce the so-called meaning of space. Landscape plays a very important role in our identities. Landscape or places or spaces, it's probably crucial element. So we want to build our identity through landscape. And it's been since the beginning. On the top picture, again, a city center of Skopje. I've never seen so many monuments in a square mile as I saw in the city center of Skopje. So this monument, the largest, the tallest, is called the Horseman. They don't want to annoy Greece too much. So of course everybody knows it's Alexander the Macedonian or the Great, but they call it the horseman, which dominates. The cross on a hill over the city is also very meaningful because most of the suburbs are populated by Albanians or Muslims. So if only state can, the state erases crosses over the hills to dominate. It's a physical domination. And it's new. It's not an old process. So it's about possession of land for Christianity or something else. The main square in Sofia, Largo, I will show you one more picture from Largo. More or less in this place here used to be Lenin's statue, which has been removed 10 years ago or 15 years ago, 12 probably years ago, due to road construction. It never came back. Nobody knows what happened with Lenin. At least I tried. And the statue of Sophia, the goddess of wisdom, the holy patron of the city, has been erected. So not everybody actually asks what happened with Lenin. In very many places, the Lenin statues has been replaced by St. George, for example, in Tbilisi or something else. If it's a good replacement, not many questions are being asked. If it's empty, sometimes it's easier to ask questions. The next picture, the froggy one with the tall tower, is a neighboring city. It's about 20 kilometers from Gdansk, 200,000 people. Gdynia, one of my lovely cities. I live in between Gdansk and Gdynia, actually. And that also shows that it's a private development. It's apartment towers called Sea Towers, of course with English name because it's so international. All the buildings around are 4 or 5 floors. There is no such a market pressure or rent pressure to build such a built houses. So why did they do it? Because 20 kilometers is twice the size Gdansk. And we want to show them what we think. We have the tallest building. For a while, it was the tallest residential building outside Warsaw. Now it's Wrocław, the other city with image construction problem. So it's private development, but it has been heavily supported by the municipality to represent, to show. Most of the tall buildings it's a show-off. Okay, maybe in Moscow, maybe in central Warsaw some time ago, but in most of the other places, if somebody builds a tall tower, it's a showing power, some kind of power at least. There are 2 main methods of landscape interpretation. One, the more political, is the iconography or iconology. It's interpreting landscape as an icons of something. On the right-hand side, you see the imperial landscape in Warsaw, Palace of Culture and Science. For almost 2 years was Joseph Stalin, Palace of Culture and Science. And for many, maybe it's decreasing number, but for some at least, this is a clear sign of Soviet domination of Poland. Our foreign minister, Radek Sikorski, every 4 years, he repeats his parliament presentations, and the palace should be destroyed. So it's like Cato about the Carthago. The Carthago should be destroyed. The palace should be destroyed. It's more difficult now because it's historical monument. It's a listed monument now, but it's clearly an icon. So when empire conquered different countries, they had those steps. The landscape domination was very important. The plans for similar palaces were for East Berlin on the site of the former Hohenzollern castle in a city. The plan was not realized. Prague has a similar building, which is Hotel International. In Romania, it's incompleted. In Sofia, it's this variation. So it was the landscape dominance was almost as important as military dominance. But on the other hand, there's other icon on the building. It's the first large-size advertisement. The red hand was the advertisement for emerging mobile phone companies. So in this sense, it's also an icon of free market on both. The other interpretation is so-called textual. So we can read landscape as text. as a social document. So if we know the language, if we know the history, the language in a broader sense, not German in this case. This building is central Leipzig in East Germany, and a couple of years ago there was an advertisement still for the People's Furniture Factory of the GDR, as you might have known. Which I found very, very interesting. We have nothing like this in Poland. Everything disappeared in the very early 1990s due to beautification process. A few years later, I met on one of the conferences. I met the mayor of Leipzig. After the presentation, he came to me. Is it really there? Oh my God! I have to destroy it. I said, don't do it for me. Like, repair it. I mean, it's a history. Don't lie, it never existed. When I was last time in Leipzig, this one is renovated. It's like, whew, maybe it was partly my responsibility. But if it stays, or in which conditions, it speaks about it. I will come to textual interpretations a bit later. Semiotic is the art of giving meanings. It's used in linguistics. At the same time, you can change or read the meanings from the landscape. The agricultural fairground in Moscow, again a few years ago, where Lenin is kind of accompanied by Bob the Squarepants and a donkey. And I witnessed a moment when there was a family with a small boy who wanted to have a picture, but they asked me to take a picture, but to make sure that the Bob, the Squarepants, and Lenin are on the same picture. And of course the family. I said, yeah, sure, no problem. The main square in suburban Krakow, new city, Nowa Huta, used to be called Lenin Square. Now it's the central square of Ronald Reagan. So changing name can also be very meaningful, or is very often meaningful. The meaning can be transformed. I won't go to details because I think I should hurry up a little bit. So landscape is a story that we tell to ourselves and tell to others how we would like to be seen. What do we represent? And of course the graffiti, especially the murals, the formal graffiti, they speak very well about the society. How do we want to be seen? One of the most favorite, not only by me, but also by many other inhabitants, is the big murals in one of the houses in Sopot, which is the suburban town of Gdansk where I live. It's a seacoast, it's a kind of Jurmala of Poland, kind of, or I don't know, Batumi. It was the most popular spa town. It is probably still in Poland. So the nice lady in the summer, that's a perfect exemplification. The other graffiti, the other murals, is from Lodz or Łódź, formerly large textile industrial center. Now it's heavy unemployment and the population. So all the murals, they kind of represent somehow again the city and the population. As I said earlier, landscape is a very important factor of power. It reveals the relationship of power. It's a product of values, of picture of our times, and it's more symbols than just form. And as I said earlier again, the form is never neutral, even though the meaning can be changed. The building on the top picture, it's Central Warsaw. The palm is plastic. It's artistic project. Also very meaningful, very symbolic, because palm was, the building actually is the so-called, used to be called White House, the headquarters of the Polish Workers' United Party, which was the main communist party during communist period. Shortly after the transformation, there was the Warsaw Stock Exchange location. Now it's office building without any major significance. And in the bottom is the main avenue of Ceausescu's Bucharest, with the probably largest construction in Europe, the so-called Palace of people, or now it's a Palace of Parliament. The avenue is few meters wider than Champs-Élysées. That also speaks about the aspirations then to be the Paris of the East or Southeast, or there's so many Parises around, so it's really hard to say. Socialism played very strong role in landscape creation. Landscape was very important element for socialism from the very beginning, from destroying palaces and churches, for building new palaces for masses. On the bottom picture, it's the socialist renaissance town of Nowa Huta outside Krakow. And after socialism, we were left with some problems. Of course, the social problems, of course, economic, but also landscape problems. And the landscape problems, they very often reflect indirectly, but maybe more honest, what's inside us. It's very easy to make political declaration. It's much more interesting to see what really happens, what to do with it. Accept, forgot, sell. There's no easy way. There's no one-way solutions, because the solution every time has to be taken by the respective society. The Romanians, on the top picture here on this monument, used to be Lenin statue. Now it's kind of nothing. The place is derelict. It used to be the media house, unfinished. You can see it almost like Lomonosov University, but they didn't finish it all, so they didn't continue really after Stalin's death. So the first stage is a separation. You separate acceptable from unacceptable, the good and bad. Changing context is important, also a physical context. So we change lots of names. Sometimes we are going too far. In Poland, there are lots of dispute if the 19th century workers' leader can have a street or not. He had a monument in Warsaw, Ludwik Waryński. The monument was removed, but now it's coming back, but without pedestal. So it's kind of on a ground level kind of thing. This is the top of the presidential palace now in Sofia. When I showed it to my Bulgarian friends, they said, "Oh, that's very much like with the communism in Bulgaria. It's script on the surface, but you can clearly see the inside." In East Berlin, the description from the building was taken so well, so even the stones were replaced, so you couldn't see the holes there. So they tried a little bit harder. Some monuments been moved, like there's a sculpture park outside Budapest. So there was a certain landscape cleansing or cleaning, like ethnic cleansing, was a landscape cleansing. As far as I know, 2 major significant buildings has been destroyed. So not too many. The Dimitrov Mausoleum in Sofia apparently was destroyed a few days before the visit of President Clinton, and the Palace of the Republic, the upper chamber of East German Parliament. It was a long and difficult discussion. Not everybody was happy. It wasn't bad architecture. It was speaking too loud in the city center of Berlin. Some buildings just lost its meaning. That's Jan Žižkov monument in Prague, and here was supposed to be a mausoleum for the communist leaders. There was a Gottwald, Clement Gottwald, and there were supposed to others. Now it's absent from public memories. It's nothing, just a hill. if you ask young Czech people, they don't know it's Prague actually, even it's quite close to the center. And that's again Prague. Here used to be the world's largest Stalin memorial sculpture, which has been demolished in the late 1950s. Young people doesn't know what was there. There's a metronome there on the Letna Hill. So we have a number of new interpreters. New people are involved into these interpretations, including local governments and media, so-called focused groups, the kind of NIMBYs, not in my backyard. Don't try to change the place I live around. Owners, developers, foreigners. Each group has a different role very often and make different alliances. There's a certain chaos in interpretation, but this chaos in landscape very often represents chaos in our minds. We are not sure what to do. So a part of this is the landscape to remember. It's left to remember. Museums, memorials, and documentation centers. Almost every larger city around the former empire, with the lists of victims. That's Bucharest, monument of 1956 revolution in Budapest, the so-called House of Terror on the former location of the Hungarian secret police in Budapest, Museum of Communism in Prague, privately owned actually. So it's a part of this representation. The other thing, what we can do with the post-communism, is to reincorporate, to include, for tourism, for identity. Decontextualization is very important, so we have to change the context. The head of Karl Marx in a city that used to be called the city of Karl Marx, Karl-Marxstadt, the city has changed its name to the pre-war name Chemnitz, but the head is a historical monument. It's officially one of the biggest logo of the city. Partly because the city was heavily destroyed, so there's not much more to build the identity. On the upper picture is the former Stalin Allee, Stalin Avenue in East Berlin. That's Friedrichshain, and it became one of the tourist attractions of the city. East Germans are using quite well. If they can sell, that's quite sellable product, and it's often a quality architecture, actually. Or you can have those nostalgia bars. We have them in Poland. I've been to few in many of the countries. They're usually over-expensive. That's Kiev, actually, very close to the war memorial. Very expensive restaurant, pretending to be a Soviet restaurant. But there is a part of the incorporation. What is important, it is that whatever we do, it has a significance, it has the meaning. There are 3 monuments of Lenin, which shows 3 different ways of dealing with the past, or maybe it's present. That's Poland, that's Lenin monument from Poronin in Tatra Mountain, has been moved to a kind of theme park in Kozłówka near Łódź. That's a Lenin monument from Bucharest in Romania. It's being thrown, and it's in the suburbs of Bucharest. And that's one of the Lenin's monuments in Moscow a few years ago, sitting as nothing happened. And each of those represents something. Romanians who kind of don't know what to do, so they threw this away, and it's waiting there. Every time I'm in Bucharest, I go to Mongoshaia and see, is it still there? It's there. And the theme park with the historical interpretation, that's one of the things, or maybe keeping, as if nothing happened. Or you can see different attitudes. There was a very famous reinterpretation of a tank, Soviet tank, in 1989 revolution, Velvet Revolution in Prague, when the local artist, Czerny, painted it pink. Pink tongue became almost a joke. Well, it was a joke then, of course. We have new icons rising, new landscape icons, churches, culture centers or theaters. That's Budapest, concrete theater built on the side of a Danube in the form of a boat, which of course is heading westwards. So the boat loaded with Hungarian culture will take them to the west. It's concrete. Or the governmental buildings in Tbilisi. The church is also very interesting. This is the largest church in Poland, in the middle of nowhere, which is in the middle of Poland, but far from the big cities. It's Neo-Byzantine, as big part of our Catholics. We have also a new modern churches, which represents other part of Catholicism in Poland. This one very well represents very conservative part of a church. The church was completed in early 2000, so it's brand new. Earlier, the largest Polish church was the St. Mary's in Gdańsk, Gothic church. But that speaks again about us, about our taste, and maybe also about a type. It is a heart of the conservative Catholicism, indeed. That's the other way of dealing with the past. Not my favorite one. Very popular. All these historical restorations, or even better, building new, pretending it's old. That's Warsaw, the city hall, about 10 years old. That's a hotel in Sopot, which is now it's 15 years old, pretending being 100 years old. That's Riga, early 2000. That's the Germans which tried to rebuild the castle they destroyed in late 1940s, and now it will be reconstructed probably with huge sum of money. And that's my favorite example from Gdańsk, the city. I work for the mayor as advisor. I usually ask my student which building is the oldest. Of course, the 1970s block of flat. Then comes early 1990s, pseudo-historical, and then kind of the most historical. I'm really worried what comes next, like a hut or a tent. What I don't like about this rebuilding, it's faking, it's a lie. It pretends nothing never happened. Okay, I lived in this reconstructed city, but we have a very strong tendency to rebuild old city. I mean, if it's been 200 years ago, or 500 years ago, we will be still living in a Baroque or in a Renaissance. But this is a very strong tendency, especially in Central Europe, to rebuild how it was. Sometimes destroy, like in this place here. 2 blocks were destroyed from 1970s or late 60s. And old-looking facades has been reconstructed. It doesn't tell very well about us, but it's again very representative because the past is a safe. We choose the golden age of past, usually pre-First World War, when there was a boom in Europe, economic boom. Almost everybody had a relatively good life, almost everywhere in Europe, en masse. So then we reconstruct pre-First World War constructions. It doesn't really help us to look forward towards future. The other direction is globalization. George Ritzman called it the globalization of nothing. So on one hand, blue glass invasion. That's, by the way, Palace of Culture and Science in Warsaw, and that's new buildings. I think this one is practically completed now. Another thing is looking for icons, so building something modern but unusual. Having another Bilbao, strange building that will speak about us and and will represent us and will make us globally known, bring us fame, like Bilbao. But it's very difficult. There's only one Bilbao, which is Bilbao in Spain. You can't copy it. But there's a tendency to build a very strange building, upside-down building, with a few in Poland, to attract hundreds of thousands of people. There is the other thing, which is the landscape of leisure, landscape of free time, consumption, as the shopping mall in Gdansk, called Manhattan, which speaks about our ambitions. Many of those were called. There was a time in early 1990s when almost every town had a kind of place where you can buy different goods, locally known as Manhattans. We all want to be like in America, so at least we could copy a name. And being lost a little bit with this transformation, we look for the shortcut to happiness, which is sex, which is gambling, and it's growing. So we don't want to wait, we want to work for a generation. We want to have a happiness now. So in Poland, there's a booming sex business. That's Central Krakow. It's casino in Sopot, in my town. Of course, rock and roll, yes, sometimes as well. Mass music is very important, and we build landscape. That's the arena, football arena in Gdansk. Cost us millions. Is used sometimes. Justin Timberlake is coming. Wow. But even on this very small scale, the landscape speaks about us. Let me start with this picture. I think it was early 1990s, one of my first trips to the West. I was in Nice in southern France, and I saw a little baskets or little rubbish containers for dog droppings. And I thought, like, oh my God, don't they have bigger problems? Jesus, like, what? A few years later, my city of Sopot was among the first in Poland when dog making cities' pavements dirty became a local political problem. Okay, it clearly we didn't have other problems, but I can't imagine now in Donetsk worrying about the dogs, or if you have no roads, or if you have no food. So this tiny things speaks and represents about us, what is important for us. That's again Sopot. It again was one of the first cities which was building the bike path, the small bike path, bike lane, just for recreation, leading nowhere to the woods and return. And there was a big campaign for the rollers, for those who were on the roller skaters things, and said, no, we want to have our own. So now we have a bike, rollers, pedestrians, all separated. This building, which looks like church, and is called sometimes, St. Mary, it's called sometimes St. Mary of Cars. It's a car park in Wrocław. Because cars became like so important for us, like that important. So we built churches for them with towers, like wow. Or the urban green. On the quality of the green, the nice flowers, that's not Poland. I think those red stars, it will be unacceptable in Poland at the moment. That's Kaliningrad a few years ago. It's again, something speaks. So we live in the laboratories. On our eyes, we can see the transformations happening. The time is running, all icons are gone. We produce something with new ones, or we do something with the old ones. So communication landscape is always communication. It's representation, and it's also a projection. This is central Warsaw, and a Stalinist sculpture from outside Palace looks at the new Intercontinental and new office towers. So the past is always behind us, is observing us. We look for the new Arcadia, new shopping Arcadia. It used to be the largest shopping mall in Poland called Arcadia. Now we have larger ones, of course. But with these identities, it's something like I saw outside the Aurora in St. Petersburg, when you can buy different scarves, just one by one, with the Russian Zenit football club, kind of maritime or Soviet. Probably there was also imperial Tsarist element. So the choice you do, which scarf you wear, which landscape you produce or reproduce, it's also a choice for future. Thank you very much.
Mariusz, большое спасибо. Вообще, на самом деле,
Thank you very much, because it's just a wonderful, very engrossing, wonderful presentation, and I'm happy that at our school we have more and more often just we go to to such subject matters and such topics, and I'm happy that we go for them. And I'm happy that we're more and more often just we go back to the basics. So we talk about formation of urban spaces and urban communities and architecture and design, and it's great. It's very telling, very important for us, because the time when there's a big deal of request of getting simple answers, specific answers. So it looks like that the semiotics, that the issue of languages, that is of this, then this symbols, then language symbols, and the environment, the ambience that forms the society. So we need to realize that so that there are no leaders outside the environment, outside the ambient atmosphere, and so one is inextricably mingled with the other. So then the society and the environment and the culture and architecture all mingled together, and all very telling. And it's very good that we need to study more, not only the society, but the environment the society creates. Thank you. Daya Cherneshova.
Picture that you presented, and as the main idea that you were talking about is that the landscape, power formed the landscape, and it represents our behavior and patterns and so on, our social world. But I have a question: can it be a tool of a social construction? Can it be used? At first, we form the landscape. And then the landscape take part in social formation and influence the mind of people that live there. Thank you.
It is often used as a tool. It was I think the Stalinist time was the best time when it was used a very clear tool. When buildings were constructed to somehow control people, shared apartments, shared rooms, big avenues, no small yards, no semi-public spaces. So it influenced our behavior, and after a while, it changed our habits. It's the same now. To create a good public space, for example, a space for public discourse, when you can, negotiate, or when you can manifest, for example, you need a place. And designing this, if it's too huge, like Red Square, I mean, you must have masses to fill Red Square. 100 or 1,000 means nothing on a Red Square. It's emptiness. But yes, there's a part of the social and political landscape anthropology which aims on designing places to influence our behavior, and then through behavior or after behavior. I don't know if change values. I think it should be the other way around. But to some extent, it can influence. And what is very important, like on this picture, many people in Macedonia believe much stronger in the ancient myth than they were 20 years ago, because now they see it and they say it's beautiful, it's white marble. Well, we were powerful. We are powerful. So all those representations, they can influence our beliefs in a hand. Because, I mean, the story which is being told it's. I mean, we live in an era of images, so we believe. I mean, it's there, and after 20 years' time, nobody will remember what was there earlier. So yes, it can be used. It's a dangerous tool, but it's a form and narration and text. And probably text is more important, but text is the meaning, giving meaning to the form.
Пожалуйста, ваш вопрос.
Presentation and for indeed representing the political aspect of the architecture and city building. And in this regard,
Introduce yourself, please.
sorry. Artak Voskanyan, Yerevan School of Political Studies. I would like to ask you a question on how do you relate to some sort of denial of the history when buildings and architectural historian parts are being removed for some political, cultural, social influence.
Well, I think sometimes something what is removed, it's removed. I'm not a big fan of making copies of what has gone. It's nice to make a clear reference. It's nice to remember. But rebuilding the churches, I know I've been only for a short time in Erevan, but I know that the Georgians reconstructed a cathedral in Kutaisi. I'm not sure is it the best way because 20 years later people will not remember. So destruction is destruction. Faking is faking. There are lots of ways of memorizing. My suggestion would be go forward. Think about the future. If something was gone, don't rebuild the ancient Rome because it will only be a Skopje. Well, that's Athens, what they are trying to do. So I should say, I mean, my suggestion would be accept, think how to memorize. There are lots of other ways of memorizing than reconstructing. Make it as a living story, so make an attractive narration, a living story, and then move forward. Maybe you can speak later in a... Okay. If I understand the question correctly.
The real question was, how do you explain the removing of the architectural pieces of their history, which is the part of their history?
Okay.
They're removing it. They're removing pieces of the architecture of like people that had political, cultural, and social influence before. That's part of their history. They build it and they remove it to kind of dump it. You know.
Okay. That happens because we change. So that's something what was desired and treasured 50 years ago. Now we don't want to see it. We want to remove a part of our history. We are not proud of this. That's what we do in Poland when we destroyed practically all the symbol of communism. I think a bit too much even, but there was the social movement. There was a big party in central Warsaw when Dzierżyński monument was being transported and removed from its site. So in this time, there was a joy, a symbolic, you know, removing a symbol is like symbolically stepping forward. We can discuss this later maybe over lunch.
Artem Vlad, пожалуйста.
My name is Artem Filatov and I'm from St. Petersburg. We have a big problem in our city and a big discussion on the urban landscape nowadays, because now we have a big historical center with many historical buildings, and when the development projects are planned and discussed, there is a big skepticism against them on the first hand. And on the other hand, there is a misunderstanding of local politicians, local developers, and so-called градозащитники, which means some activists who protect the city, the big anticipation of modern projects, because, for example, there is a big project of Набережная Европы, the European embankment, which was removed, and against it will be built the big ensemble of judicial houses in the imperial way, but not modern European buildings. And if we see, I will just tell a bit more about this problem and then ask my question. So, and if we see the social opinion, people do not understand good architecture, as well as businesses do not invest in this good architecture. So how this problem could be solved? What do you have some European examples of post-Soviet countries? What to do with public opinion, and what to do, if it's possible, to do something with the investors who don't appreciate modern architecture? Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. That's a very good question. We are dealing with the similar problems in many locations. I don't think it's very much post-socialism. I think it's a global issue. There is certain responsibility of the decision makers. If we make a popular vote, which buildings, how buildings should look like, I'm afraid that those buildings will be the winners, because that's what people like, the kind of nice buildings, beautiful. So each of the visionary architecture needs a visionary who's got guts to take responsibilities. If you would ask people of Paris 120 years ago, would you like to have a huge iron tower in the middle of nowhere? Of course everybody would say yeah. They hated Tour d'Eiffel for the first 10 or 15 years. But somebody had the guts to say. All this totally democratic architecture, Germany is a good example, is very interesting. It represents, of course, but it's anything more costs more money, takes more responsibility, and sometimes it needs to, it's always a negotiation. And sometimes I think it's worth to make a decision. It's the same like was in Gdansk. We are building the arena, which I think is a very good thing for the future of the city. But many people say, no, we need more kindergarten and we need better roads. We don't need this fancy building used from time to time. But I think it helped us really in promotion sense and in many other sense. It creates the opportunity for the future much better than without. We will build the kindergartens, I believe. But courage, I should say, and vision, that would be my answer. And it's not only post-socialism. That's the same thing everywhere. So, of course, the local activists doesn't want to have a change. They want to have everything the same or similar.
Пожалуйста, из Хабаровска вопрос.
Question from Khabarovsk. I'm Marina Vyushenko from Khabarovsk. First of all, I would like to thank you for a wonderful presentation. I'm Marina Ilyushenko from Khabarovsk, Russian Far East. So I would like to thank you for all the materials you presented to us, and I would like to ask you about new architectural symbols, symbols of the new time of the post-socialist cities.
Sorry, so you ask me what can be a symbol?
о тех символах, которые...
My question about the symbols that are appearing now, perhaps something that you already see.
I don't believe there's a general symbol. The cities create a different relationship of power, and out of this there comes different symbols. I don't think there can be one symbol for Khabarovsk and for St. Petersburg or for Perm. So it should be locally negotiated what people really want. I like when culture buildings becomes a symbol. Educational buildings, it's very important if they create space. The oldest definition of a city, one of the oldest, says it's such a combination of buildings and spaces in between them when people can have an urban life. Democratic city, I think it's such a combination of buildings and spaces that people can have a democratic life. So maybe small squares, maybe places to meet. And again, what is very important for the cities have places when you can meet and negotiate with stranger. In a village, you know everybody. In a city, you meet strangers. You don't know, will he attack me? Will he want something from me? When he or she smiles, does she want something? And then spaces designed for those interaction of strangers are important. And then what kind of interaction do we want? To march together or to talk together? So creating I'm not want to say agora, but creating an urban space when people can negotiate with strangers. Maybe drink coffee or beer, eat fish, I don't know, discuss, maybe see a film. That's the quintessentially urban, and make something not spectacular, make something that people will love it. That will be the best symbol. I know I'm avoiding the subject, but...
Thank you. Cristina Bărgănescu from Romania.
Hi, my name is Cristina. I'm Romanian, and I sometimes live in Bucharest, which is crazy and loud and dirty, and I love it. And I want to address a question, but first I want to make some comments about the things that you have shown, which I thought they were really interesting. I visited Skopje for the first time in 2008. And the main square was simply a round of flowers. That was it. When I returned in 2011, I was shocked. The so-called 2014 project, as they call it, is clearly a way of construction of identity. And a funny thing is when you enter the country, on your phone, the roaming service, the first greeting that you get is welcome to Macedonia, the cradle of civilization. That's the message you get on your phone. Of course, Bulgarian people might have another opinion about Macedonian identity. Greek people might have, but it's something that they do. And if you have the chance, visit is something very interesting. Regarding to Bucharest, you showed a picture of the wannabe Champs-Élysées. In front of the Palace of the People, and I wanted to make a comment. All the buildings on each sides are mirrored, and they're exactly the same inside. So that gives you a feeling which I think is characteristic of Romanians' relationship with the past, because you go inside a building that you've never been, but it seems familiar. So that gives you a very Kafkaesque kind of feeling of confusion, because you rationally know you've never been there before, but you kind of know it. So I think it establishes the relationship that Romania has with communism. And now I want to come closer to the question, and I'll be 25 this year. I was born in '89, the year of the revolution. And before coming to Moscow, I had never seen a Lenin, Stalin, or Ceausescu statue in my life. Never. So imagine the shock when I'm in the Biblioteca Lenină and this huge mosaic of Lenin is on the wall. In Romania, that's taboo. It's a dirty secret that we don't talk about, except on Christmas Day when we play on TV the execution of Ceausescu and his wife. Every Christmas Day we play that movie. But the rest of the year we don't talk about it. We don't talk about it, it doesn't exist. And if I would see such a symbol, I would be shocked. That's why I was shocked when I saw that. So my question is, how do we deal with remembrance? What is the role of politics of memory if we have erased this from our public space? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments and for a question. Politics of memory, it's a long thing to discussion, and it seems like different societies developed its own patterns. One of the pattern is sweeping under the carpet, which I think is a part of this thing you described in Romania, which I think is never good, because there's a moment there is too much under the carpet that you just fall down. There are many different things, and I think we can discuss it later, but the memory is, of course, very much based on education and what we learn. If you don't learn about it at school, you will never know it. I knew almost nothing about Stalin because when I went to school in communist Poland, Stalin was not existent. I hardly can't remember a name Stalin. I remember I found the old map of Poland with the name Stalinogród on the map, which was Katowice for a few years. Asked my parents, what's that? I've heard about Stalingrad and that was it. I thought it was from steel, not from the name. So it's education. Education and memory is important. And then landscape is a very important part of education because it's a kind of proof it was there. What's interesting, most of the communist museums are private. There are few very small public museums. All of the biggest one in Prague, in Budapest. There's huge, very nice memorial and museum, and I think it's Zichlava on the border with Ukraine. There was a big kind of camp and prison. There's also a private museum for somehow the public. We have the Polish Republic Museum in Poland, virtual only. So it seems like we are not ready yet, probably, but only now we are building Second World War Museum, so maybe the museums needs time, and maybe that's not that bad for a museum, because museum is always a petrification. You build a building, you create exhibition, even with all this high-tech structure, it shows certain moment. I was in a war museum in Gori, in Georgia. It had clearly two parts. One part was as it was probably 50 years ago. I saw the same pictures also from Gdansk and from the Second World War, and the new one was about the latest war with Russia. And so it's being totally petrified. So we can talk about this later. It's a very interesting subject.
Да, я хочу обратить внимание, что мы как раз программа семинара.
And I would like to make a point that our program is designed in such a way that we will revisit those aspects on a daily basis and about the historical memory, how it can work with politics and the historic memory. So we will keep on returning to that point.
Po polsku nie chyba.
No, nie хочу издеваться.
I don't like to torture the interpreter. No problem, no problem. Polish, Chinese.
Did you meet some very successful work at the post-industrial space in the area of post-socialist countries? Because this is in Europe is very popular tendency to revitalization and work with post-industrial huge spaces. Successful work with this on this part of the world. Thank you.
I'm afraid not really. Maybe it's too early. It also depends how you measure a success. Transforming a former factory into a shopping mall, it's relatively easy. Łódź is often given as an example as the middle class paradise in a former textile factory. I don't know, there's not much left from this. There's not much of the industrialization. There's mostly rare left. So it's very often those projects based on destruction, what is not protected, build everything new, and then worry with the old historical building. It is very difficult to interwoven industrial past into modern projects because only a decoration of the building, that's not much. And if it's not decoration, so what? What to keep from industrial memory? There were some attempts, but the ones I like most are the scruffy, underdeveloped projects when they are colonies of artists or students, make it a living place. Like of Piotrkowska again in Łódź. I think it's much better in the former Hamish factory. That's much more interesting. But most of the cases, it's just physical structure, so only form is left from the post-industrial, nothing else. Or maybe small memorial plaque, what was there 20 years ago. I come from Gdańsk, we had a huge Lenin shipyard. And recently there was a big debate because the gate to Lenin shipyard was the very important place in 1980 and 1989 strikes and the so-called first Solidarity Revolution. 2 years ago, one of our directors made a film about Wałęsa, so they reconstructed the gate. And of course, the Stocznia Gdańska imieniem Lenina, the Lenin name was a very important part of this. So the municipality wanted to keep it as a historical evidence. The same way like to the gate of Auschwitz is Arbeit macht frei and nobody cares. It's a part of history. In Gdańsk, we are not ready. The name of Lenin was taken twice, turbulent, media, police. My advice to the mayor, whom he pays for me, I'm paid advisor, said, leave it. Don't antagonize at the moment. So our industrial, that's kind of, I think it's gone.
Маша Гулева, пожалуйста.
Maria Guleva, I'm also from St. Petersburg. Thank you very much. And I wanted to ask a question, but first a brief story of what we faced in St. Petersburg, because I'm one of the Grodozashitniki mentioned before, the city defenders. We have two items which are on a sort of low-level discussion at the moment. Whether to remove the monument in the middle of the square of Appraisal in the very city center, the obelisk which was built by the Soviet Union, and to put back the monument for Alexander III, one of the emperors, into the middle of the square, thus going back to the Russian imperial history. And the second item, which is being, well, slowly discussed, is another one that's it's a new idea by our Communist Party leader to change back the name from St. Petersburg to Leningrad. Well, that's more of a joke, really, but the fact that it's being discussed is also symptomatic. Anyway, the question I wanted to ask is a little related to the items you mentioned, the fact that people want to be more like Americans, and at the same time the picture of the building which was being copied or faked. Which direction would you say is more popular now? Which way are the people willing to go? Back, away? What's the public sentiment, and how far can we rely on the public sentiment about the city building, about the urban design? Thank you.
I think it's every time a negotiation. In Gdansk, I can give you a very good example. In as late as 1997, we had a copy of the buildings of one street was rebuilt how it looked on 1937 picture. Because one of the buildings was neo-Gothic, so we have a neo-Gothic building, very strange. Fortunately now, even in the historical center, the new buildings they keep a form, but they are modern. It took us 20 years. We kind of grown up with history, so there's less demand to create faking architecture. The other thing is that's responsible for the leaders and negotiations. It's always a time and a place. So I don't know about this St. Petersburg. If you can't really build anything against everybody. We have still ruins in the city center on the Grinary Island. Eventually, the city was able to sell one or two small plots, and there was 1.5 meters old ruin of the Grinary. And the investor said, I will incorporate all the Gothic bricks into a new building, but for the moment I have to demolish this. There was such a cry in media made by two people, actually. It's easy now. And of course, this person wants to rebuild a Gothic granary, but of course nothing will happen. Nothing happened for the last 50 years or 60, because nobody wants to have a granary in the Gothic granary in the city. So it has to have a different form. So it's a negotiation of respecting the past. I'm not for destruction of the past, but it should be every time a product of negotiation of what can be kept and what can be done, because leaving empty place in a city center, it's also not good. So if three groups see the other points of view, maybe that's a good ground for negotiations. And I think landscape is negotiable and should be negotiable every time.
Виктор, пожалуйста.
Ibragimov Viktor, Kyrgyzstan.
I'm Viktor Ibragimov from Kyrgyzstan. Well, the Soviet Union collapsed quite long ago, and we saw some revolutions in the post-Soviet space. And still in my country we have monuments to Stalin, to Lenin, to Dzerzhinsky, to all communist leaders. My country is independent. We are proud of some prominent people, and we have no monuments to them. My question is, who is to change those architectural landscape? People or the political elites?
I thought it's the same. I thought the leaders were chosen by the society. That's the first. And if those monuments doesn't make heart, if you don't care, leave them. If there are, after 20 years' time, you might pass them by as the electricity or as the street sign. It's always there. So sometimes it might be much worse to move a Lenin monument now and make a big public discussion and divide society. If it's not a problem, leave it. And probably it is not a problem. If it's a problem, now maybe it's quite easy to organize a pressure group, start asking questions. Of course, if the power wanted to have the monument somewhere else, they would be gone. So you cannot sit and wait now for the power. You can maybe elect a new city council, because it's very often municipal, except for the capital cities, because it's never municipal in capital cities. In other cases, it's a municipal question. So if it's a problem, change it. I show you there's a plaque from Bulgaria. When one of my students, who is actually young into politics, he said, "Oh, I can't believe it." He called immediately and he asked his friends to check, and yes, it's there. And said, "Yeah, we should do something with this. We should at least cover this." I said, "No, leave it. I mean, that's a representation. If nobody else wanted, leave it. If you really want to change it, not because of my lecture. If you think it's a problem for you, leave it. It's not a problem for me."
Тимофей.
I'm Timofey Grigoruk from Yaroslavl. And my question is a follow-up question of my St. Petersburg colleague. Yaroslavl is also quite an ancient and old city, and it's one of the few cities in Russia which downtown is on the list of the UNESCO heritage. It's St. Petersburg is on the list, Yaroslavl, and I think Suzdal. And lately we saw a lot of challenges with new developments in that historical center of Yaroslavl. For instance, several years ago there was a problem when a new cathedral was being built on the Volga River embankment. It's 70 meters high, and there will be a belfry which is even taller. And they are 2 times higher than the churches of the 17th century. And I can refer to some more examples. So we understand that Yaroslavl is quite a big city, 600,000 people live there. So how can we combine the necessity for development and the need for conservation of the historical heritage? That's my first question. And then, secondly, when we talk to the people, trying to explain that if we remove those historical monuments, our city will be deleted from the list. And how can we explain to the people what or why we should try to stay on the list of UNESCO? Is it valuable for cities? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very important questions to many cities, even if they are not on the list. The question of conservation of the values of the past and the present development is I mean, every city is facing this, starting from London and New York, finishing to small towns, how to do it. What is very important to remember is that the conservation, historical building conservation, is about 100 years old. It's a 20th century invention. Never before there was never been a law which didn't allow to reconstruct all buildings. All the historical buildings, it's a compilation of different periods. Every 50, 100 years, it's been changed. We don't have a pure historical buildings really, or not that many. Look at ancient Italy. Every church has something from different styles. Architects don't really like it because it's not pure. I don't give you a question. I didn't give you an answer. If I knew the answer, I would be loaded with money traveling around the world and telling how to be kept on UNESCO. The cities would be fighting for me, but there's no global answer. There's no important answer. UNESCO is important only for certain matters. Gdansk was applying for UNESCO, but we are not granted. You must remember that also UNESCO changes. City center of Warsaw, which is 10 years younger than city center of Gdansk, is on a UNESCO list from the UNESCO Heritage List beginning as a symbol of beautiful reconstruction. Gdansk center is older. Our houses are from late 50s. Gdansk is early 60s. Warsaw is early 60s. So of course it was political. It doesn't have to be old. It is sometimes when a very strict historical preservation makes a museum, dead museum, out of the city. I've seen some examples of this. If you can't change anything, if you can't change shop window, if you can't have a garden for the restaurant because it's never been there, we have witnessed for many years a very conservative historical preservation office in Gdansk, who didn't allow us to build a new bridge because it's never been there. So I said, throw the toilets out of the old city because it's never been there. Toilets are historical. It is a challenge, and my advice would be try to stay in UNESCO, try to negotiate with UNESCO as well what can be done,
on a reasonable costs, because of course building a business within the medieval structure, it's lots of money. If you don't, everybody will move out and you will have a beautiful UNESCO empty center that all the inhabitants will have to pay. So the best is a way of negotiation and you know, in trying to do this. And for local inhabitants, my strategy would be forget about UNESCO. It's our heritage. It's important for us. Don't make it as a goal. It's important goal for international tourism, international relation. But on the other hand, there are hundreds of cities now on the UNESCO. I don't know how many of them are in Poland alone. So the promotional aspect is not that important, I'm afraid, anymore. It's much more important to have a livable city.
Друзья, как видите, к сожалению, времени у нас совсем не осталось, и мы честно следим за регламентом, поэтому я предлагаю поблагодарить Мариуша за прекрасную, совершенно замечательную сессию. Мариуш какое-то время остается с нами, поэтому в кулуарах, пожалуйста, идеями делитесь, что-то спрашивайте. Сейчас обедаем, и все, пожалуйста, встречаемся ровно через час на этом месте. Приятного аппетита!
Thank you very much for the coordination of the wild discussion.
Накарачить.
Давайте. Ты на корек, на корек. Мы можем начинать?
We apologize. Thank you for coming back after lunch. I would like to introduce our great colleague to you, who is one of the key persons at our seminars, because she is the author of our programs, co-author with Lena. Thank you. And Ina will continue on introducing. Thank you, Marina. That's not quite like that pompous, but I'm here to introduce Nikita. We had the session by Mariusz Czepczynski before lunch, who was telling us that architecture is not just about houses, but also about the space where we live and the space that we create and recreate around us. You might have also understood that people don't come to the school by chance, but we really convene following some internal logic of development. And I think that Nikita Tokarev, who has been our friend for a long time, but unfortunately we don't meet him too often. However, I think that he is a person who deliberates about many of the topics which are in the focus of our seminars. This is our first presentation by Nikita Tokarev. You will find Nikita's works, architectural projects, libraries in Japan, houses, diplomas, exhibitions. For the past 3 years, Nikita has worked and has been the head of a Moscow Architectural School, the institute that he founded himself with his colleagues, and I think he will tell us more about it himself, and thank you for being with us. Good afternoon, dear friends. It is a great honor for me to be here. Thank you for the invitation, and thank you for the very flattering words. And I do not think that I deserve this higher praise, but the one thing is true, that apart from being a practicing architect, I also deal with teaching and the establishment that Ina has mentioned is the Moscow Architectural School, which we do together with the so our graduates have a joint degree with the London Metropolitan School, and our graduates get a British diploma. So if anybody is interested, we could also talk about that. However, my purpose here is not to advertise the School of Architecture, but rather to talk on a different subject, which I think somewhat related to the School of Architecture, which is the public space. And to dwell upon the topic of it being a reflection of our society, a reflection of the relations within a society, and it is equally interesting to see as to what we can analyze by looking at the society through the prism of its urban or architectural, for that matter, space. So if we can, I do hope that this session will not be a lecture, but rather a dialogue or a discussion. We could see probably a better what does our society look like. To finish with these introductory remarks, let me say that the author of the best question or the statement, I have a small gift as the almanac, and you can learn a little more about our school. I was planning to show some slides and then to move on to the discussion of the topic itself. Presentation. The public space as the mirror of social relations. My statement is maybe self-evident or even commonplace, that the public space is indeed a reflection of our society to a certain degree. I will start by several historical examples to have a more consistent vector. This is a public space, one of the first public spaces, which is the Agora in Athens, which was the center of the antique polis, not just in Athens but in other Greek and Mediterranean cities, which was the central space which was shared by, say, a street market and also the political forum through the so-called direct democracy, when all the members of the polis would come together and vote, being a proto-parliament through direct vote. And of course this had political battles, some even armed conflicts, but this was taking place in Agora, and Agora was surrounded by the covered gallery, which was called Stoja. And people could find themselves in shade to be protected from the sun. And in Stoja, in this porticoed gallery, some more private conversations could take place, including the transactions or agreements reached. This space had its own code of conduct and its cultural code, which were agora-nomes. And there were special people who were watching the trade, and the weights were measured, and the agora-nomes had to follow and to observe the rules of conduct. The slaves, for instance, could not turn to the free citizens if a slave was not asked. Specifically, he could not talk first. An interesting code was in the space between Agora and Stoja. A person on the Agora, it would not be proper to talk to the person who was in Stoja, and conversely, it was possible to talk from Stoja to somebody who was in the Agora. So Stoja was like a semi-private space, and if somebody was there, it was believed that he is not to be disturbed. And he was becoming the actor of a different play as he stepped into the Agora. So these rules of conduct were quite elaborated in Agora, with a beautiful grove. And here you see a theater, which was also a part of the space. And of course, this was also a part of the public space. Here's how Stoja might have looked like, even a two-story Stoja. But the important thing is that it's not just a space, but a architecturally defined place and related to a civil life. The temple was usually in a different part of the city. It is somewhat different from more archaic societies. The next, of course, big public place is the Roman Forum that many of you might have been to or known. And in many ways, this was the center and the hub for the societal life, and also the space for public interaction. Many of you would remember what do we do when we get up? In many cases, we either read the Facebook or switch on the TV or read newspaper. The ancient Greeks and Romans did not have either internet or TV. However, they were socially quite active, and so the inhabitants of Rome, primarily the free citizens, would go to the forum in the morning to learn both the political news and the social news. The more so that the free citizens were not particularly preoccupied. There were either landlords or officials, tradesmen, or landowners, and of course either the non-free citizens or the soldiers were dealing with the rest. This is a reconstruction of the Roman Forum, where you can also see the galleries where everyday interaction takes place. This is one of the reconstructions. What is interesting here is that as the Republican times were substituted with the empire, the social life in the Forum was becoming more and more public. So indeed, society was becoming more and more supplanted by the state. And indeed, the people of Rome were less and less active in the actual life of the society, because the imperial government and the upper echelon of the society, the upper tier of the society, were becoming increasingly influential. The forums, meanwhile, were becoming more and more architecturally opulent and rich. These were gigantic structures which cost dearly, and every emperor or major and prominent politician in the Republic times believed it was their duty to either embellish the existing forums or to build the new structures. So you can see that the Forum was no longer a square, but rather a major manifestation of the wealth and might of the state, or its prominent figures, which were making such a donation to the citizens and the inhabitants of the city of Rome. Such and the practice of such donations and the huge constructions were expressed in the construction of the Roman baths, which did not relate to the social life per se, but were rather an analog of the modern day entertainment complexes, in the center of which were the baths, but also a whole number of other services which were provided to the population, from the libraries to the sports gymnasiums and stadiums, the hairdressers, the massage and spa parlors, or fitness centers, if you will. But the baths were, of course, not a place for social life, except for private conversations and private transactions. So the public life was gradually coming from the Forum to the baths. Our next stop at this very short historical tour are the medieval commune cities with the developed social life and self-government. This is the central square in Brussels, where you see the public place. This is the market square, because in the center of a city life and the basis of its economy was trade, and less more trade than production. And in this central square, you also see how the residential buildings face this square. Unlike the ancient Greece and Rome, where the residential houses never faced the forums or the agora, which was not believed quite proper, even in Rome. The palace of a ruler or the residential constructions did not look into the forums. And here, in the medieval cities, quite differently, we see how some of the residential structures and the houses of the wealthy citizens open with their windows to the public square, to the city square. And this is quite different. This is a very different form of social life, whereas the council of the wealthy were or might have been ruling such cities. Here there are socially important buildings like the mayor's hall, but also the trade shops and the craft shops, the ateliers, and the residential the apartments and the residences were kept in these buildings throughout the Middle Ages. When coming to the Russian experience, it would be of interest to remember how the Red Square was evolving and transformed, was gradually transformed in Moscow. It was originally a market square between the city and the Kremlin, between the fortress and the city, which was primarily due to the military needs. This was an interspace through which the fire may not really cross to the fortress if the city were to be destroyed, and so the Kremlin would stand firm. And at the same time, such an open space was a definite obstacle to any assault forces willing to siege and the fortress. You can see the moat of the Kremlin, the moats of the Kremlin running the perimeter of the fortress. You can see the Cathedral of the Intercession, and in the peaceful times, this square was a marketplace. And the trading grounds, the precursor of today's GUM, the department store, were built in here. So this marketplace was also blessed with the cathedral. And this cathedral was definitely used by those who traded in the market. So it has this very special form. This is the marketplace. The moat is gone. You can see the trading grounds, and immediately after the moat was filled in, you can see the trading places coming up also, and behind it is the wall of the Kremlin. This is the Red Square in the beginning of the 20th century. It's a place for both trading, and there is no sacred nature. It was quite a lively and vibrant city square. And the tram was crossing the square on both directions along the Kremlin wall. Well, this is what happened to this space in a matter of 15 to 20 years, when the necropolis, the Bolshevik necropolis with the mausoleum were emplaced. The Soviet government believed this to be a sacred place. Of course, no trade or commerce was in any way possible, and even the department store, the famous GUM of today, was for many years closed for commerce up until the 1950s. So the Soviet government treated this place as the food or the very special place used for parades, manifestations of its might and power. So it was not possible to substitute these functions or to usurp them for anything but the sacred function of the red parades. Indeed, because this square became the hub of the Bolshevik government, it was immediately perceived as the place where some dissidents could rally, or Matthias Rust could aim to land in the 1980s. Now, today, this place balances between what we may call sacred and marketplace. So we might remember this quite a bit of a scandal with Louis Vuitton's trading pavilion, which was believed to be improper in the Red Square.
So this suitcase was evicted or banished with disgrace, and I suppose we're moving backwards, sort of. Somebody can enter the street, but if you want to do something over there, any attempt, unsanctioned attempt, without any official permit, is getting more and more difficult. And all activities about using nail and hammer by attaching your testicles to the Red Square are becoming more and more perceived by both us and the government as some absolutely unacceptable, because we perceive Red Square as something sacred and sacral. If you can't do it, say, in Oktyabrskaya or anywhere, if you had done it elsewhere, it might not have been necessarily noticed. Another example, I'm now moving to its Q&A session, to a dialogue. This is Manezhная площадь. This is what it used to be like, to look like. This is before the revolution. Then, before the revolution, there were buildings there. Then those houses were torn. Then there was a stone that said, this is where they would place the monument to 50th anniversary of Great Socialist October Revolution, but it never happened. It was just an empty space where they was used as parking for tourist buses. Then, all of a sudden, in the 1990s, it again became a place for public assembly, where it was the venue of rallies attended by hundreds of thousands of people. And the next step was quite unexpectedly when it was occupied by trading spaces, but in a way that would certainly not allow to use it as a public space. There's entertainment area, Khotny Riyad, and its architecture stands in the way of any using this space as a public place. You can very well see from here that the public will be squeezed away from the center to the periphery, and it's impossible to get into the roof top, because it has some lamps and globes and other facilities. I'm sure it was done on a purpose, although to some extent it's some kind of architectural curiosity. Certainly, Great Center certainly went. The shopping mall, and it certainly went. Another square next to Kursky railway station. It never enjoyed the same status, but it was quite a nice square, thank you, and public space. And this is what it looked like back in the 1970s. Maybe it was not especially beautiful or very comfortable, but nevertheless, when you disembarked, you would get immediately into the city. Nowadays, we get onto the rear wall of the huge shopping mall. We see its sort of backyard facade, which is not greatly better, much better than what it looks like from the front. But nevertheless, we look into these wall without windows. It says hello to our capital, which turned its backwards towards us. So there is usurping and seizing public space by shopping malls. And we should say that actually the shopping malls are supposed the only new public space, which is something that was created in the 25 years since the time of Perestroika. We could discuss their quality, we could discuss their ideology or whatever, but it still is known that this is part and parcel of public space. They're open to the public, but it's purely for profits, purely commercial entity. This is what our, so to say, new political and social reality can offer to citizens. Well, another phenomenon, when we see spontaneous public spaces where rise where we're not supposed to be by architects and occupy by, where for several days this boulevard became just a new agora where people would not only express their political sympathies, but this is where they stayed and where they had meals, communicated, food was provided in lectures and concerts. An interesting phenomenon where people just privatize the public space, which unexpectedly do not change their function without changing their physical composition. No constructions were built, then nothing happened, changed, but people came and say we would make use of their space in this way, and this is how it came to be. A new public space, you can square, you can say this is a boulevard, which also for a brief time became public. It's good to point out and notice that in 25 years since the times of Perestroika, the government has not built one single administrative building. It does not have any architectural, so to say, expression, any special features. All government bodies stay in specially designated places and which were renovated. For example, the renovation of the Kremlin. This is how they tried to use this. The Duma is in the former building of Gosplan. This is an administrative building of the Soviet time, the 1930s. We continue to use the White House, which will house the Russian government executive branch. The new building that was specifically designed would be for Moscow region government, and it would be interesting to hear what sort of message this architecture gives us across, because this is manifestation of a new political structure and a new political system. And the latest trend where we would be interested to look at, they are parks set up by new Moscow administration at the initiative of the Department of Culture, person who's in charge of this department, Mr. Kapkov. This is also interesting and an interesting new trend. This idea of most effective use, well, in inverted commas, use of public space, that they try to most intensively they want to attract people there. Most people and activities per unit, per each square meter, but at that, this is again about consumerism. for good reason that the ideas to set up at specially designated areas and enclosed areas, something like a Hyde Park, like for quasi-social life, but it failed because nobody really intended seriously to put it there. Nobody would like to come there to share their political passions or call somebody something. With due respect and my sympathy for what is going on in Park Kultur in Gorky Park, I suppose it's much rather like a consumerism center about leisure. It's not really a new public space, new social space. And my last slide here would be to look, what about the competition for the new design of Triumfalne Square? Triumfalne Square was a stumbling block where people would try to hold demonstrations on the 31st of each month, and on other days this was a popular venue, but Moscow government would not allow these demonstrations for reasons that were known to the government alone, and this Triumfalne Square became another important space, although physically there's little that could happen, but around it it was just a battlefield. And last summer they held a competition for the renovation of Triumfalne Square. From our view, a very good design won. Euro Moscow was drafted it, Moscow architectural team, but it would be interesting to see what political message this design gets across. What does it tell us? And it seems to me it's a step towards, again, Gorky Park probably, because what we see that in the square, it will not be easy to gather there. It's covered by grass, it will have lawns, and it will house pavilions. So as a space where we could have several dozen thousand people, it is much rather will not be able to accommodate that many people. So, although probably it will become a very pleasant space and for leisure in the city. This, I think, is also an interesting trend which we could discuss. Well, in this slide I want to end my presentation at that, and I would be interested to listen to comments, your questions, and if you would share your opinions. Thank you. Well, I would only want to give one comment since I'm here. I remember when I shared it with my friends who first traveled to Moscow from other countries, I never spoke about Moscow as a polis. I always spoke about Moscow as a citadel, as a fortress. And I spoke about it intuitively, but I suppose I was right, in a sense that if we speak about polis, we expect some social and public life would go on. In Moscow, social life for a long while, in Soviet times, it happened in flats and the kitchens. Nowadays, we saw several attempts and surges of, but this is just spontaneous and just a space where people can express their will. Nowadays, it moved to internet, and we have no space. We have sacred spaces, we have spaces for public, for cultural and for leisure and for other consumption, but public spaces, in point of fact, are non-existent. And I think that this will inevitably be reflected in the mood of our life. No doubt, there's no doubt about it. Not only do we shape the space shapes us. It may be a controversial point, and we don't really have to think that it is architecture that has the blame. But packaging, it's too much of a commercial word. It's like, it's for a mollusk, it's like its shell, because they cannot exist. Mussels cannot exist without it. But It is the shell that exists for the muscle, not the muscle exists for. And it is that architecture lives longer than a muscle, and we can think what he dreamt of, although he may long be dead. So, move to the better world. So, in reply to what Ina said, well, indeed, social spaces or public spaces per se are non-existent, but it doesn't mean there is no space whatsoever. What we, the heritage of the Soviet epoch and other epochs, we still keep this shell. And it will be interesting how we use it nowadays. How do we use these spaces and these squares and streets? What do we use them for? Not only ourselves, but also the government and whosoever who exist in this space. Otherwise, Moscow is certainly a citadel. It's a unique city in whose center we see a huge fortress. Within this fortress, it is a government. You only have to have admission tickets. It's locked, and not everybody can get admission. For a very long while, the Kremlin was closed to the public whatsoever, as compared to other capitals, with the exception of probably Beijing, where these are no longer existent and fully occupied by government structures. This is indeed Moscow's unique city in many ways. Well, just probably I will ask Nastya to handle it, because she will do it better than myself. Nikita, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Inna, for handing over the chairs and these topics which we now discuss it in our program, because public spaces and cultural landscapes, this is something we've never discussed at federal classes. We sometimes had sessions like this. We had a special program, Culture and Civic Life, in Perm, in Irkutsk, and then... But otherwise we didn't speak about it. But we should certainly speak about it. But when our agenda has first European experience, or rather European expert, and then Russian experts, but they don't limit it on their own context. They rather give global aspect and cover both history and modernity. It's a good basis for discussion, because there is a need in this. There is indeed the shell. This is what we got, and we have to live with it. And the public space is developing. Life has not stopped. There are some aesthetic demands. There is demand in public communication, and there is a greater aspiration for comfort. So we're using it. Something is being changed. Some historic complexes get a new lease of life. Some industrial estates are renovated and become art galleries. These Khrushchev-style small and ugly residential buildings, they now get new facing, and they get something nicer if we can tear them down. Well, all these changes, they have to do with the public demand from the public, and this implies public discussion. So anyways, we can discuss it we can share our own experience and so on. Roman Ilyin from Vologda, thank you very much for your interesting presentation. My question is, what's your take on design code of the city, which was commissioned by the city of Moscow? Do you take part in it, and what do you think is most important for urban environment? Well, there are many questions in one. Well, first of all, we didn't take immediate part in it, in developing design codes, but we certainly work in close contact with Chief Architect Kuznetsov, and we hold various events which Moscow Architectura organizes, and we also take part of it. Our rector, who is a member of the Urban Development Council of Moscow, So design code, I suppose it's a positive, positive initiative. This is what they call urban design. I don't know, it's just whatever like advertisement, infographics and urban furniture, what you see on doors, green spaces and so on. Well, whatever is not buildings per se, and whatever is, well, in our cities it is an absolutely ugly condition, and in terms of what it looks, in terms of appearance and how it works. If in Moscow we can help change it and develop not only design code and develop mechanism for its implementation, I suppose this will only be for the better. And I hope it works. In every civilized city it has its own design code. You cannot hang whatever you want on the wall. They regulate both the size of the advertising and the lighting and whatever parameters. What is most important in urban environment? Well, this is a question which you cannot, well, you can't answer it in brief, in 2 words. I suppose city life matters most. If there is life in the street, then it's a good and healthy environment. If people walk around, if they say go to cafes, go shopping, or just sit on benches in parks, an urban environment should sort of encourage this life, although a climate is not very helpful in this regard. Moscow here is in the very early steps of its way, but some steps have been taken. New pedestrian streets are around, and it's a pleasure to walk them rather than now. They're now regulating parking spaces, although they're only small steps. First small steps. Moscow is not about downtown alone. We mostly live in residential areas around it. So trying to support it and promote and encourage city life in every way. This is it. Voronkov Nikita from St. Petersburg. Nikita, you touched upon these innovations in public spaces, and my question is, what is your take on what they call co-work zones? And do you think they can displace stuffy offices? Well, I am really very positive about co-work zones, because it's also part of modern city life. If there is a public Wi-Fi in the streets, in open spaces, then why not? Why don't you work, say, as you sit on a bench somewhere in a park, rather than in an office? Maybe specially designated locations might be installed, but it seems to me that probably we don't have to set up special reservations for people who want to work. Well, all the space belongs to us, to the citizens, and I suppose city dwellers should feel comfortable as they sit down, or maybe lie down, in any place. And when there's specially designated spaces where you have to take a long walk to, and I think it's really strange, and you don't know what you do on weekends when nobody works, or on an early morning. These monofunctional spaces, I suppose they work worse than mixed spaces. But otherwise it's great, and it's great that we have almost ubiquitous Wi-Fi. It's actually great. Timofey Grigoryuk from Yaroslavl. In your background speech on the history, you touched upon ancient public spaces, and at that you missed one important space here. In ancient Greece it was a theatre, in ancient Rome it was an amphitheatre, therefore where it was the venue for citizens, not just for, in Greece, for enjoy a theatre play, in Rome to see like battles between gladiators who killed one another, but just for some communication. Some public and political events took place both in Greece and Rome, connected with Roman emperors. What's your take on this? In a modern world, first of all, are there examples? And secondly, can we really combine cultural space, cultural open space, and transform it or maybe combine it with public and social sort of acts, but I don't really know. Maybe summer theatres or something like this. Do examples like this exist, and can it be done in modern city? Yes. Yes, we have examples, and it's not so much about these new structures that you want to put in place as to how this political and social life works. Because indeed, in many parks there are open summer theatres and scenes where climate is clement. They are open all year round. There are stadiums, which, for example, nowadays often become this public space. For example, I was witness as this pre-election rally that was held on the stadium. Quite severe, somewhat intimidating sight. I just happened to visit that town on that day, on pre-election day, and it was pretty much intimidating. Yes, if this public space is there, well, then why not? But the question is, indeed, modern political life, both here and abroad, it encourages this sort of use of. We don't have this direct democracy when, say, this theatre would be the venue for courts, because in Athens, yes, almost all citizens sat on as judges in courts, and they certainly needed room where they would listen between the defendants and accusers, but they needed some space where they would return their verdicts. Well, why not? Under other political circumstances, a stadium can become a venue for political life, yes. Do we need any special structures to be specially designed and set up for this? I don't think so. I suppose a summer theatre or a stadium work very nicely. The question is about how we're about to use them. Public space. Okay, please, in this just second row. Anya, please. Again from Yaroslavl, Anna Radova. My question is, some 2 years ago, colleagues may correct me if I'm wrong, we had a competition among Yaroslavl inhabitants. Let's think about the image of the city. What do you think, like developing the image of a city? Do we need to sort of do it in a centralized manner, like the initiative should come from the top, from the government, or is image shaped spontaneously from the bottom, from the grassroots level? It's not an easy question. Nowadays, how shall I put it, this topic of branding for territories, for cities, for towns, marketing of territories, it's very fashionable. And many people work for it and suggest, let's think of an image, let's develop this sort of design program for promoting our city or town, and then investment will come and everybody will get to know us and love us, and we shall sell our city or our town more successfully. But honestly speaking, I'm somewhat skeptical about this sort of promotion. I think that image is not so much about, how shall I put it, not in the minds of marketing specialists, it's not so much about design and advertisement bureaus. It's the government and the people who live there, they create this image. If things are not really well about this town and the streets are dirty and there's litter and people are not happy and smiling and architecture is, well, ugly, then your efforts spent on image creation will be wasted, and it will be waste of money, and we've got plenty of examples. They seem to be promoting these programs, but they're not good. In my view, if you think about image, you should first and foremost, you should focus your efforts on the people who live there, how we perceive our own hometown. What do we want it to be? What do the government or ourselves as citizens or, say, architects commissioned by the government, what message do we want to get across to our people who live here? What is the image of the city we want to see? And what comes next, later on, it would be how investors, tourists want to perceive our town. This program, sort of serving the inner interests, might be helpful in tourist sites where tourism plays a substantial role in the economy, but these sites are not that plentiful. Regrettably, domestic tourism is not greatly developed, and they're laying great hopes, but probably overestimating its potential. What will the people who live in the cities see? This is a question. May I give you an example of Perm, for example? This Perm culture project and architecture and whatever, it's thought first and foremost to export sort of its, and they tended to forget and neglect the people who lived there, and they saw when people would arson and people set on fire some installations, and people were generally discontent about this expansion, intrusion into their own private space, which is bad given all the good intentions. This project, well, about at least the people who live there, they did not think well of it.
Good afternoon, Anna Martinova, Sochi. It's not so much, it's a comment rather than a question. Our city is a resort. Geographically, it's very advantageously located, and it's very difficult to create any comprehensive architectural system, because it's in between the sea and the Caucasian mountains, and it stretches along the shore of the Black Sea. We talk about the difference between the public space and there's a public space. In my view, they appear only where and when the society needs them, when the people need them, and then they come along. But otherwise, and in Sochi, so there are many public spaces. This is the specifics of the city. It's a resort, so there are shore embankments along the shore, and so there are squares that so came from the times of the Soviet Union, so where the May Day parades were held, etc. And is there public life in Sochi? Yes, there is. But it's kind of closed in upon itself. Mostly has to do with civil activists, and only 25% of spaces are used actively, and just along the shore, some more as well. And these civil activists, they're not using convenient sites. So they prefer to meet privately within their short community. They don't go out, and so they don't meet with the public, with the people. So they prefer to be separate, secluded. And then there are some public events, so different public holidays, and so they organize, but the authorities organize that, and so. But otherwise, so the meetings are very small. So then there's a big parade, for example, going on. So when on the day of a certain holiday, public holiday, and then people just meet in very small groups. It's a comment. And so the civil society had the meetings where the problems were. And maybe if in the city, so there is no civil society, maybe there is no need for public space. You are right in saying that we give sense to space, irrespective of what the architect did many centuries ago. So we imbue the space with meaning and sense, because this is we give it. So just don't place high hopes on the architects, because it's our responsibility, because we live there. And it's true that so that the political life of Moscow in 2011, 2012 goes to prove that this public space may appear out of nowhere, because this is the avenue of Sakharov, so in the middle of Moscow, and so no one expected that it would become the place of political life. Or the Bolotnaya Square, for example. No one expected that it would become a place of such intense events. But so then unexpected, random sites become very important, because it means that it has a hidden meaning. So maybe they don't allow to use them properly, then they look for other spaces, so which is available right now. And it keeps, it's all in flux and motion, it changes. So the meanings and the sense changes overnight. So Levinson, a famous Russian sociologist, wrote about it after 2011, 2012. So when they reconsider the public space by the citizens. Very interesting. Altai area, Altai Krai, Barnaul. I wanted to point out, to comment, that public space is regionally it's wider than a square or a street. It kind of fills with itself an entire city. It's the streets and avenues. When Pompeii was excavated, so they found not only buildings and houses and streets, but they found many citizens dead there. And they found the first, so there was a wall, and on the wall there were some writings on the wall. And people just left their writings on the wall. So someone was saying that I have the most beautiful girl, and then someone just would write a few lines, and then another one would answer, and then he would come back and write another line. So it was correspondence. It was the first chat in many centuries ago. So people. For example, it's a small house, a small backyard. So all of a sudden, this turns into something important, where people start to meet, talk, discuss, debate, and then this little unknown place becomes the site of public communication, and acquires special importance, and is put on a different level of. Then the original meaning of squares was related to carry out certain functions of authority, like the Athenian agora or others. And so people who were building squares, they had it in mind. They understood that the squares or big open spaces were related to the functions of the government or authorities and the power of the country. And at the same time, so the squares, as open places, they wanted to communicate themselves to the people, because they want the square to be not only beautiful but imposing, beautiful, and all this attached a certain sacred meaning. But now the attitude changed. So then, so because the government or the authorities, the power, so this is gone. There's no relationship. But now it's just a big open space where people rest, entertain themselves. They consume services. they talk to each other. So it has nothing to do now with the projection of the state's power. And so this public, I get the impression that when you're coming to Moscow by train, then you can see on the fences so different writings of different quality, and you won't see it on any square. So, but as you approach Moscow on the train, so you could see it from the window. So that's why this territory where people get together and communicate, so it's kind of moved from big squares to more remote and smaller and covered spaces. And so where they feel more sincere, more open, and more conducive to discussions and debates, so they are living big open grounds. And is it? Have you been thinking about it? So does it manifest itself in any architectural form? No, I don't know what to say. I agree that that public space, it's the entire space of the city, with the exception of your apartments or your backyard. It's a group space then, which is owned by a group of people who live in that block of apartments. But in my presentation, it was impossible to cover everything, and I'm not sure about that public life is living big squares, big spaces, because they're designed for this public life, and in this sense, so these squares, they still have the symbolic value, because that's what they were built for, and so this idea of public space is conveyed to them, because people need to find a place where they can get together. But how the modern architecture can so respond to modern means of communications, I don't know, because there are examples where they provide walls for graffiti artists, so it becomes part of inherent part of life of the city, and not something forbidden or banned, or so like Banksy. So then he came out from the underground, and so he became a high-level artist. And so the architecture cannot respond immediately, because architecture is quite static or ossified, and so but clothes, for example, the media facade, or so something continuously changing element, so it can respond. So only components that can be removed or added to the squares, the buildings around. So they can be, they're more flexible. So the facade can be decorated on a certain building, so it becomes a chat place, or just winning. You can write there something. Yes, Masha, I love you, and then someone will comment on that. So we can see it on the asphalt or on the walls, and so this maybe so that they can get 30 seconds of fame, and so to write to Masha that he loves her. So please, short comments, short questions. Thank you. As a graduate 2011, lots of things. I'll be brief. To thank the school and the speaker. It's a very interesting appeal to culture and to cultural landscapes. So this certainly adds another dimension to our seminars. The school curriculum is a good idea. And then in the middle and the beginning of the second half of the 20th century, the French philosophers who criticized the system. They were saying that the urban architecture is privatized by certain forces, and it needs to be freed, unbound, and fetters and chains should be removed, and how just to give the public space back to the people. And so go outside, get your city back, and so there's such slogans, or just go to the beach and enjoy yourself, just acquire this beach again, and so get the city back. So what's your attitude to different political activists and so the squatting phenomenon? What's your attitude, squatting? And occupy, buy, etc. And so maybe there should be any attempts to institutionalize these movements, to legitimize these movements, these feelings, this social request, and just turn it into some kind of a commercial institution instead of resting in cultural space. So to create a space to consume culture and to consume leisure. So then there was the original program, and this project was originally developed by the artists who were just settling in some empty buildings, and they were squatting there, and so working there, and seizing property. And then it has evolved into a very stylish, daring, artistic endeavor, and people just they came out with the new positions, poetic, cultural, architectural positions were heard. Maybe I've been vague, but it's a very interesting subject matter. But your question has an answer in it. I respect, and I pay a great deal of attention to all such spontaneous urban activities. I think that this is what I would call a modern urban life. So people. So, for example, people sow grass, or just or draw a crossroads, zebra crossing, draw a zebra crossing on the asphalt, or do something unexpected. So this kind of spontaneous activity, so graffiti or whatever. So sooner or later it is institutionalized. It falls within certain expected framework, and then then the bureaucracy kicks in, and so then some developments occur, and then eventually then it is so then it becomes institutionalized, and then the next generation comes, say, so that these benches are not good, so they don't look good, so they throw them out and they start from scratch, and they bring in new benches and draw new zebra crossings. And but this is just the beginning. So it's a pirate activity of the people. So it's supported by site Eupolis, for example. So it's kind of bridge between when everything is allowed, between the complete anarchy, and so trying just to put it in a certain rut, a certain movement to legitimize it, and then all this illegitimate benches. So they are becoming legitimate, and so it's all in flux. It's all moving, because architecture cannot respond quickly, because architecture is an expensive thing. It cannot evolve rapidly, cannot change rapidly, because certainly all these movements and all these events are certainly related to the urban space. But the urban space itself cannot be changed. It can be just filled with a different meaning. So there are many young architects and designers there. But we need to remember that the form cannot be changed quickly. It can be painted, reshaped, added, amended, but the basic architecture is a durable system which cannot be changed quickly, so it cannot catch up quick. Ivan Vlasov, Kaliningrad. Thank you for a good, coherent intervention. You have woven such a logical thread, so when people, so the Forum of Rome and all the way up to the present days, and I think that the next link in this chain is the Facebook communications. Do you think that let's say Mark Zuckerberg, do you think he is the creator of open spaces? If yes, then who has better chance to succeed in this area? I expected this question. No, I do not think that Zuckerberg is a competitor. He is not. It's a deep question. It's my conviction that architecture cannot be replaced with other media, because architecture is bigger than media and is bigger than art. Architecture, if I go back to my metaphor, so when that the snail cannot live without the shell, so my colleagues and philosophers and architects, they're saying that the internet space is a new public space, right? And there, so public life is migrating. It's true, but without a lively, vibrant life contact, human beings cannot exist. So eventually, you need to get together physically. You need to look someone in the eye. So hug or lean on or have a drink of beer, drink a bottle of beer, and this is fundamental. This is a fundamental human requirement, and only architecture, real physical architecture, can offer this opportunity because it exists in physical environment, and the way this physical environment is built. Will be the way and opportunities provided to those people to cooperate, to communicate, whether it will be comfortable or not. Yeah, so what we'll find there. So just a pavement that you can take a boulder out of it and throw at someone, or we'll find grass or sand or concrete or just asphalt. And so this environment will certainly impact the way we are going to deal with each other. So, but we are not. So we are no. He's no competition for me, Mr. Zuckerberg. An architect, like other professions, the professional is that the professional understands better what the client needs than the client himself. So because professional, because if the lawyer didn't say what the client needed, then probably the client would go to court. And so then there are some constraints of these professions as lawyers and architects, because we should not harm anyone. So the lawyers have their own ethics, the historians have their own ethics, and architecture doesn't have. Is there in the community of architects? Are there any ethical restrictions or constraints? And what is the situation in architecture, in the community of architects, vis-a-vis their understanding that certain things are inadmissible, some ethical things cannot be done, or not? That's a tough question. You are right in saying that we should adhere to a certain ethical code in our professional community. It's there, it exists, but unfortunately it's to a lesser extent in Russia. In other kinds of professional shop regulates the behavior of its participants, so written and unwritten rules. And the main rule is certainly don't do any harm. Don't hurt anyone, even in the interest of your client, so you cannot harm anyone, even supporting and working for a client. So the cultural landscape, ecology, we should not do any harm, shouldn't damage. That's one of the principles. Unfortunately, so these standards don't work well, these ethical principles don't work well, because for us, an architect is to a lesser extent is a person part of the civil society because of the absence of the civil society, and eventually, so he either clings to authorities or clings to business, and never clings to the citizens, and very rarely. So the architect works in the interests of the people, and so in other countries, an architect is a public advocate, a public lawyer, a civil agent, a defense lawyer, so in the good sense of the word, and who protects the interests of the citizens, customers, clients. Unfortunately, the architects themselves, so this code of ethics, they cannot generate it by themselves because it should be a result of. So there should be some exterior framework and some brackets, some limitations. Because even if the architect is talented and enlightened, but if there is no one wants him to be ethical, then it's very difficult to be ethical if no one cares if you're ethical or not. And so there should be a desire of the society for you to be ethical as a professional architect. That's why there are many architectural and so catastrophes, and I've shown some. There's this Atrium and the European Trade Center and the Manege. So were designed by our colleagues, and I feel responsible. Designed by our colleagues, not I personally, but still I share responsibility. And then, so we need just to eventually get good architects, sensitive, thinking, smart, intellectual. And I think that the only way to do it is by way of educating them. Education, enlightenment. That's why I appeal to you, because you need to help us. You need to talk about good architecture, to disseminate, and you can just say outright that this kind of architecture is bad, and don't be shy about that. Yaroslavl. In our city, we face a challenge, as a public activity challenge. We have no places, no public spaces where points of attraction. So we do have an embankment along the bank of the river, and that follows the bank. And so then, and our authorities prefer us to stay home rather than meet someplace else. So because even the children's playgrounds, so they are built in a way so that they will be very close. And it's this square is located in such a way that there is an exit point and entry point, and so people just pass through it all the time. And so, has it ever been the case in your experience that people not only just spend money on on ice cream, but where they gravitate to, where they want just to go and stay there and debate, talk. So yes, there are examples now. They're coming up now. Recently, I'm not getting just about the culture park. The culture park is not the best of the examples, but it's a good. It's very commercialized and it's very profit-oriented and revenue-oriented. But if you go, there's the Museum Park, which is around the central house of the artist. And around this park, they managed to create such public magnets, attraction points, gravity points, not turning them into completely commercial, not turning them into something commercial. So, for example, in Tsede House, there is a big, wooden bridge or plane, and so many people are attracted. So they sun tanning, swimming. They're riding their bikes. Although it doesn't, there's nothing specially great to attract the people, to make it a place of gravity. But people come because they like it. Then Museum, so this nice space. So there is a new wooden road which connects the entrance to the park from the Garden Ring and the Moskva River. And so it has turned into a good magnet. People like to walk there and they go around, and certainly in museums, certainly they have food courts, etc. And but I think that museum is much more successful than Gorky Park. Gorky Park. Yeah, but it's an issue of professionalism of the architect and the educated customer, because the educated customer should be able to find this balance between profit and public space for everybody. Small cities, I know little of them. I don't know much. Vologda, for example, in Vologda, there's a good project with wooden steps along the embankment. So we do business with Lift project, and so they came from the Social Revolution project, and they were saying that in Vologda they made a big mistake. So the architects who work with those spaces, and they made a mistake. They did not manage to get to talk with local communities, and so the zones that were built very well, so they're kind of dying out because not a single local community was not interested in creating them. Yes, true. Yeah, that can happen because the architects do not know and do not want, not wish to communicate their ideas to the people. They are not taught how to do that. And so even the residents are not ready for this kind of dialogue. But then anyway, it's a step in the right direction. So next time they will think twice, it will be better now. And another time it will be just great. And so we need to move and learn from our mistakes. Unfortunately, our time is up. And I see many people want to ask more questions, so let's do it in the lobby. But this is the very good discussion because we need just to follow up what has been said today in your regions. And I'm happy to say that many of our graduates, so they are involved. So someone is trying to save the cobblestone street in Kaliningrad, some are trying to protect the parks, and some are protecting old churches, wanted to save something else. But that's not certainly sufficient. It's we need you to be more active, more dynamic. And for example, it's horrible that in Perm, so Perm 36 Museum is closed down. I don't know why, because it's certainly it's a memorial of the Gulag, where the people were doing their time, and so horrible So the acts of terror and the prison camps, etc., just horrible, and it's being closed down. This is not good. Very disturbing, and so we need to help. We need to talk to the people, to talk to the authorities, and help them to look at this with a fresh eye and enlighten them. Thank you. And in conclusion. At our school, besides, so we have the master's course, and this we have open lectures. So anyone who is interested in architecture, please come and visit us, because we are inviting different people as lecturers, not only architects but public officials and others. So there was a series of lectures of our Swiss colleagues. So architect as a civil agent, and so now it's the final lecture, so no one will make it there. But it's a good idea. So please visit us, come to our site and see what happens. If you're in Moscow, you're welcome. We have lots of interesting lectures, and then what touched me. Your question about ethical code, and I hope it will eventually be put together, will be developed and adhered to. Thank you.
Так. Можно начинать, но людей не все есть.
Нет, все.
Так, я попрошу.
So I would like you to be attentive once again to what's going on. And before I open the session, which is quite new for myself, since the expert that is going to speak now, Dag Ballebeck, he offered a great topic for us, but we have never heard him speaking before the audience. So for us, it's going also to be a discovery, as it's going to be for you. And I think we can just wish him good luck on his way to this intellectual space. Besides, I would like to introduce Christian Lundby to you. I think you've seen a gentleman, and I would like to thank him and the entire Institute, Norwegian Institute for International Relations, which is our partner and which provides us with some experts for this seminar, since they know much better than us who to recommend. And we are also grateful to that institute and that we are receiving sufficient aid from Norway so that we can sustain the seminar in financial terms. So in his person, I would like to extend that gratitude to the Norwegian side, and I would like to convey those the gratitude on behalf of me and everybody who thinks alike. Democracy is a process. That's a process that has been lasting for many centuries now. And the problem of civil society and the problem of person, which came to be in the focus following World War II, democracy, some place is going to be built, and in some other places, like in Europe, it can see some times of a crisis, since European community and the individuals in many countries do not trust their politicians. They do not trust the transparency that Brussels authorities are supposed to show. And we saw those developments in many countries recently. I think the difference here is that all those points are made openly, and criticism is quite open. And criticism is a good word, like the old Greeks believed to be, because it indicates that some weak points. So I think it's a clear conscience and a gratitude we receive any financial support. We wish to mostly come from Russian sources, but however, if sometimes or oftentimes we cannot receive that locally, we really approach those democratic countries who are interested in promoting universal democratic values of a state with rule of law. Perhaps I'm wrong, but that's the way I think. And it's like this. And the topic that Dag is going to speak about is social trust, conditions and challenges. That's exactly the topic that is extremely relevant for both Norway and Russia. Thank you.
Спасибо. Добрый день.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thanks a lot for the invitation to come here. I'm really very glad to be here with you today. I would like to apologize for not delivering my report in Russian, but I think it would be better for everybody if I don't.
Apologize that my Russian isn't better. It really should have been, considering that I spent 2 years living in Moscow. A possible excuse, though possibly not a very good one, is that I spent much of my time in traffic jams such as this. For me, dealing with Moscow traffic was a giant cultural shock, especially considering where I come from, which is this situation. Of course, this comparison is flawed. The Moscow junction requires much more complex interaction than Norwegian one. But still, it's impossible not to notice how drivers behave very differently in the two cities. In both cities, as a driver, you have to make a choice. Should I continue beyond the stop sign or the traffic light, even though I risk getting stuck and blocking crossing traffic? So the choice will then depend on what you expect other drivers to do. In Moscow, the only rational or indeed possible course of action is to drive as far as you can into the junction. From experience, you know that this is what other drivers are going to do as well. In addition, if you wait until the coast is clear, you will not only risk having to wait forever, but you will also make everyone behind you very upset and angry. So the result is that all cars are pushing on from all directions, and the traffic grinds to a halt. In the Norwegian setting, drivers will wait until they know that they can make it all the way through the junction, even if they have a green light. Drivers expect others to comply with the norm of avoiding blocking traffic. Also, there is this norm of generalized reciprocity, that your favor will be returned by another driver in another junction. So next time it's someone else's turn to wait, and I get to go first. I don't think I have to say that the difference between the traffic behavior in Oslo and Moscow is not due to any moral superiority on the part of the drivers in one setting or another. In purely individually rational terms, it simply makes sense to cooperate in Oslo traffic, while it doesn't make sense in the Moscow junction. This traffic scene from Moscow illustrates what we may call a social trap. In a social trap, all actors act rationally, individually, but the result of their combined actions is a collapse of the cooperation upon which everyone depends, so that everyone is worse off in the end. I have to say that it didn't take me very long to adjust to the new situation, and I have to admit that my newfound Muscovite driver represented a problem when I returned to Oslo and had to adapt back to this law-abiding, placid Norwegian traffic culture. Another culture shock occurred shopping at IKEA in Moscow. From Oslo, I was used to going to the getting what I wanted, going to the till, and then scanning the goods myself, and then just walking to the exit. When I came to IKEA in Moscow, there was someone who had to scan my merchandise. In addition to that person, another employee was at the exit checking what if I'd bought corresponded with my receipt. And then after exiting IKEA, there were put up barriers to prevent me from stealing the cart. So I had to carry all my Ivar shelves all the way to the car. So why am I going on about traffic and IKEA? Well, I think these examples are linked to some fundamental differences in belief systems. In my country, people tend to think that most people can be trusted. Whereas in Russia, most people think you should be very careful when dealing with strangers. Society is organized differently in the two countries because of this difference in trust. And at the same time, institutional and structural factors reaffirm and shape variations in trust. And these complex causal relationships between social and institutional structures and trust are not easy to disentangle. One author calls it a well-tossed bowl of spaghetti. What is certain is that changing mindset from one place to another will inevitably be very challenging. We are now in a situation where both academics and politicians are showing increasing interest in social trust. In the next half hour or so, I will try to summarize why I think that is. I will outline some of the conditions or pillars of trust and some challenges. And finally, I'm going to problematize two recent trends. First, the tendency to regard trust as a kind of a magic potion that cures all ills in society. And secondly, the tendency to use trust as a benchmark for political success. I know that you have already been presented with the survey results showing that Scandinavians tend to agree that most people can be trusted, while Russians tend to think that нужно быть очень осторожны в отношениях с людьми. So, I will not delve further into those numbers. I just want to emphasize what this question is intended to measure. It is what we call generalized trust. Generalized entails that it refers to an abstract notion of most people and not specific individuals. That would be particularized trust. It captures a worldview or a cosmology, or as my Swedish colleague Lars Tregård would call it, cool trust, as opposed to the hot, emotional, and often blind trust we attach to our close relations. Ken Newton, another author, uses the term thin trust as opposed to the thick trust you place in people you know well. Now, generalized trust is about positive expectations regarding the intentions of generalized others. Its function is to ease cooperation between strangers and not between family members and friends. Now, this finding that many Norwegians are generalized trusters could be interpreted and spun in several ways. The Norwegian daily newspaper Aftenposten, which I've reproduced with a little help from Google Translate, chose this angle. Norwegians are the most naive people in Europe. And this is certainly part of the story. I can admit to being one of the most naive persons in Moscow traffic at one time. As it turns out, I was part of a proud Scandinavian heritage of stupidity. In Minnesota, the people are still telling joke about dumb Norwegians, based on the stereotype of the immigrants of the 19th century who were blonde and blue-eyed in more than one sense. And there are, of course, situations where it is stupid to trust. Trusting people will tend to be more exposed to being cheated and misused than a cynic. But generalized trust is not the same as throwing all precautions away and placing blind faith in strangers. When you ask the question as a 10-point scale with 2 statements on each end, very few people, even in the Nordic countries, place themselves at the unconditional trusting extreme of the scale. And even though excessive trust can equal naivety, the scientific literature tends to view generalized trust as an asset and not a drawback. Indeed, the scientific interest in trust has near exploded in recent years. And one important catalyst has been the impact of 2 books by Robert Putnam, Making Democracy Work and Bowling Alone. Inspired by the work of sociologist James Coleman and others, Putnam put forth the argument that social trust is a central component of what he calls social capital, which is the resource that enables individuals to cooperate efficiently without coercion. In and by itself, this point that trust is a precondition for cooperating effectively is not a very original idea. But Putnam did two other very important things. First, he started talking about trust as a property of entire societies and nations. And secondly, he documented that the resource was fragile and had, in fact, diminished in the US. Following this shift towards societal effects, many empirical studies have examined how trust can have beneficial outcomes on various variables on the society level. Economists have linked trust to economic growth and development. This is due to more effective cooperation and reduced transaction costs, meaning less resources spent on control and formalization. Within social medicine, studies have actually shown that the body produces less of the stress hormone cortisol in settings where people do not expect the worst from each other. And trust is also strongly correlated with different measures of quality of life and quality of government. And it has been used to predict everything from homicide rates to obesity. So in essence, trust is a magic potion. The American political scientist Eric Uslaner has somewhat sarcastically called it the chicken soup of social life. It is a cure-all solving most, if not all, of the ailments of modern society. And you can imagine for politicians having a magic potion at their disposal, which creates growth and happiness and is completely free to manufacture, is quite an attractive idea. I find this increasingly troubling, and I will return to why towards the end of my presentation. So the first important impact of Putnam's work was that trust was now seen as a societal asset. The second important thing that he did was to argue that even though trust and social capital have deep historical roots, they are also fragile and prone to erosion. In the US, trust levels had depleted since the 1960s. And then he did a third thing, which was perhaps not so smart. When he tried to explain the erosion, he ignored factors such as rising social inequality, political scandals, and wars. And instead, he placed the blame on a rather unlikely candidate, namely TV watching. And his preoccupation with TV is truly fascinating. This is a figure from the book Bowling Alone. Here he finds that people agreeing with the statement, TV is my primary form of entertainment, were more likely to give other drivers the finger, the middle finger, in traffic. And people who thought TV was a primary form of entertainment also were less likely to work on a community project. I think all of us can think of a couple of confounding variables in that analysis. But the message he was trying to give in Bowling Alone was that in order to rebuild trust and social capital, people needed to watch less TV and be more sociable, go to more picnics together, bowl in more organized leagues, and sing in more choral societies. That was the solution. That trust levels in the US have dropped so quickly shows that there is something to explain here. As a main rule, generalized trust is a sticky structure that changes very slowly over time. But the US experience shows that it can also dissipate quite quickly over a brief period of time. Question is why? Putnam's explanations in Bowling Alone were all at the individual level, about TV and picnics and bowling. But the TV theory has received limited empirical support. The studies investigating the effects of active participation in voluntary associations, such as choral societies and sport clubs, have generally found nothing. Some individual characteristics are clearly important explanations of variations in generalized trust, primarily education, personality, and experiences of victimization or abuse. But the answer to the trust puzzle is clearly not found in bowling alleys or at choir practice. So the trend now in empirical research has instead evolved towards structural explanations, and I will turn to these important studies now. My reading of the current literature is that social trust rests on 4 pillars. One is the importance of historical factors through processes of path dependency. Another is the presence of a sense of shared fate in a population. A third is the existence of rule of law. And the fourth is a strong civil society. I will briefly explain each of the 4. First, the historical factor. There was a fascinating study by 2 French economists, Algan and Cahuc, in the American Economic Review recently, that compared the trust levels of descendants of immigrants of different nations to the US to current levels of trust in the country of their ancestors' origin. And they found that Americans of Scandinavian descent, even in the 4th generation, express trusting attitudes more frequently in American surveys, the same way as today's Scandinavian citizens are the most trusting in contemporary cross-national surveys. And they are followed by descendants from Central and Western European countries, while those originating from Eastern and Southern Europe are less inclined to trust. And this figure shows exactly how strong this correlation between the trust of 4th generation immigrants to the US, which is labeled inherited trust in the figure, and contemporary levels of trust are, at least if we ignore the statistic outlier India. So this fascinating finding shows how trust is really a sticky structure. It is a deeply historically rooted trait of a society, which changes very slowly over time. Hey, what's happening? In Scandinavia, the historical heritage is arguably particularly conducive to the development of a trust culture. One has to go at least back to the Viking ages, which is not something you would immediately associate with trust. But what they did was to establish at a very early point in time a court system. The Ting replaced the rule of blood with the rule of law as early as the 11th century. And these structures prepared the grounds for emancipation of the individual from the loyalty to clans and blood. It was a shift from a society based on hot trust to a society based on cool trust, in the Swedish historian Tregård's words. And this early individualism was reinforced by the Protestant Reformation, emphasizing each individual's responsibilities for his actions to God. Even today, citizens within countries with a Protestant heritage exhibit higher levels of generalized trust than what we find in other countries. Now, the Reformation also had another beneficial side effect with regard to trust, because people needed to know the gospel for themselves. They were encouraged to learn how to read and write. And this led to a low level of analphabetism in the, at that time, relatively poor Nordic countries. In turn, this was important for the growth of popular mass movements and the establishment of a strong civil society during the gradual peaceful democratization during the 19th century. And the Lutheran Church also emphasized the role of the state and the king as a grantor of the common good, as well as the autonomy of individuals and equality under the eyes of God. So these factors all fall in line with the development of the modern welfare state as a secular extension of Lutheran heritage. The welfare state of the 20th century ensured redistribution of wealth and the absence of deep social divisions. It also reduced the sense of risk in society, which makes it easier to place trust in others. With the exception of the Sami population in the north, Scandinavian countries remained ethnically homogeneous, and they were very small in scale and generally peaceful. The point is that history plays a decisive role also in shaping the other three dimensions, the other three pillars of trust: a sense of shared fate, the rule of law, and a strong civil society. One can say that with regard to trust, the Scandinavian countries are born under a particularly lucky constellation of the stars. The same way Norwegians have been lucky finding oil in the North Sea. In our plentiful stocks of generalized cool trust, we have also been lucky to find a kind of oil that greases the machinery of society. The second pillar is this sense of a shared fate, and this is a phrase I've borrowed from political scientists Erik Jussleiner and Bo Rothstein. They argue that a fundamental community in interest is a precondition for people to trust each other. They are mainly concerned with how social inequality impacts upon this sense of shared fate. They argue that social trust is caused by two types of equality, namely economic equality and equality of opportunity. Economic equality is simply how equitably resources are distributed within a society, whereas equality of opportunity is the chance that people see for economic progress in the future. Jussleiner and Rothstein have quite a bleak conclusion. They say that trust cannot take root in societies lacking in economic quality and equality of opportunity, because there is no sense of shared fate. But if generalized trust is missing, then welfare programs that redistribute and afford real equality of opportunity, for example, through investment in a free and equal access to education, will not be established, because people's trust will tend to be limited to their own group or their own class, and they will therefore favor policies benefiting only their own socio-economic group. They will tend to lead lives that do not intersect in different neighborhoods, different schools, and so on. The rich fear the poor, while the poor look at the rich with envy and resentment, assuming that the rich got that way by unfair advantage and that the rules of the game are unjust. So, trust is a value expressing the belief that others are part of your moral community, writes Erik Jussleiner elsewhere. But exactly who we include into our moral community and with whom the sense of common fate is shared is not only about socio-economic factors, it also has a cultural dimension. In the age of globalization and mass migration, many European countries that used to be ethnically homogeneous are now becoming multicultural, and in Scandinavia the change has been particularly abrupt. It is unlikely that a rapid transformation of the population from highly homogeneous to multi-ethnic can take place without a loss in social trust. While homogeneity is not a sufficient cause of high social trust, because we have many examples of homogeneous countries that are low on trust. A relatively high degree of homogeneity may well be a necessary condition for high trust. It is easier to include people that are similar to ourselves in our moral community. Robert Putnam has argued in one of his much-cited articles that ethnic diversity brings out the turtle in us. By this, he means that people, like the turtle, tend to withdraw into their shells when faced with a more diverse environment. In his analysis, both trust and civic engagement are likely to be reduced by immigration and ethnic diversity. This situation is, of course, particularly challenging if socioeconomic and ethnic cleavages converge among the same lines. The empirical research into this question is contradictory, at least on the surface. But if we look more closely at the patterns, we see that the studies focusing on generalized trust in most people, tend to find little or no effects of immigration or ethnic diversity, while those examining trust between neighbors in local communities tend to find strong and negative effects. And the fact that overall trust levels in the Nordic countries have in fact risen alongside immigration is probably caused by two things. First, people may not think about immigrants when answering questions about most people. They might just think about their majority population. And secondly, generalized trust is a deep-seated value in people, which is formed in childhood and adolescence and remains relatively stable for the remainder of the life course. And this means that the increasing trust levels we have observed in the case of Norway and Denmark may be due to stable conditions in the period under which the respondent was coming of age. That is long before the growth in immigration. But I think the issue of immigration opens up two very important debates. First, it means that conscious political efforts have to be made to establish a new sense of us. A sense of shared fate belonging to a nation or a community does not emerge automatically. And secondly, it raises the question of what happens if we make trust a benchmark for political success. This is increasingly the case in my home country. Paradoxically, this discourse on trust may lead towards policies of sequestering nationalism and insulation. I will return to this towards the end of my presentation. So let's now turn to the third pillar of generalized trust, the rule of law. The proverb is brought to mind. I'm not sure if it's Russian or some say it's Chinese, but at least you're familiar with ryba gniot s головы. Is that right? Fish rots from the head down. Corrupt leaders breed distrust throughout society. Corruption is a violation of trust. It's an act of expropriating what rightfully belongs to others. If you can't trust your leaders to abstain from such actions, then who can you trust? It affects your individual rational calculations. It makes no sense being the only person not taking a bribe in a corrupt system. And in addition, corruption reduces the belief that conflicts and disputes can be fairly settled and that crimes will be fairly punished. Knowing that other people know that they will be penalized if they break the law makes it easier to trust that they will play by the rules. So, trust in the fair and efficient operating of conflict regulating institutions, such as the courts and the police, is of particular importance. If we do not believe these institutions are operating fairly and efficiently, this also affects our expectations about the law-abidingness of other people. But the police and courts are not the only institutions that matter. Bo Rothstein makes an interesting observation. In a welfare system, the more complex and opaque the rules are, and the more of decision-making in individual cases are left to the discretion of street-level bureaucrats, the more likely corruption is to emerge. In his view, universalistic welfare arrangements with the same rules and rights applied to all are less likely to result in corruption than means-tested arrangements where the rights to welfare benefits need to be pleaded for and proven in each individual case. The Nordic welfare states have historically been universalistic and not means-tested in nature, but this might be about to change. Again, the literature on corruption and trust is quite pessimistic. Juslainer and Rothstein talk about negative spirals, where economic inequality and low trust cause corruption, at the same time as corruption contributes to maintaining inequality and distrust. Now, authors such as Juslainer and Rothstein are mainly concerned with public sector institutions. They completely dismiss Putnam's insistence on the importance of voluntary organizations. They refer to the studies showing that participation in such associations does not have any measurable effects on trust. In their view, this proves that Putnam exaggerates the role of associations and civil society. It's really only about the public sector. While I personally agree with their institutional perspective, in my view, dismissing the role of voluntary organizations altogether is throwing the baby out with the bath water. And I'd like to take the opportunity to present some findings from my own research to support this notion. In one paper, I've studied data from the European Social Survey. I first examined the relationship between individual organizational participation and generalized trust. And if Putnam had been right in his assertions that it is active face-to-face interaction in associations that matter, then active members should be much more trusting than those who are only passively affiliated and do not take part in activities. And in line with previous studies, also my studies showed that there was no difference between active and passive members. So, so far, this supports the perspective of Hugh Lehner, Rothstein, other critics of Putnam's perspective. But let us change the focus of our lens, so to speak, and move from examining differences between individuals and rather look at societies and look at differences between regions. Then the picture looks dramatically different. The horizontal axis in this figure is the strength of voluntary associations in the region, measured by the average number of organizational memberships held by each individual. The vertical axis shows the average degree of generalized trust. And you see that the relationship is almost perfect, with a stronger correlation than you can normally just dream of in my line of business. So the more memberships you have in a region, the higher the level of trust. This is a very strong correlation. It is also a relationship that holds, even if you control for levels of education, ethnic diversity, social inequality, urbanization, trust in the police and judiciary, and religiosity, which, by the way, has a negative effect. These factors all contribute to completing the picture, but the strength of voluntary organizations remains the most important explanation at the regional level. So why is this? Why do we find no relationship between individual participation and individual trust, and at the same time this extremely strong relationship when comparing regional levels of trust and strength of voluntary associations? Now, my interpretation is that voluntary organizations preserve and institutionalize trust rather than generate it. Putnam's perspective focuses on the role played by associations as arenas of socialization, where people learn to trust by interacting face-to-face. The perspective of Rothstein and others is much more institutional, but they argue that only institutions in the public sector matters. And I disagree. Voluntary organizations are vital to social trust, not primarily because they allow people to meet face-to-face, but because they are a crucial infrastructure of collective action. They demonstrate the rationality, availability, and usefulness of cooperation. And in societies with dense networks of voluntary organizations, it is widely known that an infrastructure of collective action, of collective problem solving exists. This is a knowledge that's not limited to the most active members, which is why we don't find any difference between active and passive individual members. Much the same way as the tacit knowledge that roads are useful is not limited to people driving at any given time. Organizations institutionalize trusting relationships when members elect persons to represent their interests. It's revealing that the Norwegian term for elective representatives, izbrani predstavitel. The Norwegian term for that is tillitsvalgt, which literally means someone who is chosen and trusted. A second important point regarding the institutional function of organizations for trust is that we cannot really focus only on the output side of politics, as Rothstein and Juslehner does, if we want to account for variations in trust. Without strong and active civil societies providing input, government institutions cannot retain the type of legitimacy and effectiveness that the state-centered perspective rightly emphasizes as crucial. Where we find the strongest trust cultures is in societies where organized civil society act as real intermediary structures between citizens and political system, and where governments are held accountable by active organizations fulfilling a watchdog function. Of course, even a strong correlation does not prove causation, and I do not claim that the relationship is unidirectional and flows only from strong organizations to trust. In my view, organizations are results of strong trusting cultures at the same time as they are one of the pillars on which a culture of trust rests. So, we have identified these four conditions or pillars of trust at the societal level. I'd like to use the final minutes before I open the floor to questions to do a little bit of swearing in the trust church. And ask the question, is trust necessarily and always such a good thing? Obviously, it's in the interest of a society to have access to a resource which reduces transaction costs, eases cooperation, improves quality of life. But I'd like to at least raise the question of whether it is possible to reach a threshold level of trust where a more critical attitude would be beneficial. Also, I'd like to reflect a little around what happens when trust becomes a benchmark for political success. Now, as I've said many times, the Scandinavian countries are prototypes of high trust society. People trust each other and they trust the government to a very large extent. And these attitudes are strongly correlated. Part of our strong social trust stems from the trust in our leaders and the trust in our conflict regulating institutions. For good reason, Scandinavia is often referred to as state-friendly. The state is seen more or less as an extension of civil society. And this reflects in part how the democratization and nation-building processes were driven by popular mass movements and how they eventually conquered the state apparatus. Now, let me use the terrorist attacks of July 22nd, 2011 as an example. Some of you will remember 77 people, most of them young people, were killed. And after the terror struck, the Norwegian Prime Minister gave a seminal speech where he called for more openness and more democracy as a response to terror. This speech was rightly praised both in Norway and abroad. And many observers noted the non-vengeful tone of politicians and peaceful mass mobilizations of the public. But in political reality, within a year of the attack, some really draconian measures, dramatically increasing the government's opportunity for surveillance and control of citizens, were passed, and without any real public debate. Trust in government can reinforce social trust by increasing a sense of predictability and safety. And in our research on how terrorist attacks affect the population's attitudes and value, a key finding was that people who placed a great deal of trust in government prior to the terror were less likely to be afraid, less likely to be fearful of new attacks after the terror struck. People felt protected by the state. But this effect may be paradoxical. Those who trusted government were also the most likely to support new control and surveillance measures, which may in turn undermine the very basis of the open and trusting society. So there is a risk that trust can make us numb and uncritical, in which case it can become its own worst enemy. So a final cautionary note. There is increasing awareness among politicians about the value of trust as a political currency. In my home country, an ideological battle is currently going on where all sides of the political spectrum are fighting for ownership of this magic potion. I don't think this is unique to the Norwegian case. The political left is concerned with social inequality. They claim, with a lot of support in the empirical literature, that social inequality breeds corruption, damages trust, and so on. In their view, the origins of the Norwegian trust culture are found in the generous welfare state, which has prevented social inequality and ensured social mobility. The left chooses to focus on the importance of strong state institutions and a sense of shared fate and social cohesion in economic terms. But they prefer not to talk much about the possible strain that immigration imposes on the cultural side of social cohesion. The conservative right claim, again with a great deal of support in research, that the culture of trust was there long before the establishment of the welfare state. Therefore, in their view, dismantling public welfare, accepting greater income inequality, will not threaten trust. Instead, the current conservative right government has coined the phrase trust politics, tillitspolitikk, which essentially means that the state should withdraw and leave citizens alone. In essence, the political implications they derive from the literature on trust is diametrically opposite to those of the left. Conservative right tends to focus on the historical and civil society pillar of trust and are unconvinced by the arguments of Rothstein, for example, that the current models of welfare play any role. And finally, the anti-immigrant right claim, also with support in research, that what really matters is that Norway remains a homogeneous country. If the current volume of immigration persists, social trust will be damaged, and then the welfare state cannot persist because it is based on trust. And this immigration is not culturally sustainable, to use their terms. They therefore end up in what I think is quite a paradoxical position. In order to preserve our open, tolerant culture, we need to keep people that are different from ourselves from entering the country. In order to stay open and tolerant, we need to shut down ourselves from the rest of the world. So this political current focuses only on the cultural side of the social cohesion pillar, of the sense of shared fate. All sides are right and wrong. Of course, I think it's a good thing that politicians are concerned about how their decisions affect social trust. But there is something uncomfortable about the direction the discourse is currently taking. Policies geared towards maintaining high levels of trust may become very defensive or even reactionary in nature. When the trust research shows that what really helps is that people are as similar to each other as possible and place a great deal of trust in their leaders, this may well provide a recipe for static conformity, lack of pluralism, and paradoxically for prejudice towards outsiders. And as much as I like trusting most people, I'm not sure if this utopia of trust is a society that I would like to live in. Thank you very much.
Большое спасибо, Дек.
Thank you so very much indeed. The topic of social trust is one of the key questions and key topics of our seminar, as indeed social trust is a key element of a good part of the institutions and the networks and the systems that we are deliberating and considering in the course of our seminar. So we're the more so elated to have been able to listen to the European perspective, at least, and the Nordic perspective.
Presentations and data you presented to us. At the beginning of the report, you mentioned such word reciprocity. Reciprocity as a principle of a social order. But you didn't speak about another very important thing, the principle of solidarity. In my opinion, solidarity is mutual responsibility among social actors. And we know how this principle is important for post-Soviet countries. Let's take Poland, for instance. This movement, solidarity, was called Solidarność, and the principle of solidarity is the basic principle of Catholic social doctrine, because John Paul II introduce it to this doctrine. So my question is about it. What do you think about this principle? How do you understand it? And what is about solidarity in Norwegia? Because we know that solidarity is also the principle of the welfare state you spoke at the end of your report. Thanks a lot.
Yes. Thank you for an excellent question. The sense of solidarity is very different in the Norwegian context and the Polish context. One of my favorite historians, who I refer to a couple of times in a lecture, Lars Tregård, has described the Nordic countries as an alliance between state and the individual, or the state liberates the individual from the dependency upon family and civil society. So the solidarity that you're describing, the kind of thick solidarity which is connected to church institutions or for example, the solidarity movement you mentioned. In Scandinavian terms, you will talk about more this cool solidarity, where you have a diffuse sense of shared fate spread throughout society, and where the state has sort of, in many people's view, liberated the individuals from being dependent upon civil society structures. So that would be very different. If you measure trust as generalized trust, the result of that will be that Norwegians will have much higher generalized trust than Poles would. But it doesn't mean that Poles are not trusting. It's more that their trust is tied to civil society institutions in the society where they live and interact. The Norwegian or the Scandinavian system is more dependent on this type of generalized trust than other models of society are.
Наша выпускница из Самары, Даша.
Our alumnus from Samara.
Lecture. As I'm currently making research on the problems provoked by migration, your lecture was of great and I may say enormous help for my research. You mentioned that the sense of common trust and sense of community does not emerge in self. So you said that it's government who is about to work about it. And that is why I would like to tell you that, in my opinion, I used to think actually that here we may observe the spillover effect. Like, it's not artificial thing that we may create, but it's an event, whether it is good or bad, that may actually create this feeling of belonging. If I'm wrong, could you correct me? And can you give some examples that will actually work, some projects that government may introduce in order to improve the situation? Thank you.
Yeah, the last part was very difficult. I don't think it's the sole responsibility of government. I was speaking that it doesn't happen by itself. I was talking, you need a concerted effort, I think, from both government and civil society. I think what has happened in Sweden, for example, which I've written or co-written a book about, is that there has been kind of a love affair with this idea of post-national identities, and people have been under the impression that, okay, we can handle an immigration going from almost 0 to 15% of the population with immigrant status, and we don't have to, do anything really active from in order to form them into kind of a common identity, because these things will happen by itself with the course of time. And what I think has happened is that this has not been the case. That you have had the development of subcultures, which are geographically concentrated, which are fall in line with socio-economic divides, and you have, in some areas of Sweden, quite an explosive situation. Now, I believe that you will need an active state you will need active local government, and you will need an active civil society. I believe a society where you have high levels of immigration and you have separate civil societies, people do not intersect, you have separate institutions, they go to live in separate neighborhoods, go to different schools and so on, then a sense of shared fate is almost impossible. So you need to do two things. You need to both not be afraid to speak of the nation, I think, not to be that you belong to a national community, and include these new groups in the notion of the nation. And you need to ensure that all these important institutions are not segregated along ethnic lines. So this requires both a dialogue in which state and civil society takes part, and it also requires some quite bold political decisions in the areas of housing, labor market policies, and so on, and school.
It seems to me our colleague Fabio wants to say something.
I would like to divide the discussion towards trust towards...
Introduce yourself, please.
Fabian from Germany. Fabian from Germany, studying at High School of Economics. Since 6 months I'm in Moscow, and I would like to divide the discussion between trust towards private person and trust towards let's say juristical bodies. Since my own experience since 6 months in Moscow or in Russia, I had very good experience towards private person. I really there was nearly no bad situations which I could not trust a private person, or I was cheated by a private person in Russia. So I had really good experience toward private people, and people very honestly, and I feel very good. I mean, even here on the seminar with my friends Eduard or Roman or Albert, I feel very well. But then came the thing towards juristical bodies like banks, companies, and there I had very bad experience. I just a small example. I wanted to change money, and like you go in these boxes and you give the money in, and I had 500 euros, so I wanted to exchange it, and then I get the exchange doesn't happen, and they just gave me the 400 euro back, and I asked why, and also in other situations I was, I mean, this makes up the trust, but for this I would like to divide it to private people and towards juristical or like this things, and there I come to the let's say juristical body, because if the courts in Russia are not working properly, so these companies or banks maybe have not the responsibility towards their counterpart, so they will be never actually responsible. So I see on this the biggest construction site for Russia at the moment. So to build up proper courts and which are not influenceable, which are not can be traded, which cannot be traded. And that was just on my own experience in Russia, very different between private people, which I had good experience, and between like juristical bodies, which I had totally bad experience.
Thanks. Your experience corresponds very well with my experience, I would say. There is a clear distinction between interpersonal social trust and institutional trust, no doubt about it. And the correlation is far from perfect, and it varies between contexts. In Southern Europe, there is actually a negative correlation, meaning that people who trust other people tend not to trust the government. There seems to be an alternative. If either you trust the government or you trust other people. In the Scandinavian context, where state and society are so tightly intertwined, then the correlation is very strong. It is basically the same people who trust each other, who trust government. And I think Russia falls somewhere in between those extremes. Yeah. I think I'll stop there. Yeah.
Антон Петров задает вопрос.
He speaks English.
Anton Petrov from St. Petersburg. Thank you very much for your very interesting report. You have said about the importance of homogeneous characteristic of a society in order to build up a trust system. We, Russia, definitely lack certain elements of homogeneous characteristics. Well, we are a federation after all, and we have different cultures. And that's why probably one of the reasons why we have problems with creating a trust system. On the other hand, my relatives, some of my relatives, live, for example, in Tallinn, in Estonia. Estonia has been under Soviet rule for a long time, and still, when I come there, I see a very much system of trust. Is very efficient government there, and I would say that they have a perfect civil society. They have very strong feeling of common faith and so on and so forth. However, in Estonia, there are two societies. The other one is a Russian society, and I would say that Russian society has its own civil society, its own idea of shared fate, which is could be actually different from the Russian in Russia society. And so we can say that in Estonia we have maybe even two systems of trust in one country.
Yes.
And Estonia is a Scandinavian country, right? It is mostly a Scandinavian cultural heritage. So this situation actually leads to a conclusion that maybe trust is a cultural thing, that maybe it's Scandinavia that really can generate trust, and Russia cannot. And even Russians that are put in the Scandinavian context, they can create their own system of trust. What can you comment on that?
Excellent question again. Estonia has this, on the generalized trust question, they have almost Nordic levels. They score quite high in spite of their authoritarian history. I think what you're mentioning about the separate civil society or separate societies is very, very interesting and true. Ricus Lehner, who I've referred to several times, he says that what the generalized trust question measure is an evaluation of the fabric of your moral community. And then people will define their moral community differently. So Estonians, or majority Estonians, responding to the question will probably think about other Estonians and not the Russians. Whereas Russians responding to the question will probably think about other Russians, given that their civil societies don't really intersect. So then what are we really measuring? There are two interesting dots in this diagram that I'd like to divert your attention to. This is, I'll just stand up for a moment. Point towards them. These two, do you see the two outliers? Yes. Below the line there. Did you see them? Do you have anything to point with? Does this work? Yeah, I got it back at least. Okay. I can't reach up, I'm not that tall. But yeah, excellent. He found them, perfect. Do any of you have a theory of which countries those, or what country those two dots belong to? One in the back. Yes.
I'm very sorry. I wanted to ask a question, maybe very much relevant. Eduard, please remember to give your name. Eduard from Bashkortostan, from Stерлитамак. Well, Meg, your presentation is wonderful. Made me think. Well, this notion of trust plays a very great role in a system of governance when there is no structure, no system. and sort of system-less or structure-less governments in society. The question is, today you explained us so very well, showing what trust is even at the molecular level. You say certain hormones are secreted by the human body. You went to biochemistry even. You appealed to biochemistry, and you are, say, in a society of future politicians in Russia, and we are very interested, maybe really as we study this notion of trust, you want to discover, open the elixir of trust. So can you imagine a politician, for example, comes into an audience to his voters and say, look guys, you will be happy, and everybody under the influence of this elixir clap their hands, say, okay, we support you, we're all in for you. This is where the question is. Thank you.
I'll respond to that question first, and then I'll just finish the. I think what you're explaining or what you're describing is exactly the situation in Norway now. We have more or less a gospel of trust going on. These findings and graphs that I've shown have spilled into the public debate, and they're cut loose, and it has led to these partly dishonest ways of communicating, because the solutions of these problems are all, at the civil society level. They're all at the micro level, right? It's all individuals need to get their act together, and it's not really any responsibility or costs on the part of the politics. But then, of course, they reap all the benefits because they get the economic growth and they get their happy citizens and so on. But I think all sides of the, not all sides of the political spectrum have thought really through what happens if you derive all the implications of what the empirical literature says. They choose to just grab onto to different pillars and choose the part of the story that fits their version of reality best. And in this I see a real danger, and I see some people meeting themselves in the door, which we say in Norwegian. I don't know if that's the Russian expression, but they will meet their own arguments quite like a fist in the face, because the left can't really talk about trust and social inequality without talking about immigration. The right can't really talk about civil society without talking about welfare state and so on. So it's I think we're heading down a path which I'm a little bit uncomfortable with. But the two dots in the diagram, I just want to finish that. Those are the two Belgian regions, the Flemish and the French-speaking part of Belgium, where you have entire civil societies organized around ethno-linguistic divisions, at the same time as they're trying to hold together a nation. And you see that these two regions are almost the only ones where you don't have a positive effect on trust of strong civil societies. So you have civil societies probably reinforcing divisions in the broader, general picture. Yeah.
Так, кто не задавал вопрос?
Who hasn't raised questions yet? Yuri Lobanov, I suppose. Yuri Lobunov from Bryansk. Thank you very much for your presentation. From our viewpoint, this is the best presentation based upon social trust. People mostly trust themselves first, and for this reason they would be much happier perceiving the ideas which they find close to them. But my question is, where do we start to exit from the social trap? If we have a society where there are no traditions of trust, where the rule of law state doesn't work, there is no civic activity, and there is no equality, there is no certain unitary sort of... What is the roadmap? Which is the first step to take in this roadmap to build trust?
This was the question I was fearing the most. I wish I had a good answer. I don't really. I think it's extremely difficult, and I don't think it would be wise of me to pretend that I know the answer to your extremely complicated question. the best I can do is that, having an awareness that, there are several different areas of society that need to be developed at the same time. And you don't really start in one end, but you have to start at the same time, building civil society, reducing corruption, to reduce social inequality and so on. You have to really work on all fronts. But in a society characterized, already in this social trap, then the prospect that the politicians that will be elected would stand for that type of policy is quite optimistic. So I don't think I should pretend that I have the answer to your question, really. I get hopeful from being in this type of seminar, seeing so many bright future leaders who are able to endure 13 hours of program every day. This is truly impressive. And you're very knowledgeable and intelligent questions, so that's deeply appreciated, and that makes me hopeful.
Гуар, пожалуйста.
Guar Mukayani from Armenia. It seems to me, I don't not know if you would agree with me or not, this social trust for me is a certain web between interpersonal feelings and attitudes, but social agents very much like spiders who are in the center of this web. So my observation that I had in Armenia, I ran a study that for Armenia at this stage what is typical is low level of social trust towards the state. What is you think needs to be done by the state, by the government, so that they get back the trust of their citizens? And what mechanisms work in your society so that this normal level of people's trust towards the government, towards the state, to return it, to ensure it, so that it should not fall even further? Thank you.
Yeah. Right. It's again a question about explaining the contents of the magic potion, which is a bit difficult. But I think I have to emphasize that we are in this situation. We are because of century-long history, which is pure luck. I described this long historical trajectory, starting with the very early establishment of the rule of law, for example. But what I would say is that key to the high trust society in Scandinavia today is an active civil society holding the government accountable. And this is a civil society based on a specific model where you have democratic organizations with members with voting rights and ownership of the organization, so that the organizations function as a real intermediary structure between citizen and political system. I think that's a necessary precondition for maintaining a high trust culture. Without this linkage between citizen and politics, you're bound to distrust your politicians, I think. Now, what can be done from the political side? Well, any attempts to, if you are in a society with deep social divisions, you should reduce social inequality. If you are in a society with endemic corruption, you should take radical measures against that. And if you are in a society with high immigration, then you need to avoid any tendencies towards segregation and parallel societies and coexistence of social and ethnic cleavages. But that's easier said than done. First, you have to elect those politicians willing to do all those things, and that's probably the hardest task.
Timur Ужахов
from Ingushetia, then Alyosha Hill. Timur Zhakov from Ingushetia. I would like first to make a comment. At the beginning of your presentation, you showed us a picture, Moscow and Oslo, right? I would like to say that in Moscow, we have several dozen million people, whereas the population of Norway is 4.5 million, and if you look at Oslo, it has, if I remember correctly, 150 or 200,000 people. Is that right? So in our terms, it's a small provincial town. Sorry to say. In Russia, in such small towns, there are no big problems about traffic jams. But now, so much for a question. Out of these 4.5 million people who live in Norway, as far as I know, about 500,000 are immigrants, right? And they live, if I know correctly, in communities, in communes. You have this form of governance as commune or rule. It means every 9th person in Norway nowadays is an immigrant, right? To which extent this big number of people who immigrated has changed the situation about trust in Norway? Can this model serve for Russia, where matters of migration are very, very burning?
Thanks. In all fairness, I did say that the comparison was flawed, and it was more of an illustration of my subjective, cultural shock coming here, because. And it's not limited to traffic jams, but there is something about general traffic behavior that's different. In Norway, we are very, very rule-oriented. We follow all the rules to the tiniest letter because we have there is some kind of predictability. We know everyone else abides by the rules, so we act, very, very predictably. In Moscow traffic, I did eventually learn the rules, but they were very different. Rule number 1: biggest cars wins. I had a very small car. Rule number 2: all the rules are, should not be taken literally. There are no rules. I think there is a real difference there as well. I don't think it's all about scale, but obviously this was a caricature. I don't think it's representative as a comparison of the two traffic culture. But to your question about immigration, I think this is going to change trust in Norway. I think it is. In the data, we have by now data for development in trust levels over more than 30 years. The trend has in fact been positive. In that period, and many people get very optimistic from that. I think again that when people reply to the generalized trust question, they think about their moral community, and I'm not confident that majority Norwegians include immigrants always in their moral communities. So I think it shows increasing trust within the majority culture. From my work in Sweden, I know that immigrant-dense areas have much lower trust among neighbors, and this trust is especially lowered where there is a sense of unfairness also, that there are prejudices, either that minority groups feel that the majority has unfair advantages, or majority people feel that minorities have unfair advantages. Whereas in these local communities where there is a lot of contact between neighbors, then the negative effects are reduced. And in a book by Rikus Lehner, who used also Swedish data in his work, he argues that what we really should be worried about are tendencies towards segregation. You can't be sure that interethnic contact solves the problem, but you can be sure if there is no interethnic contact that that is a recipe for distrust, because your prejudices will never be corrected. They don't have any chance to be corrected. And of course, if this falls into line with unemployment figures and so on, then the situation is even worse. In Norway, I think we have succeeded perhaps a little better than Sweden. There has been a lot of investment into community development in immigrant-dense areas. We have a school system where there are very few private schools. I think that's a good idea, because ethnically specific private schools are definitely a driver for distrust, because it's perhaps is perhaps overly optimistic to think that we will achieve social cohesion across these deep cultural divides in this generation, in my generation. But it's no utopia to think that our children will be able to trust each other and to interact. So maintaining these institutions is highly important. In Sweden now, in Stockholm, the capital, 1/3 of the children are in private schools, which is a huge shift from the almost socialist system they had 15 years ago. And I think that's a big mistake. I think maintaining these common institutions, we have tendencies towards segregation in Norway as well, strong tendencies. I think those tendencies need to be countered in order to achieve social cohesion in the future.
Лёша Хирьянов, пожалуйста.
Добрый день.
Good day. Kiryanov Alexei from Rostov-on-the-Don. Beck, tell me please, don't you have this hope in Norwegian society so that you should lower this load on this melting pot which you told us about? At a certain time it's clear that it will break open if immigrants keep coming and coming again. Don't you have any moods in the society so that you should completely stop like Saudi Arabia, where they just say, look guys, nobody else will get citizens, only those who were born here. Norway is a rich country, clearly it can afford it. Thank you.
Yeah, excellent question. Well, the comparison to Saudi Arabia is of course very interesting because our economy is kind of showing some similarities to some of the Gulf states, where we have a privileged group of nationals who share ownership of this huge oil fortune and have a very strong interest in keeping new entrants, from coming in, because then there will be more people to split the wealth between. Well, we have these movements, and it has been an important political issue. In the current government, one of the parties, the junior coalition parties, is the so-called Progress Party. They do not advocate a full stop in immigration, but they think that the immigration in past years have been excessive, and they want to reduce it. They haven't really succeeded after coming into government. So right now I can't really see any great policy shifts having taken place in that area. But what this Progress Party maybe has done is to kind of, domesticate the immigration, the immigration skeptics. In Sweden, for example, the immigration or the populist right party there is much more radical in terms of immigration issues. The Norwegian Progress Party is broader, and maybe that has kind of domesticated the most radical voices that would have been there on the immigrant critical right if the Progress Party hadn't been there. But I think this is how we've handled this question an extremely important question in future years for Norway, perhaps the most important political issue. I think so far we have been able to handle it fairly well, but of course going from almost 0% immigration to having now 14-15% of the population with immigrant background in just a few years, that does place a strain on the social fabric. It does. I don't think we should pretend otherwise.
Время для заключительного блестящего вопроса.
The question for the final brilliant question, well, probably Katarzyna will ask this final brilliant question.
Thank you English for a very interesting presentation and a great food for thought. My name is Katarzyna Jarzyńska and I'm from Poland. And I know that the level of trust in the Russian society is very low. And I have to say that in Poland it's very similar. No matter that we are very homogeneous society from the point of view of the ethnic and religious construction, let's say it like that, we are still, we don't have this trust. And my suggestion is that I know that there are some methods that we can use, some exercises that we can do to increase the trust towards other people. And maybe you can give us some advice that we can do such exercise here for the meeting in Golitsino right now that help us to increase our trust. Thank you very much.
Out of my field there. I think that will be more a question for a psychologist, perhaps. So I don't feel qualified to make any recommendations. But just to comment on the Russian figures are actually not that extremely low. They're about 30%, and there are quite a few countries that are lower in the ranks. If we look at the European Social Survey, there has been a small increase from 2006 to 2012. The World Values data don't show the same increase, but there are some indications there. As regards the importance of homogeneity, I think it's important to stress that this is I called it a necessary but not a sufficient cause of trust, meaning that when it's not sufficient, it means that being homogeneous alone doesn't ensure a cultural trust. There needs to be other factors present. But if you are heterogeneous, then you will have a hard time establishing generalized trust.
Well, thank you very much. I wish to say just several words in conclusion. In point of fact that we discussed it at such a high level, issues and categories such as trust, freedom, rule of law. It just says that we are moving in the very right direction from consumerism society and production society of some essential goods to the modern post-industrial society. At that I would like to answer to my colleague from Bashkortostan, to Eduard. I got your point. I got your message about a certain abstract notions of freedom, trust. Well, in point of fact, it's not anything abstract. A totally different matter that we do not understand them and do not feel them yet. But it does not mean that we should not discuss them and talk only about things that we think is very much specific and down to the point. Actually, we are more and more often seeking questions like this. It means there is a need for that, and we will many times return towards them during this seminar. And I urge everybody to read a brilliant book by our British expert Jeffrey Hosking, Trust, Money, Market and Society. If you haven't read it yet, it's a new book. And to our expert and speaker today, I wish to congratulate you on a brilliant first presentation at this seminar, and we want you to let us show our trust to the speaker and give him a round of applause.
Полчаса перерыв.
Coffee break, half an hour.
Я дала тебе место только для вопросов.
Все сюда.
Друзья, спикер нас ждет. Пожалуйста, рассаживайтесь по местам. Резвенько. Нина, посади, пожалуйста, рядом с собой 2 человек за стол.
Так. Не видела. Во-первых, я хочу сказать, что для школы... Нет.
May I show it to everybody? For our school and for the seminar and for all those who are here as a new academic class, I think that acquaintance, personal acquaintance with Mr. Pligin is an integral part of our cultural understanding of what is happening in the political and cultural economic life of the country. Second, I wanted to point out that Vladimir Nikolaevich thinks it's important to come and speak at these seminars and as a member of the council, so he thinks it's important. And this is very telling, this is very important, this is very considerable, and I want to tell you, before we start, I want to tell you all, so our academic class, this is all going into internet, because this is wonderful seminar, and so we are so thankful that Mr. Pligin came. And the last point I wanted to make is that here we have the people who as we think, so it's part of a tradition, and it's even now it's the society tradition and the relationship. So this is balance between the state and the society. So the society does not outweigh the state, but at the same time the activity of the society at this level does not outweigh the state. We want something from the state, but we do not want to participate actively, and we don't want just to stand civilly. But certainly there are some people who are born with that feeling, so with these dynamics and vibrant desire just to be more active in the civil life. And so our task is to talk about this. So not everyone should or could participate in this relationship and establishment of the civil society. It's very difficult, but but I want to listen to the state's opinion, what the state means to say and what it means by saying what it says. And so as a lawyer and as a person who is involved in it, so it's very important what he has to say. Because I think that the modern state cannot survive without the society, but the society needs to have a good and efficiently functioning state, and this is our task. Just for the society, we need to have a good, efficiently operating state. And thank you for the participation. It's completely new class and new academic class of participants. Well, please. Dear friends, I'm happy to be able to meet with you. We try to select the time slot for a meeting, and I'd like to repeat again that she is saying just wonderful, warm words, and I think that I'm responsible now to act out her good words. And so because we are going just to talk about quite convoluted subjects of modern period, and maybe for the first time in this period, and the lectures that we have listened today, so the subject matter will be a bit wider. So we spoke about the human rights, we spoke about such things as, for example, the role of personality and legitimacy of the state power. This was a very specific example, legitimate state power. And about the fairness, honesty, justice, for example, if you analyze it, this category is one of the most scary, because horrible category from the viewpoint of its implications, very difficult to stop in search of fairness and instead of honesty, and to stop and not to go too far in search of and then so this subject matter is always here, but so it keeps evading us and very difficult. We are beginning to live, and I've made many mistakes in my life, mental mistakes in my life. I always thought that so okay, the time came, so the limit came, and within the so there was a limit, and so then and now I know everything what's going to happen, so I can look into the future. So this defined feeling that I knew everything happened when I graduated from St. Petersburg State University. So that was the university of the 10 collegiums founded by Peter the Great, and so just a few years passed, and I realized that I thought that I knew everything. So. And then I started, when I started to work on literature in a paper, and then Russia collapsed, and then Perestroika came, and I thought, so one thing was obvious, and another thing was obvious, and then I realized that nothing is obvious, nothing is there, nothing is clear-cut, and nothing is predictable, and everything is unpredictable, and so the more. And so they come out with a very difficult, convoluted notion, because I'm so maybe you're the age of my oldest son, now maybe my younger son, and you are the same age, and so the most important part that I think now, just we're again facing a great deal of unpredictability. And this unpredictability will grow, and the task of your generation inside this lack of things that are uncertain. In this uncertainty, you will need to navigate safely and navigate logically, because this is the Earth. So the Earth, you need to find this planet Earth and to navigate. And for example, I see this plot of land, and so for example here, so this is the ocean that washes this land, and here's that ocean that washes. You can see that this globe in the classroom, And it's very difficult to give you this little model Earth, which will give you certainty. It's every way is uncertainty, and at many stages in my life, there was a great deal of uncertainty. And with Baroness Thatcher wrote a book that had to do with the state and the ability to manage the state, to govern the state, and this is a very fragile construct, and every time this fragile construct depends on the ability, knowledge of the people who currently will be managing this state. Much depends on them, and we know that to live and to manage your states, because we have foreign guests here, so you will be doing that too in a very short period of time. So you will be, and many of you are managing your states already even now. So yes, everything depends on your art, on your professionalism, skills, and knowledge. And on the one hand, it's very nice when you talk, so that something depends on me. It's nice to hear that. On the other hand, it's quite dangerous, implications, scary, to think that you are this feeling of grandeur, that everything depends on you, and then you start, to fly in the sky and your head in the clouds. So you need to find this this thin red line, so not to cross it. So the two great concepts are being destroyed now. So these two concepts were generated by the horror that the society went through in the 20th century, and the first concept is getting destroyed more and more, the concept of human rights. It's getting eroded, undermined. So the concept of human rights had a very important role right after World War II, when the mankind was horrified at what they managed to do, what they did. And that's why they developed a number of international documents, the concepts of human rights, and so. But now they're not followed upon because the time has gone by. And the constitutions of many countries says that the people is the most valuable asset. But this most valuable asset is not working anymore, and thus a person is pushed out, is ousted, and he is ceasing to be the most important value. So the human life, the human dignity ceases to be the most important, even in Europe. So in the oldest continent with its fundamental values, so that the value of human being, of human life, is diminishing, and certainly, so even if in Europe that exists, how many heads were chopped during the French Revolution before the values were restored and the human lives were worth again. So the concept of human rights is leaving us, is going away. So I can say that I may be wrong. I think it's happening. So this concept is leaving us. The second, international law, another concept, and then that's another uncertainty that comes along. It's a civilization thing that was a pivotal part in the international institutions, which was just the international law, international rights, and that it morphs into uncertainty. So the state, some time ago, now just 6 or 8 years ago, maybe more, we held in Moscow the first conference that had to do with globalization. So very complicated things are unfolding. So we're talking about two challenges. So then another subject matter is going away, or maybe it is regenerated in the new form and shape. So what I mean is the concept that was laid down by Westphal agreements, the sovereignty, Westphal agreements, and who is the sovereign person, where the sovereignty is, where it resides, so how to treat the new communities the new peoples. So, for example, IT environment. So, because they have their own sovereignty now, the IT environment, cloud environment. So it's our own sovereignty. So sometimes hundreds or millions of people interact outside any boundaries, and so they are ubiquitous, and that is why the sovereignty notion is being diluted, and very difficult things occur to what we used to refer to as the state. And now there are 200, but in some predictions in a certain period of time, by the middle of this century, there will be 400 or 500, and so there are some processes going on concurrently. On the one hand, this process, globalization, formation of large spaces is taking place, and the second process going simultaneously, forming small spaces and destruction of big spaces. And then naturally, so this destruction, this process, destruction of formation of destruction of the state. And the state is being undermined. When I read these predictions that were made 30 years ago by, and in all sincerity, I couldn't believe it when I read it 30 years ago that this kind of type of states could appear. And so, but now, just as I was driving here, I asked my aides to find for me what's happening with the European states, with the EU states. So Italy, for example, will Veneta become an independent state? Italy. So that's the major. So will Veneta become? So who knows? Italy knows that there was a poll there recently in Italy. So a few million people participated. They voted for Veneta to be an independent state. France, so there's so long, many century separatism. So Quebec certainly is put on the back burner. The archipelago, Barcelian Islands, etc. They want to be the conservative party of Great Britain. So they are, so they have a danger that they may destroy the European Union because the province of Scotland, Ireland. And so then if they generate, so they snowball, and it will be domino effect, and Great Britain might become instrumental in the destruction of the European Union. So you see how many things came in motion, and integration, disintegration, and so then this huge space. And so we got a certain perfection, but this perfection should be adopted by everyone. But within that environment, starts to negate this perfection, perfect state of order, and want us to introduce a certain volume that they control, and which starts to undermine this perfect state of things. So the state should do several functions. So these functions. So at school we spoke about those functions. I will just name them, you know them. The function of security, safety, defense, internal and international security. Because the whole point of the state is each of us, many of us, not everyone. When I say each of us, I need just to remember Gumilev, who said that one of your big delusions is that if you think that all think the same way as you think, that's one of the big delusions. So because everyone just, we're looking only for several things, each of us. I'm not talking about global happiness, that's an impossible, unattainable category, but each of us wants to find a space where he or she will feel safe, secure and predictable. And that is why the state and the whole sense of the whole meaning of the state is that's to guarantee a certain community of people, this thing that has to do with security and safety. And as a result, so what kind of volume of territory, what kind of volume of peoples, how many people, and how much power will be sufficient, quantum status, to guarantee the security and safety of a certain country. Can a small country guarantee its security or not? Can or not? And so, without certainly hurting anybody's feelings, but I think that the world is governed by the empires, and I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. And certainly, when the new empire appears, certainly the boundaries change, and so the small states so will have to be owned by bigger unions, by bigger communities, by bigger peoples, by bigger countries, and they will have to find their way among the big empires and depend and find less dependence, more dependence. They will have just to stick to one of the several empires, bigger one. So the second function of the state is the function of the states is keeping certain living standards of the people, maintaining maintenance of those standards. And when we're talking about happiness, I'm repeating myself. So there are certain limitations or limits, which the society in which you live must provide, and this limit sometimes not very high, because the state cannot possibly replace you, and you have to shift for yourself. You have to do it all yourself. And I have to speak about that. Presently, all the states are persecuted, not by the civil society, persecuted by the civil society, because this society so always applies civil society freedom appeals, new requirements of social security, Medicare, pensions, and so the society keeps pelting the state with these things. And so we need just to stop someplace and to find this balance in this dialogue, because so to keep the society and the state happy, and to find the political equilibrium and the state between the state and the nation. But a long-term policy, so the second function between security and living standards, so then it's very easy to get mired in the quickly increasing number of requests from the nation. And then you can allow for that and then lose your future if the state starts doing it all. And so then the responsible policy is to find this happy balance, this happy middle, because your electorate, so they're pushing you to do something and have to agree to that. And so they expect you to address the challenges. But if you don't tell them about the limitations or to how far you can go to address this issue, and that you have constraints and limitations, if you don't tell the nation about that, then you can go too far and you can sink the nation. And then the second point, another characteristic of the state, the third function, is the formation of legitimate power. So this is this amazing thing, legitimate power, and we spoke at length about that, and I will talk only about 2 points. The thing is that the formation of legitimate power in modern society is quite difficult, very challenging. I think that this is not I don't think that the story I'm going to tell you will hurt anybody's feelings, but one of the ways of formation of legitimate power. So, have you been to Abu Dhabi? In Abu Dhabi, there is a little palace that was built recently, and there inside this in a yard, so you can see a very nice place. And so when the new sheikh appears in Abu Dhabi 20 years ago, so it was a big holiday and a small slaughter. So usually, so all the brothers were slaughtered. So when the new boss came, so all his brothers were immediately slaughtered. So it's a harsh method, but there was no issue of legitimacy of power, because there was no challenge. No one could challenge the legitimacy of power, because so once the sheikh was announced, so all his brothers were killed. This is it. And so then the society, thank God, developed a new mechanism, a more humane mechanism of elections. So then charisma, legitimacy through elections. So better way to do that. So for example, the worst dictators, they naturally, indubitably, they were very charismatic people, and in this respect, so the example of Hitler, who hypnotized, so had this power of suggestion, who could fascinate people. So it worked, and then so the formation of legitimate power. then many institutions in the state operate in a very complicated way, but they always reproduce this legitimacy. They replicate legitimacy, and when the state stops stops being legitimate, it's very difficult to restore this legitimacy. And I think that you already told us about the epoch of Boris Yeltsin. Last year, so we celebrated 20 years anniversary of the Russian Constitution. So one characteristic I liked it in Russia. So the changes were so rapid, so sharp, managerial changes, government changes, so that the Russian power started to lose its legitimacy, and Yeltsin had the good sense, wisdom enough just to start out a discussion of the text of the Constitution. So the people started to read the Constitution, and Yeltsin managed just to whittle out the Constitution out of it, how it was very rightly said by Professor Yakov, who was chairman of the Higher Court of Arbitration, and he said that he needed to whittle out the Constitution when people concentrated on discussion of it. And then the second, so two uncertainties. We spoke about several uncertainties. We spoke about those functions. And now the next point are the challenges, the problems. I think that when your school celebrated its 20th anniversary, I think it's a little bit older than the Constitution your school is, right? And in London, it's a standard thing, and so I think that they spoke about those things. But all this uncertainty, system of uncertainty, over it, there is another thing that is superimposed, that things that we have not yet faced, but we will face. We'll face it eventually, and we'll be facing it very shortly, but we won't be able to address it. Well, humane people will just tiptoe around it. So, but you will face this uncertainty. By 2050, the population of the global, 9 billion people. Now it's 7 billion, over 7 billion people now by 2050. So the mankind will exceed 9 billion. So there is a question. I think that Hegel said, so then quality into quantity into quality. So how this new quantity will morph into new quality? How will this number of people will impact your personal lives, and how applying it to yourself, to your group, to your nationality, to your community, inside this huge sea of people, ocean of people, find a place for yourself. And certainly by 2045, the number of the people over 60 will exceed the number of adolescents and children. And that will be certainly a horrible challenge. And the European population, I'd like to say again that that's also, don't get me wrong, because we're part of the European culture, so I think that I can have the right to talk about that as well. European will be only 11% of the world's population. 11, and the population of Europe will reduce to 7%. And average age will be 47 years. Can't imagine that. This is a new reality. The thing is that any value, so because what's the specifics of any value? Because the values are objective, so, but at the same time, some moral, other types of values, and so they always exist in a specific collective mentality of a nation. And if this collective mentality changes or erodes, then the values disappear, and it takes time to restore them. So when we talked about the values, legitimacy of power, for me it was, and for many of you, it was a kind of this heart drama, just that our close neighbor state, so it actually left the circle of legitimacy. And so then, because legitimacy is informal legitimacy, so they left, they centrifuged out of this legitimacy. And now, so the challenge is just to bring it back and create the legitimacy, to create this legitimate power in this huge space that we refer to as Ukraine. And so coming back to this 9 billion people, so the African population, will be around by 2025 1.3 billion people. And this is another, so we need to realize that because it's a very promising, interesting continent with lots of deposits, resources, and so about Russia. If we talk about Russia, so then different forecasts say that so one country resolved this issue already or almost addressed it. So the Nazi regime of Cambodia, they just slaughtered almost everybody. So there was only 3 million left. Now there are 14 million. So they are just restoring their country number-wise. But sometimes the demographic forecasts don't work because if you slaughter everyone, so but still. But we managed to turn the tables. So the mortality is a bit less than the birth rate. It's good. So the demographic picture of the world is so look at the research that was done by Red Corporation of the Air Force of the United States. In the United States, it's on the internet. You can find it in English, and you can see. I can build the picture as applied to each and every group. And the next challenge, the other challenge is resources. And this resource challenge, it's not only specifically broken down by types of metals and alloys. It's not even the point. But the main resource challenge has to do. It concerns such things as water. And air, clean air, and space for life. And we need to realize that then we talk about the fourth climatic challenge, climate challenge. So what's going to happen? This demographic challenge will superimpose the resource and will superimpose on the climatic challenge, and that will bring about the change in the landscape of our inhabitation, and that will certainly bring about the economic migration and other types of migrations, and it's very difficult to say what our mankind will look like and sometime later. So they say that 1 billion people will be ousted from their zones of living because of the increasing of sands and deserts. So there was a small book published recently. So Wall Street, Washington, a small book that was. Try just to read it, and there's a small booklet, not big, and you will find lots of names that you're not familiar with. You will forget them, but inside the book you will feel this attempt of the birth of the society in one little street. So this is a fantastic thing. So society, and then apply it to apply this little example onto 9 billion people, and how can they forecast that? So just taking this small sample. So the demographic, resource, climate, and it's not that there will be paucity of certain product, but the problem water, agriculture, and naturally goes hand in hand, and then oil, gas. So then the Russian Federation feels comfortable here, and so we have lots of it.
We have coal reserves, coal deposits for many centuries to come. Our predecessors and the destiny ruled so that we are the owners of the biggest treasuries of the world. And that's really truth. It's our territory, it's our riches, and we have a right to own that. It's ours. And it came to us not just like that. It came to us because our predecessors, our ancestors, lived in those territories, merged territories, and the history of the peoples of Russia is very interesting. Well, the next challenge has to do with the growth of militarism, and challenge 4 is climate change. Although, along with all those challenges, we can face 2 new challenges, and I think those are the areas of your profession. One of them is the challenge of fanaticism, and the other is the challenge of the depletion of rational behavior. So fanaticism, you can understand what the content of fanaticism is. Just imagine that you were born at some time, you got education, you know what to do, how to live, but you equally well understand that you have no chance to step into the higher level of consumption. So, on the other hand, you are some kind of a value, but on the other hand, the environment does not value me much, and you find yourself in the complex of internal hatred, and to overcome that complex, you can really start fighting that current world, trying to destroy it. To say more, it is, when I'm talking about that category, I'm always tempted to go in depth and inside ourselves. It has to do with the categories. It says that I'm fighting for the right to be present in that world, but all those around me do not see me, and that's the strife that may turn into fanaticism and an attempt of murder. And if should a person embark on that particular way, it's next to impossible for such a person to divert themselves. Well, if you have read Dostoevsky novel Bessie or Devils, well, we all know that. I know a person who really tried to get people from the forest, and can explain, because if in our case in the Caucasus, if militants go to the forests, it's hard to get them out and adapt them to the peaceful life, so that person dealt with that. So there is another problem, that there is the depletion of rational behavior, lack of rational behavior. Looking at the children, I think that those children live more and more in that virtual reality. They are not rational. An adult woman failed to report to her office some time because he was playing a virtual game. And still, I don't think we understood fully what it means, but we can see that people start acting irrationally. Love via the internet and other things. So that's another challenge, so that challenge of irrationality, rational behavior. And finally, things were quite simple. Then there were just two blocks, and you always knew which block to call. It was either Moscow or Washington. Now, it doesn't make sense to call Washington Moscow, Beijing. Perhaps the right place to call is somewhere in the mountains of Afghanistan, but you can hardly get through there, and I have not finalized all the assessments, but I think this is the most complex book. The school published that book. It's called Afghan. What was the name of the author? Bradford. Afghan, Russian at War. That's the title. I believe that on the one hand his assessments are very tough, but on the other hand he tried to see some humanitarian mission there. and I would like to thank him for that. So it's not clear who to call now. Shall we call Europe and talk to Europe? I don't know. That's another ambiguity that you're going to face. And in my career, I worked in many areas, so for some time of my life, state was my ally. I was part of it, and for many years, state was a phenomenon that I had to compete with because of the interests of some people, because I was at the bar, I was a barrister and a lawyer, and when you take a criminal case, you always have to compete with the counsel for the defense or the counsel for the prosecution. So I can really understand how fragile those things are and how vulnerable it is to external impact, and sometimes I'm horrified to see or just imagine that our state will be destroyed. Well, you know why? You can really be a rival to the state, and but if the state has too much space, and if there is no civil society, state may expand and take too much room, too much space. So we need civil society bodies to see to it that state is not expanded too much. But I really hate it when I have to deal with the people who are too imposing. And frankly, I understand that they are very much imposing and annoying, and there are two feelings competing in me: to stop talking, take a decision, not listen to them. And secondly, I understand that if I start listen to them and be guided by their opinion, we will start destroying institutions with grave implications. But equally, well, I understand that if we stop listening to them, we will start taking decisions that can be very strongly linked to the state machine, but that decisions may really infringe on people's living space. So even computer technologies and monitoring of private life has gone too far. It has to be stopped at some point. But the loss of a statehood, it's the biggest trouble. And once lost, it's hard to restore it, as you can see in Afghanistan, in Somalia or Iraq. And a million of people might have died in there, and still statehood was not restored. In our case, we know that by the example of the North African countries. So here comes the value of state. So there is always kind of a tight rope walking to keep that equilibrium. So if we don't maintain the state, if state functions are destroyed, nobody would perform those functions, and you will be most vulnerable. I think, having said that, I would stop, and I believe that some things we have already discussed with Elena Mikhailovna, and there are other things we can keep on dealing that, and the other thing, there is her husband present, or he is not in the room. Okay, so oh, he's still here. And I'm risking, but still in life people play a great role, each individual in particular. So perhaps not everything, but I'm very much connected with the school, although sometimes I have hard times here. But my personal friendship to Elena Nemirovskaya is outstanding, and I value that too much. Thank you. Let's invite Andrei to moderate. I'm not leaving, don't worry. So, dear colleagues, your questions, please. Georgia, the first. Thank you very much. Vachtank Tsavanov from the Tbilisi School for Political Studies. I think in the past years we saw that it's realpolitik that dominates and for international relations. It's when states pursue mostly their own interests and take advantage of their militarist force. You were saying that international law is gradually migrating to the second phase. And what alternative do you think is to come? What alternative to the international law can be there that would help us to maintain normal international relations? And do you think that the world will be multipolar or bipolar as it used to be during the Cold War? Well, in fact, I can only reiterate by saying that I don't know what instruments can be suggested so that international law would stay. Probably we can suggest we keep the institutions that we have today, which are the United Nations, the OSCE, the Council of Europe, the PACE, or we can build some other institutions such as Shanghai Organization, Cooperation Organization, the Collective Defense Treaty Organization, G7 or G8, but you know, every time I'm annoyed about those things with fact. I used to have a friend in Cairo, quite an old man, and he was telling me that I'm annoyed with primitive decisions that are taken more and more. So ideology may not be the bias. Okay, so I'll try to focus on the following things. First, I cannot predict what will happen to the international law. And, you know, in our life, we have some professions that help people's life endure. For instance, doctors. According to the oath, they are obliged to maintain, sustain their patients' lives, no matter what's happening to the patients. And the most dramatic moment for any doctor when they had to turn off sustaining medical devices and systems. And I'm not saying that international law is in that phase now, but really we have to do something. Well, there are just a few pillars of the international law that's left, and one of the pillars is nuclear weapons. And there used to be two regulators of the population before wars and epidemics. No longer they are there, and it will be most complex to maintain the international law. One of the reasons is that in their mental sets, people have just departed from the being scared for their human rights, but mostly people have lost any understanding of an active war. So really, because that's why ideas can be pursued without respecting international laws. and law enforcement is one of the instruments that can be perceived as an opportunity for an active war. But the culture of international law for communities is also very important. Speaking of mono-bi unipolar world, I don't think that monopolar world is feasible. And it's beyond our will. And the laws of biology do not allow that. My next deliberations may look quite primitive to you, and perhaps it will be too biologically biased, but biologists told me then one species takes a lot of space, too much space, that species is doomed for extinction in the future. So you cannot imagine any unipolar world or monoculture that would rule the world from a single center. Dr. Talbot wrote a book, and I think it was entitled "The World Government Not," and I'm not certain if it's translated into Russian or not. It is. Okay, so. And if we try to think where those new centers of power can appear, can emerge, it's hard to say, but even now we can see that there are too many of those centers now, and those centers, they are self-organizing systems, and they think how to reduce their number. We were talking here once, and Ludmila Alexeyeva told me one phrase: "Don't worry, everything will be fine. Everything will take its natural way." But you know, once we try to look into ancient period, the rise of the Mongolian Empire, and when one small point went as far as the Paris and then returned back. You are going to be politicians, if so, try to maintain dialogue all the time in your politics, because the moment you give up dialogue, tragedy starts, and it's the category of ambiguity. I cannot predict what will happen to the international law. And there was a leading politician of a country. I talked to him, and he was very self-confident. And a week later, there was the coup d'état, and he ceased to be as a politician. Our graduate, Abdullah Istamolov, the floor is yours. I'm Abdullah Istamolov, political analyst at North Caucasus Strategy Center. First, I would like to make a remark, and referring to your phrase, latest phrase, try to maintain a dialogue in your politics. And even before we came here, I was telling my colleagues that Vladimir is one of the most bright, one of the brightest politicians, because he would like to maintain not only politics but dignity too. In North Caucasus, in my center, we tried to, we hired a firm to develop a North Caucasian brand. And that firm came to a conclusion that it's in the North Caucasus where most of the traditions are kept and maintained till now. In the Caucasus, in one of the traditional regions, we made a research. First question was asked, how much time you spent in the internet a day? From 3 to 5 hours, high school students. Second question, why? Third question, what does freedom mean for you? We do whatever we like, the answer was. And I would like to ask Karim and the rest of you and myself, who does whatever it likes? It's an animal. It's when you are not restricted by any morals or any other things. I think that's the evil, and we should really take care of that. Thank you very much. Let's move on. And Armenian, and sometimes we should give the floor to the Russians too. I think it's the Russian of German origin. So you're welcome.
I not got really the point of your speech. So it was a very, very general. It was a very, very general speech about fearance of cloud media, fearance of people, fearance of a lot of things. And are you fearing people?
I don't think so. First of all, maybe for me it is necessary to translate more directly your category fearance, strachy.
Yeah. I mean, there was like.
You see, I was trying to speak not about these fearings. I was trying to speak about the challenges, and I was trying to speak about the uncertainty, and I was trying to make. I was asking you to think about these challenges and to find your place inside of these challenges, to organize your strategy. From my age, you see, to be fear, испытывать страх, to be fear, it is not a reasonable point. You see, I'm trying to understand the world. And also, unfortunately, every time for me necessary to change my picture, because I was trying to explain to you that several times in my life, I believe that I'm living in a certain world, but now all the time we have uncertainties. This is a problem. Of course, of course, this is a problem that we do not understand the future. But I was asking you, of course, I was speaking about the general ideas. These ideas described in a lot of literature, not only political, also philosophical literature. But it is a necessity of finding of our way in today's world, nothing more. Yes, and also, for example, all of us, we have a chance to read the book written by Mr. Solomon, yes, the Deutsch German writer, about the uncertainty in the German population and about the next picture of the German population. And also his feeling was also uncertainty. That's why we are not. I was trying to invite you to speak with me about the problem of finding of the future. It is not my task today. It is your task in your world.
But you are agreeing for.
Я прошу прощения, господин Фабиан, не нарушайте наших правил.
Mr. Fabian, don't break our rules. You have asked your question. Anna Uryadova. Anna Uryadova from Yaroslavl. My question is as follows. You outlined the picture of the near future, but I think that picture is already here. We spoke with kids about that in the 9th form at school. So do you think we can really cope? We can combat those challenges, and if so, and with what means? I think there is only one right move, not to combat that, but we need to find ways to promote new culture, we should take the chance to maintain that level of education we have now, the chance to raise a new elite, a chance to promote values, a chance to do perfect or ideal things. We stopped dealing with ideal things. We've become too pragmatic. We have lost those ideal things. And if so, we will lose the future. Why I'm talking about ideal things? In one of my capacities, ideal things played a great role. For instance, when I was a lawyer or in court, ideal things, the perception of a man, perception of the value of the man, philosophical perception of a man. Well, those are the things that may play the decisive role for the destinies and fate of specific people, individuals, since all juridical sanctions are based on the fact that they are thought over, they come through the brains of specific subject, and they can be applied whatever that subject thinks the most appropriate way is to apply them. If it does not happen, then we can really come closer to another state of being. And that's the value of an attempt to speak of values. I'm Yuri Labanov from Bryansk. I've met a lot of people, citizens, who do not oppose the state. On the contrary, they try to protect the state from wrong ruling of courts, from those governors who feel like kings, and to protect the state from those people who do whatever they like and who fight the state, daring call themselves part of the state. And I wonder if this state is prepared to protect the state from those who are calling themselves part of the state, fight the state, in fact, fight the sovereignty. State is a very complex thing. One can think of a number of definitions of a state, but for me, I think you have already mentioned some of the participants or elements of the state. And it has to do with the standards, drafting, building of open society, dual response to some media publications. It's also the introduction of anti-corruption legislation in many areas, and finally, it's also the establishment of the reputation values. I think in the past the state has already made a lot to promote all those things. So in one way or another, those new constructs keep on emerging, keep on appearing.
So the problem or being within this field is consists in multi-vector policies, including the increase in the role of institutions. And one of the chances for this role of institutions increase was transfer to a multi-party system. I often meet representatives of different political parties, both parliamentary and non-parliamentary, and this competition between different actors in the political arena is growing, and indeed it is one of the instruments to solve this task. On the other hand, of course, there is no ideal state or ideal society, and in this sense this is a constant process of contention and dispute. Ivan Vlasov from Kaliningrad. When we speak about the share of, or indeed the contribution of Europe, you have said that we are a part of the European culture, whereas the Minister of Culture, Mr. Medinsky, recently came up with a concept whereby Russia is not a part of Europe. Do you believe that a public discussion on this topic is possible, and would you be personally prepared to participate in this discussion? I have not read this paper. It is always important the phrases need to be understood within a context and the conditions in which the particular phrase was uttered. Why is this important? It is important because extra contextual fragments can be taken from a text and then interpreted differently. It appears to me that at one time there was this idea of a creation of a European space from Lisbon to Vladivostok, a space that does not assimilate nations, but still an integrated space. Because we have our German colleagues here, I was very pleased recently from several very respected German colleagues that Russia was in many ways viewed as a ridge of Europe, or the backbone of Europe, and our cultures are in many ways interconnected and intertangled. However, they have their characteristics, including the influence of Byzantium and the Byzantine culture. Luttwak's work on the Byzantine Empire is very interesting in this relation, in this connection. But at the same time, it is beyond every doubt that these intermingling ties have been determined by the entire course of history, so it would be improper to dislodge something from this European history. It is another thing that it was probably illegitimate to talk about the dominance or superiority of any culture within this European space. And in this respect, we should note that there are people, the representatives of peoples who lived within the Russian Empire and the Soviet Union, and their history may date back to 5,000 of years. I remember this city in Dagestan, Derbent, which is 5,000 years of age, and but I do not think that any of the Russian politicians, with the due respect for its culture, with the due understanding as to how we have been resolving a lot of the cultural conflicts and internal conflicts within the past 1,000 and plus years, it would not be proper to disjunct or disunite the cultures in any way. So I think that any discussion may unfortunately be primitivized with respect to the attempts to make a black and white distinction between the Westernizers and the Slavophiles, something that we can see in the literature, especially in the 18th century. And this can be an oversimplification, but we should not forget that the relation to the cultures is absolute. There are some disruptions or fractures that cut into the cultures due to religious or other reasons, and it is a source of pain for me that when there are attempts to portray the Catholic Church by repudiating the institution as itself. So everything is intertangled. I will not be talking about literature. It is quite obvious that in this sense it is all very, very clear that we are a part of this cultural tradition. Our great friend has recently organized 2 beautiful concerts by the Vienna Conservatory, and Mr. Schiff, the Hungarian musician of Jewish descent, was here, and I think that these are just great manifestations of the pluralistic character and nature of the Russian culture. In Yaroslavl, in Kaliningrad, when we spoke about the role of the state, colleagues, Mohammed Habri from the Western Sahara. I have listened to your lecture with great attention. I live in the north of Africa, and clearly to me it's that part of the big world of ancient traditions, and it seems that all problems seem to be and need to be resolved at the Security Council of the UN and the General Assembly. The problem of West Sahara has been considered for the past 40 years. There have been so many resolutions, and Russia always votes for it. And the principle of self-determination. I would not want to announce grandiloquent phrases, but it seems to me that the General Assembly or the United Nations and the Security Council do not seem to be holding or upholding their own decisions. In these conditions, in the 21st century, how is it possible to preserve the international law when the big powers, the great powers, the members of the Security Council do not respect the same principles which lay in the basis of this organization? Thank you. The foreign policy or international politics is also the politics of a search for balance within different encampments, and with the understanding of the principle of nations for self-determination. It is often, in many cases, when the great powers and the UN are invited to take part in a conflict. And the UN is invited by the warring parties within this conflict. And the UN is in a difficult position because participation in a conflict while taking sides impairs and damages the rights, it violates the rights of one of the parties. So much so for the West Sahara. And as far as the African continent is concerned, there are attempts on the part of the UN to mediate, but one has to understand the imminent limitations of the UN and the need to reconcile the elites within these countries in Africa to reach peace accords, and the emergence of such an outside policeman without the will of the elites themselves would not be sufficient. And such a policeman or such a policing organization would not be efficient. So I think that indeed the main objective of the United Nations organization is to assist the development of such societies. I am not prepared to talk about a whole number of conflicts in the post-Soviet space because it is especially painful to us and to our history. But these conflicts have been generally reconciled, if not quenched, when some of these conflicts are frozen. And our Armenian colleagues know this for a fact, although this is a problem with very difficult solution. And it is important to have the independent stance of the international community. Timofey Grigoriuk from Yaroslavl. Are you ever ashamed of your political and social activities? You're asking a very simple question. Every time when I deal with the politics, and I have to take decisions on a daily basis, I have to participate in elaborating decisions, in the process of decision making on a daily basis. And I try to work towards these decisions to comply with my beliefs, but I participate in compromise systems, and this compromise may shift, and then I have indeed a choice. I can either leave this negotiations process or continue to participate and to try and develop some norms, and there are mistakes and errors, but I have never been ashamed for the position or the beliefs that I am participating. The easiest thing is to stop participating in the development of. I have participated in the very different norms, lawmaking norms, and for a long time. Is it being broadcasted? Yes, it's broadcast. Then I will try to be very reticent or reserved. Once at 7:30 in the morning, I went out of my home, and the snow, the Moscow is snow-ridden. I sat in the car, and my radio, my personal good acquaintance, is talking about the terrible law that had been taken by me and my colleagues. I called him up and said, don't talk about this at 7:30 in the morning, because when my psyche is not prepared on such a nasty day and I sit in my car, when a person is not ready for it, in 5 minutes he left this topic and he started to talk about something else. But you always participate in the production of normative material, and this normative material, do not believe that this is like the inspector of Nikolai Gogol, but that while I still work in the Duma, and as long as I participate in lawmaking, very versatile lawmaking, this will always be associated with the taking of decisions which will, by definition, be repudiated or resented by a part of the society. Some of these norms and laws need to be well considered and expressed and taken to the public notice. So, indeed, eventually, and this is a great achievement, our work has allowed the Russian society to transpose from one system of principles to another system of principles, and this was done in the 1990s. We were able to, we have been able to preserve the country, and I am delighted by the fact that even in the most difficult conditions, the Russian cities develop, and we have been able to provide for a relatively secure life of our citizens. I talked to one of the leaders of Russian political parties, the lady of a She has 3 sons alone, and she brought them up alone. And she is biking, and she met Mr. Kadyrov at his request. And today she told me about the successes of Mr. Kadyrov. She may have different concepts or notions, but I think that it is clear that it was possible to stop terrible conflicts, such as the wave of crime against personality. And I am not going to give the references to specific laws, but we could have indeed invited to the committee on during a discussion a terrible problem, which is the establishment of administrative responsibility for illegal abortions. There were people standing in front of the State Duma saying that I am shedding the innocent blood because we're not adopting this law. It is very difficult to establish the administrative responsibility, and this is a very, very difficult decision, and may be very dramatic. But still it will have to be taken, because it has to be there, because there has to be the administrative responsibility of doctors. Indeed, we don't know what will be the actual situation. Tatiana Kankova from the Moscow region. I was startled by your lecture and some of your recipes for the global challenges. Do you believe that these ideal things can be seen in the Russian literature of the Golden Age, and to talk about the tragedy of the little men? This perception of Russian literature is very important for understanding the drama of the little men, and the heroes of the Russian literature have been well provided for, and a writer is only interested in what is inside himself. Do you believe that these ideal things are so important, or do you think that it is a Greek tragedy when a man is always in a battle with the forces which are far superior to his own? What can this experience be? Well, thank you very much for this question. I may seem to be a commonplace, but I was not quite happy when the literature examinations were taken into these test format exams. And the Russian literature, I think, we tried to put us into a messianic position. Fyodor Dostoevsky and others. I will get back to the Silver Age. I once had a conversation with one of the leading American ladies. No, not Toby. Toby Gatti is a sentimental person, but I was talking to a non-sentimental person. She is indeed almost a war veteran, and this person told me, and she told me, once I went from Moscow to Vladivostok along the Trans-Siberian Railroad, and I took one novel, and when I came to Vladivostok, I was in tears. Why? Because Brothers Karamazov's expired, and this one of the few. She did not become a kinder person from that. She did not become kinder, but the fact that literature has a phenomenal influence, it is true. The tragedy is 3 and 4 hours on the internet may be useless. Children have taught me to read the internet, and I know that all news agencies are talking about the same news, but when you start paging these these endless websites, it takes up 3 to 4 hours of your time. So we're not reading much literature. One of the very difficult books to read is one of the latest novels by Vladimir Sorokin, Telluria. But if you can't read it, then you will not understand it. So, of course, the disputes about literature and the heroes of literature, the characters of literature in the humanitarian space must become one of the most important forms of discourse. We are dealing with a pragmatic question. We are trying to talk about the legal education and the actual senselessness of judicial education insofar as it exists today. We have come, there are hundreds of thousands of lawyers which are getting their diplomas, and most of them will never be practicing lawyers. And I think that one of the characteristics of this absurd situation is that the theory of state and law ceased to be taught. Philosophy and history, which indeed must be binding. Literature is the only way to help us understand and of course the Silver Age is one of the most unique and phenomenal contributions of the Russian culture to the world treasury. Or let us remember the portrait of Anna Akhmatova. But what has been left from this literature? One day, Dr. Zhivago was translated into Farsi, into Persian. Why did the English do that? And they said that there is no better work that cultivates hate, that cultivates the resentment for revolution. How to preserve literature, I do not know, but it is definitely a problem that we should all be seeking solutions for. Literature, as distinct from cinema, requires energy to be spent by the reader. And I do not know how it can be preserved, but we must preserve it. And of course the literature teachers must play a pivotal role in this. Now I try to answer your question. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we hardly have several minutes. I will need 3 minutes. There will be no more questions. As chairperson of this session, I would like to impart to you some of my thoughts. Some of your approaches have bewildered me. The chairman of the State Duma committee, and one of the key Duma committees, comes to talk to us at this session. The first instinctive desire on the part of those in this hall, what is it? That's right, to attack, to criticize, to say something that would be as sharp as possible. Is it in any way strange? No, it isn't. But let us look and consider this problem from a different angle. Vladimir Nikolaevich comes here with the full knowledge of your views, because Mr. Pligin comes to us every year. He comes here with the good understanding that the State Duma adopts some laws which are resented by many of those who are in this hall. Still he comes here, our esteemed expert, and I say these things that Mr. Pligin does not need my apology or does not need my recommendations. Mr. Pligin comes here. I do not quite understand why should anybody be asking questions about shame. You know, a question about shame is indeed senseless. Mr. Pligin talks to you on a general universalist topics. He tells us about things which are beyond the issues of lawmaking, and I think that this is something that needs to be prized and valued. Why is it? Why does our expert do it? Because Mr. Pligin values the business of this school. The chairman of one of the key State Duma committees does value the work of this school, of the Moscow School of Civic Education, and the conclusion is quite transparent and apparent. The expert understands what we do, and he values what we do. He believes that the people who come to Golitsina, in spite of all the problems that we have, in spite of the problems that we may have with even the representatives of the government, and of course, what should I say to such an expert? I should thank him, and I will be doing this. I think that we could spend time with even greater use if we had taken my recommendations and advice. So, colleagues, I would like to thank Mr. Pligin for this session, for this very interesting exchange. When you go back home and when you're called by whatever persons from your superiors, and when they tell you, why did you go there? Why did you go to the school where Mr. Richard Pipes talks to the school? You must tell them that this is a school where the chairman of the State Duma Committee for Constitutional Law has his lectures. Thank you very much indeed. Have a wonderful evening. And thank you. Thank you.
You just.
Поскольку я
Since how shall I put it, we're here at the school. We are here at the school learning how to do many things, studying many things I don't know, maybe not studying, not learning, at least exchanging our knowledge. I would like to draw attention to what was mentioned at the end by Andrei Alexandrovich. The most important thing is that if we could learn to have an well-founded, argumented discussion. I understand that many people are so critical of the existing problems of interaction between government and society, and think how to overcome it, or at least how to live with this. But it seems to me you don't have to in a public space, in another public space, you don't have to shift, to move your discontent there, and turn it from the social sphere into your personal attitude. It's not professional, it's not humane. And for this reason, it almost is bad manners for public space. And the school does not want to be seen as a space or as somewhere where they're doing things that violate human ethics. We have every right to defend our viewpoint, and we have the right to judge what is being done by somebody, but we have no right to judge the people. It is the Lord that judges people. We judge only what people do, and nowhere, and we don't dare go further. This is what it seems to me. Andrei Alexandrovich, he is a philosopher and theologist. He will correct me if I'm wrong, but he will do it in private. But I voiced my viewpoint. Well, I just found out that I'm a theologist, Andrei said. Well, I won't say you're an atheist. No, you can't. Then you're a theologist. Well, you see, I did it on purpose, so that Ina could join us, to give her time. Ina, I don't know how many people in this room have met Gerald, but let's hope that one day you will all meet him, and you will meet him closer than you can during this session. The thing is that Gerald here represents our partners in the United States. United States, there is ACSR, Foundation to Support Civil Society, which, together with the school and many American councils and other institutions, holds twice a year our seminars in the United States. And American seminars are one of the strongest that the school offers. And this is a very long-standing tradition, and I don't know to which extent I have any right to recommend anybody, but probably am. And I wish you all not only to meet Gerald here in this country, but also in the United States. These seminars are dedicated to federalism, and they certainly disclose the subject from a very different perspective. And when they speak of federalism, not just about theory, but about practical terms, how institutions work, how society works. And this is where I have to make a qualification that the topic that we discussed, Gerald was supposed to travel with a colleague of his, Ras Signorina, but he couldn't make it, unfortunately, and the topic was slightly changed.
We're supposed to speak about NGOs, but this is probably you will hear a lecture on non-for-profits later. But instead, Gerald will tell about the work of his university, about work of American communities. I suppose it's something very useful. Thank you. We don't want to eat any more time, and we're very happy that Gerald could finally got here, and he's really a very important and dear guest. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Yes, I would like to welcome you to our university, hopefully in person one day. The university that I currently work at is called the University of Missouri in St. Louis. And that is our beautiful campus that hopefully one day you'll get to see in person. I have a background in teaching English, working with international students. Currently in my position, I am a coordinator for international training programs at the university. And one of the programs that we are so happy to welcome to our campus and to our city every year is the Moscow School. So we've been doing this I've been working with your school for more than 10 years and welcoming groups in St. Louis and in Chicago. So hopefully I'll get to meet you all in person. If not tonight, then sometime soon. I'd like to talk to you about what our institution does in our community and its role in civic engagement. So I think possibly when people think about what do students do outside of the classroom and how do they become active, a lot of times people may think of students becoming active when they're complaining about the food's not good enough, or the dorms are a problem, or we want free education, or we want to pay less for their education. This is not new. Students have been doing this for a long time. We have students in St. Louis at Washington University that were recently protesting and arrested for the role of their institution and their partners. One of their partners is Peabody Energy, and they are a company that is a coal-based energy producer, and the students are very interested in their own future and their environment, and so they protested the university's connection with the coal-burning energy company. And there may be changes in how the university deals with their local partners. Stanford University made some changes recently about how they partner with their local communities. But that's reactionary. That may be a moment in time, and it's not an ongoing commitment to the community. So that's what I want to talk to you about, is ongoing engagement with your community. It is an engagement that is not just for the institution, but also for the students, for the faculty, for the local area. It is about integrating the needs of the community into the education of the students, into the curriculum on an ongoing basis. It is not only for social work or education or public policy. It is every college on our campus. You can read these. I don't need to read them to you, but what this is saying is that our university has made a commitment to our local area around us and the city in general to become the best partner that we can be that benefits the community, and not just in theoretical education for our students, but in actual experiential learning that the students can use. And when they graduate, they have real life experience that they can take with them. They have worked in the community. They have been involved in the community. They understand what citizenship means. On our campus, we have 37 professors who are hired for one purpose or another to find projects for our students to be involved with. But also our students find projects on their own. They bring them to the classes and say, I would like to do more about this. Can we involve this in our curriculum? And we do. We integrate that into the education process. So what is civic engagement at a university level? Well, The honest answer is, I don't know. It's different for every university. It's different for every community. It's different for where you live. If I told you what our needs are, it's not going to match what your needs are. You identify what is needed, and you work on how do we put that into the education process of the students. What knowledge are we giving them? What skills are we giving them? What values are we promoting as an institution that we believe our students need to graduate with? How do our students leave our institution and make our city a better place? This is done through service learning projects, internships, volunteer work. It's often the end result of their 4 years at the university where they do a project and then they report the results back to the university and to the local community. And the idea is teaching students how to be an important, valuable member of not only our institution and as a graduate, but also the community that they live in. Our university has set up several things that we want the students to know. Civic engagement is not bonus work. It is not one class. It is an ongoing experience that happens over 4 years while you get your degree. It is not in a particular area. It's not only, you take one education course and you're done. That's not it. Every course that you take can possibly have a service learning component into it. When you sign up for your classes, you are aware that this class may require you to be committed to a project in the community while you're in that class. All of our students know that. You work with a mentor, you work with your teacher, you work with the community, and it is about getting that engagement. What our students want to instill is, it is the duty of all of our students to be involved. It is about accountability at an individual level. The choices that you make are important, but they're not a moment in time. They are starting now, if you've never done it before, and it doesn't end when you get your degree. We want you to understand the local issues much better. We want you to be involved with the issues. We want you to understand the historical conditions that made that condition a reality, and then work on results through your actions. We want you to understand that maybe we don't have all of the answers. Maybe another community has answers, and we can use their models. We can borrow it from when you come to visit us. We can listen to what you have to say, and maybe some of your models would work for us, and vice versa. We can work across state lines, across national borders to help each other, and we want the students to understand that it does not end with a degree. So when our faculty go to set up a course, they ask the students, they ask the community, what are the issues? What do we need to think about? What do we need to concentrate on? How would this not only benefit the students, but also the faculty and also the community? Is it more positive than negative? If it has a negative impact, why are we doing this? We can't do it just so we can have a statistic that says the university is involved. That's silly. We want real impact. What connection would this, how would this benefit the university as an institution? In this picture you see, this is, his name is Captain Isom. He is the former police chief for the city of St. Louis. And when he retired, we, as an institution, hired him to work in our criminology department. We like to have that face that says, yes, we understand the issues. Look, we have the police chief at our university helping us make decisions about how to make the best impact on local issues. What do we want to achieve as a university, and how do we find the resources to make that happen? Some of the examples of, I'd be happy if someone wants more information about this, ask me and I can help you find the links to these. And I'll give you a couple of examples about what we do later. But we have the School of Education, works with local schools. The School of Optometry drives a van around and helps people get eye exams. The College of Nursing, we train more nurses than any other school in the state. We train more teachers than any other school in our state. So we're very proud of the work that we do in our community. So when we, in our ongoing process as an institution, we look at how we have done in the past, how do we reevaluate the successes and the failures that we've had, and how do we make this a better process for the future? And we constantly re-update our faculty guide in helping the faculty implement these programs. We actually have a division on our campus called the Center for Teaching and Learning that helps teachers implement service learning courses or service learning projects into their curriculum. So let me show you some things from the faculty guide and also some results from our own assessment of our own job about how we do. So this is taken from a 2009-2010 report on how we did as an institution. And I'll go to the next slide, which, oh, no, yeah, on yours, which shows in Russian to help you all. Of the total, in 2009-2010, of the total population of all of our students, 80% of our students were involved in a service learning project. So that's a pretty high number. This is not, some students. This is most of our students. And the ones who are not participating are often part-time students or don't finish their coursework. So we have a pretty high success rate when we're talking about four-year graduates. It gets higher if we eliminate the students who are part-time. Each semester we offer over 600 service learning opportunities to our students. And of the full-time faculty on our campus, almost 30% are involved in a service learning project on any given semester. We have a lot of faculty who are purely research, and we've been working on improving that number by showing them how they can integrate the results of a service learning project into the research that they're doing, often through qualitative research where we interview and help understand the results of what we've done. So we set up some strategic guidelines. What do we want the students to know? And what skills do we want them to have? That can be in the form of leadership, of civic engagement, of global citizenship. What does it mean to be not just a member of your community, but to extend out and bring other communities' ideas into ours? Careers for the public good. Often people graduate with a degree in business, and we've tried to say, there are other degrees. And some of them have to do with civic engagement, civic involvement. We want our students to think critically, to ask hard questions, to come up with new ideas, to work on new ways to promote the information, to get information using technology, to solve problems as a team, in groups, to work with other people, ethical reasoning, and skills for a future job, basically. What we say is that volunteerism is a large part of involvement in the community in the United States. It often comes at an individual level where a person decides, I want to help other people. And so what they do is they go into the community, they're there for a little bit, they help out, probably doing small things that other people are too busy to do, and it's just a little thing. And the community benefits greatly from that. Maybe the person leaves saying, I feel better about myself, but it's really the community that benefits. When you have an internship, the student is getting experience for a job. It often doesn't help if they go to a business or a community because it's a short-term involvement. Maybe they go for a month and they have a month of internship, and when they're done, they leave, and the community doesn't have a long-lasting, sustained relationship. But with service learning, you have not only are the students benefiting, but the communities are, because every year we have new students and new projects and new leadership and new ideas. So it's an ongoing benefit of both a win for the students, a win for the institution, and a win for the community. This is part of our development. What we decided was we divided this into different sections. Preparation, how to get started, what does the action look like, what are you going to do, how do you assess success and failure, and the key component is reflection. So in the action itself, you have to set up a relationship, and the most important thing is maintain over time that relationship. If you go in and you help for a week and you leave, that's great, but it's the long-lasting relationships that make the most difference for the community and for our students and our institution. How do we evaluate what the students are doing? How do we say, yes, that was worthwhile? And what we do is maybe, for example, we ask the community, what's the situation right now before our students get involved? And then at the end we say, what did they do and what were the positive results or negative impacts of the activity, and then how can we change that to make that better? We interview people in the community. We get the students to finish their projects and then bring their results back to the community. We ask the students to tell the university, to write in the newspaper, to make a web, like a blog that talks about their activity. So we try to make sure that we are as transparent and open as possible about our involvement, both positively and negatively. And the key component is reflection, and I hope this Russian word captures the idea of that. Is every day we ask the students to look in a mirror and decide, what are you doing? What is actually happening here? I'm currently a PhD student working on a degree in education, looking at the role of technology in the classroom in education. And I know from my work that I'm very influenced by Russian philosophers, Vygotsky, Voloshinov, and Bakhtin, and looking at the role of speech and the role of externalizing and vocalizing your inner understanding. And so this is a very important part. During the course of the semester, we ask the students to constantly journal and reflect, to vocalize what's going on inside, to write it down, to talk about it, to get those ideas out. Because often when you experience something, you say, okay, that was great, and you move on. You have to make dinner and go to school. With this, we ask them, no, what happened? How are you different? Tell me what activity you went through and where you were involved in that process. How did you work together as a team? What needs to be improved for next time? And it is a constant process. It is not the end of the semester or the end of class. It is ongoing. And it's an important and critical part of service learning that students are being asked to vocalize what's going on. I would like to just tell you a couple of quick examples of what we've done. For example, the School of Criminology at our university is, I think last year it was number 3, and this year it's number 2, if I'm not mistaken. It is the number 3 or 2 criminology department in the entire United States. We're very proud of our criminology department. And one of the programs that they had was looking at when you incarcerate, when you arrest someone, if they are in jail and you have no idea of redemption, of change, of becoming a better person, when you release them from jail, they're the same person or they're worse. So one of the programs that they have, that they've implemented, and it's a very interesting idea, is the students work with dogs. And they work with training the dogs to work with the inmates on how to develop empathy and how to develop a relationship, because maybe they've never had a strong relationship with anybody. And so what the students did was they talked to the inmates, they talked to the dog trainers, and they reported this back to so this is a community involvement. They report back to their faculty, and the faculty then in turn use that as part of research. Another idea is the School of English works with some of our students, and we often say the best way to understand something better is to try to explain it to somebody else. This comes back to the vocalization, my love of Russian philosophers and talking about vocalization. So what these students do is they're learning how to write better and to be better writers. And so we ask them to go into the community, to local schools, and explain to younger students how to write better and how to be better writers. And during the process of explaining it to somebody else, they then internalize the information and become better writers. And then a lot of the students then transition to say, you know what, I'd really like to be a teacher. That really meant something to me. And so it's on-job training, it's job skill. It's development of a lifelong understanding that I can make an improvement and I can make a positive difference in my community if I get involved. Not only as a job, but as a mentor. If everything goes well, I applied for a grant to work with the university, Southern Federal University, Rostov-on-Don, one of your classmates from a previous year. She and I worked together to write a grant to work on service learning projects that we would do together, that I would work on my end, and she'll work on her end, and together we work on community service projects, and part of the grant is we get to travel. That's my favorite part. I get to come back to Russia, and then she and her students will come to the United States, and we will work together on community service projects. So that's why I'm talking about a global perspective, going and being able to learn from each other. So these are some of the things that my institution is working on, and I hope this has been interesting and informative. And if you have any questions that I'd like to try to answer. If you're going to ask questions about where do we get the money from, I may not have the answer. I'll just preempt that.
Так, коллеги.
Okay, okay, floor yours. Identify yourself. Good, Artur Rudakov and Rostov-on-Don. That's very interesting, very pertinent. And actually, it's just wonderful that you refer in your work to Russian teachers and Russian philosophers. This is wonderful. My question: you and your subject matter that you are discussing, that you're working on. So was there any relationship with your authorities of your city, with the power of your city? So was any connection?
Yeah. As anyone who's been to St. Louis knows, our city is a very interesting model. We are fractured. That's maybe the best word. There are more than 150 municipalities that make up the St. Louis city. So if you're asking, does my university work with the city of St. Louis? The answer is yes. For example, the former St. Louis police chief now is a member of our faculty. But near our university, there are, I would say, 30 municipalities. And I'll give one example. When Dasha came, their group got a chance to visit one of the sites where we are involved. There are 24 local communities, very small municipalities that did not have a strong voice. And our faculty and our public policy administration teachers and faculty have worked with those communities to bring them together. The project was called 24-1, 24 communities as one. And as one, they have a strong voice. As 24, they didn't have the time or the energy or the money to accomplish what they can accomplish together. So this was, our university is here, and all of these local communities are right next to us. And so we work directly with them to help them better organize themselves, to make it not just about small elections, but about bigger. One of the projects that you visited was looking at housing for the elderly. And before, some of the elderly people, they were on their own. They had to try to find housing if they could. And these people were identifying those elderly people who needed the most help, providing them with transportation services and education information to bring them together in a housing unit so that they were not on the street, so that they had help when they needed it. So. Yes, we've worked directly with local communities on making big changes and a positive impact.
Так, вопрос из Армении, прошу.
Year Moscow Political Studies. Mr. Reinach, thank you very much for your presentation. Yeah. You were talking about engagement with the community, and I have some experience with working with the community both in the United States and in Armenia, in my country. And my impression was in the United States that there's a lot of work being done with as far as the civic grassroots activism and leadership or the community servicing. But also at the same time, my impression was that the local communities and expect the professional students or the relevant students, they have little understanding of international relations. In many cases, they have no idea where their country is involved in war, why, what are the reasons for being there. And it's not only about war against terror or anything. Anywhere in the world, they have very little understanding of foreign relations.
I agree.
Would you say that is a problem? And if so, what can be done? Or is there anything that they can learn from post-Soviet countries? In my country, it's a very important topic to be very aware of the world politics or geopolitics, whatever. I think it's the same thing, same way in Russia too. Would you comment on that? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm a little ashamed that you're, yes, yes. Not most, well, maybe I didn't mean to say most, but it came out of my mouth. I think you're right. Many of our citizens, I think the best idea is if we can move the United States into the middle of Europe, if we just pick the continent up and put it down, that we would have a better isolation, the distance you can travel and never meet another language. I'm not defending anything. It's a problem. There's a that's a tough question. I agree. What I do is personal. For example, I'll give an example of what I have done, and that's the best I can do, I think. I worked at a local university, not my own. I actually taught at a different university. And at that university, we were looking at Russian culture, and I told them every week, you've got 3 countries to follow, and you have to try to figure out what's going on, why it's going on, how are we involved, should we be involved, what should the next steps be, and try to get the students to if you watch our news, not much is devoted to international coverage. If you watch, there's actually a very good television show on HBO, which you have to pay for, it's not free. And one of the commentators has a a section called Not America. No, it's John Oliver, and he talks about countries that are not America, and you know it's a joke, but it may be the only time people hear about things that are not America. So you have to change the whole media system. People have to get involved on their own. It doesn't impact, you know, people don't feel it. The wars are too far away. They're in countries that people don't even know where they are. You know, at the height of the involvement with Afghanistan and Iraq, people didn't know where it was. So, you know, and you would think that if your troops are somewhere doing something, you would want to know where it is. And the cold reality is sometimes they don't even know where their state is on a map. It's about economic disadvantage, it's about poverty, it's about education, it's about interest. I think I should stop. We could talk about that all night. Can we talk about this afterwards?
Продолжаем между тем. Антон имеет слово, коллеги.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. I'm not sure how many universities in the U.S. Have such a program. This is a very interesting thing, and probably you have a very interesting niche in the U.S. Probably this is interesting. By the way, do you have? Okay, it's another thing. My question was actually.
We'll talk over a beer.
What happens? What do your students? What usually your students do after they finish the university? What is a typical path that they take? If you have already this information, I don't know whether you do. What is the face of the former student of your school? What is this figure?
Well, the students who do this are not public policy administration students. They are nurses, they're doctors, what we try to tell them is that it's not about public policy, it's about civic engagement, it's about caring about the people who live in the community around you. And we're a very fractured city. People who come, the majority of our students do not live or work near our school. We've got a very big area, and we are what's called a commuter school, which means that most students drive. And so what we're trying to do is make that exponentially bigger, that they work in the local community, but then they take that back to their own community. And if they are an educator, then they take that back into the field of education. If they are business or international business, they take that back into the role. I would say that, is there one face? No, but hopefully it is a face that understands civic engagement better than going to a different university. That's what our goal is. I don't think that there's a typical student, because the purpose of our doing this is to make sure that it is woven into the very fabric of education, that we're moving away from purely theoretical education into practical education. And part of that comes from being involved and the understanding that it doesn't end when your class ends.
Прошу, сударыня, вам слово. Называйте себя.
Меня зовут Марина Ильющенко.
My name is Marina Ilyushenko. I am from Khabarovsk. I'm happy to have met you because I'm a teacher too, but I'm a Russian teacher and literature teacher, and I'm double happy. Gerald, my question is the efficiency of your university. The representative from the state, do they check on the efficiency of how good you are at your university? So Ministry of Education, like if they check you, then what are the criteria of checking your efficiency?
As an unofficial representative of the university here speaking to you today, I'm going to give you this answer. Our number one, the United States federal system is very, very different. That there is no oversight at a national level like that. A lot of it is self-reporting. It is self-assessment. At a state level, We do receive funding from the state. So we are a state school. We're not a private school. There is accountability. We do report. As for the exact communication that goes from our president to the president of the university system to the governor of the state or the secretary of education of our state, then I don't know. But what we did in 2009 and 2010 is we put the test to ourselves. We wanted to know how good we were. And so we entered into a competition to measure ourselves voluntarily. We wanted to do that. It was called the Carnegie, it's too long to explain. There's a national institution that kind of oversees some things, and we self-reported to them. They had a set of criteria. I can show you the document. It's hundreds of pages long, lots of questions. And I showed you some of the results of things and what we monitored. How many students are involved, how many faculty are involved, how much time is committed, how often, can you give us specific examples of things that you've done? Can you make them, are they ongoing? That's one of the key things. Is this a long established relationship, or was it, did you do this one semester so that you could try to look good? No, it can't. You have to maintain the relationships. Can you provide something that you've done 10 years ago and show that you've kept an ongoing positive relationship with that community or that local issue? So it really was self-evaluation. For a point of pride from our university, we measure ourselves by our own standards, but we wanted to prove, our name is not, we're not Princeton, we're not Stanford. The most famous university in our city is called Washington University. And nationally, it's famous, it's ranked, as one of the top schools, and people don't know our name as much. We're a state school, we're a smaller school. So we have to promote ourselves in ways to attract students. And Washington University does not need to advertise. You don't need to say, here's a brochure about Harvard, just in case you've never heard of it. We'd like to let you know more. But our university, we do. We need to advocate. We need to prove. And when we got the results back that we're the number 14 school in the country, we surprised ourselves, and we surprised the community, we surprised a lot of people around us, and we're proud.
Перехожу на противоположную сторону. Коллега, вам слово, прошу.
Voronkov Nikita, Kabardino-Balkarsk Republic. I am the representative of student self-governance body, and in line of my job, I talk to different self-governance institutions in different universities and colleges, and I talk to them. So there are many students, very active, very vibrant, very interesting, but they cannot open themselves up because either just do not allow them to do anything, so they come face and face with the pressure from the administration, so they cannot realize themselves, they cannot do what they want to do, and that's why this activity is kind of pressurized, is dampened, and that's why they cannot display their talents. So have you ever come across such situations when you see similar situations? And if you come across such situations, how to go around it, how to let the students open themselves up, and how to prevent that?
Our commitment at our university, I'm not going to answer your question. Our commitment at our university is institutionalized. It is top down. It comes from the chancellor. It comes from the provost. It comes from all of our top people. This is something they're committed to, and sometimes the faculty. We've had to pull the faculty along and say, this is important for our institution. This is something we want to do. And they say, well, I've got research to do. I've got grants to write. I've got this. And we say, okay, well, let's let's integrate that. So we had to work on developing faculty involvement. We tell the students from day one, your community involvement is not an option. Your community involvement is part of your education. So we think that's kind of a three-step approach. Is our top administrators want this. The faculty are shown how they can do their work and still satisfy the requirements of the university. And our students are told on day one, you will have to take community service. No, the community service component is integrated into the education that you are going to get. Are you okay with that? And if they say no, then we say, well, maybe there's a better institution for you. Maybe there's educational opportunities out there at a different location. We're not the only university, but this is something we believe in, and this is something that has to happen. So if you want me to tell you how to, get the top people involved, I don't have an answer for that. I do know that the development of the community service was a holistic development. It was everybody on board, and without that, if we didn't have a constant reassessment of ourselves, every couple of years we're going to find out if we're doing a good job. If no one is interested, if you're doing a good job, then it's not going to continue. And if it's only at the student level and there's no faculty support, there's no backbone, there's no muscle to that, then, a bunch of students have, that's, great. But it's got to be a whole. It has to be a unit. It has to be one. I wish I had a better answer. I didn't answer your question, I know. Sorry.
Так, вот рука.
So then there is this guy who raised his hand. So that's who's this lady? Oh, yes, I recognize her now. Okay. Yaroslavsky State University from Yaroslav. From a different angle. So this Nikita was saying on behalf of the students, I speak on behalf of the faculty. My problem, how to involve the students? They won't be involved. It's just the other way around. And because I represent the faculty, if I understand correctly, so this involvement, social involvement, is part of the curriculum of the university. Is that right? Yes, this is right. And what do you do to motivate the students? So this not just formally, but so to make sure that they do it with all their heart, out of the bottom of their hearts, not because they just pay lip service to it, but how to get them really involved in it.
Yeah, I think it's something that we. I think it's different. There, some students are, honestly, some students probably quit going to our university because they don't want to do more than, or they can't. We have students who work, we have students who have families, we have students who are occupied, I don't know, doing what. And maybe the single students who don't have a family find it easier to be involved. But just the faculty, I mean, they build this into the curriculum, and I think you probably have some students, and there's some pushback where the students say, I can't do this, and maybe they don't pass the class. I don't know, but I agree. It has to be a commitment on. I mean, if you have the faculty who are excited about it, then hopefully, if they see that I did it in this class and did it in this class and did it in this class, maybe the first time it's difficult, but if it's the second time it's easier. The third time you say, okay, this is routine. So I think the idea of ongoing, and I keep saying that over and over again, but the idea of ongoing, constant, is what gives us the strength of that. The teachers have to have the passion. I mean, I'm sure you do. I don't mean that any disrespect. I'm sure that you have the passion for what you do, but that's, if I'm working with students, then I try to do what oh, that's a terrible answer. I'm sorry. Yeah, I do think it's the commitment of the whole And when the students come to our university, it is one of the questions we ask. So maybe there's kind of a screening process that we go through at the beginning and to say, I don't know if you do that at your university. You know, by the time that you graduate, you will have 4 projects that you have done. And they hopefully they're not just checking them off saying, oh my God, I'm done with second one, oh, third one, you know, that by the time that they see that it's rewarding in itself, that they're, and I mean no disrespect by this either, if the community sees the benefit and the students can see the benefit that they are providing for somebody else, that's where we get some of the energy from. The 24-1 project that I was telling you about, 24 communities working together as one. When you visited, they brought in one of the people who benefited from the project, and she was so excited. If you remember, we gave her 3 minutes to talk, and she talked for 20 minutes about the benefits that she had received from the program. And that connection, you know, if we can help the students understand that it's real, it's not an exercise, it's not a possibility. If we can bring, so that's what our constant reflection is. So some of the times we may say, okay, go out and interview somebody who's benefited from the work. And if they get some, you know, sometimes the stories are really tough. You know, the people live on the streets for years, and then this program came along, and now I'm happy for the first time in 20 years. And if you hear somebody say that, that's, you know, hopefully it means something. And if you can pass that message along to the next person, then, but it's got to be that understanding that I do something for the greater good, and it has real impact and it has real benefit. I think if it's just an exercise and it's something to check off and tick off, yes, I've done it, now I can move on to my real life, then yeah, it'll die.
Коллеги, а у представителей студенческой молодежи?
Yeah, so do we have any representatives of students, of young students? Only faculty members are asking questions.
From Kazakhstan City.
Поближе к микрофону, будьте добры.
Every year in our country, every young person, for the most part, strive to be a lawyer. At the moment, the number of students enrolled in this specialty is 53%. But we have the one problem, small experience. Does your university plans to collaborate with Kazakhstan universities by the system academic mobility?
Yeah, let's write a grant. Let's get that going. Sure. We don't have a law degree, so it would have to be. I would say that if it's something we could help do is providing the mentorship and the maybe some of the models that we've used to provide those. How do you get the students involved to understand that it's more than just a job? That it's promotion of a better life. That it's more than about me. That it's about us. And and anything that's mandatory becomes difficult. I have to do it. Okay, today's National Cleanup Day. Okay, let's all go clean up. But it has to be part of the understanding that I am making a better place to live in. People are happier, and it's because of the work I'm doing. And I made a positive impact. And I think that's what some of the same answer. But yeah, I would love to do it. I can help provide models. I don't know. It's all about grant funding when it comes to travel and cooperation. But
in the USA, the judge system is more developed than Kazakhstan.
Oh.
Because
I will rely on a lawyer to talk to you about that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Пожалуйста, Людмила Климович, прошу.
Ulyanovsk, thank you for the wonderful intervention. My question is as follows. You mentioned that the mentors who work with the students, they are the faculty members, teachers, right? And so the public, the social work, social involvement has its specifics. So how do you train your teachers to work with students in this new social area?
Yeah, it's much like integrating technology into the classroom, not everybody feels comfortable doing it, or they integrate it and they don't do it well. And much the same way, integrating community service is not something you can just, I'll just stick it in there somewhere and, at the other end, I hope that they do something. No, it has to, we have training programs. We have a Center for Teaching and Learning that is a dedicated division with people on our campus who we've got literature from other places. We have books. One of the things that I am working with Anastasia and Rostov-on-Don is I provided her with the materials that we use so that she can start the process of training her teachers and herself on what we do. Hopefully it's a positive model that will work with her as well. But yeah, we don't just go to a teacher and say, you've got to do this, it's into our curriculum. There is a training process that we have the teachers go through first. The ones who feel comfortable with it, we assess. The ones who don't feel comfortable with it, we train. And then hopefully we get everybody, and everybody does it differently, but there has to be a minimum standard. And it's number of hours, it is ongoing constant reflection, it is interviewing people in the community, it is reporting back to the community the results of, it cannot be a contained classroom environment or event. It has to be something that extends outside the classroom. The teacher has to find a way for the students and the community to stay in communication. So inside the classroom they discuss, then they go outside the classroom, collect information, report information back. And not all teachers know how to do that, so a training process is very important. How to assess reflection. And then if it's my feeling and I'm writing it down, is it wrong? Are my feelings wrong? Well, so we have an assessment guide, a rubric of how was this positive, was this helpful, was this moving? I don't know. If you're interested in that kind of thing, then I can show you the materials that we use.
Так, продолжаем. Коллеги, пожалуйста, сударыня, вам слово.
Let's move on. Your question, please.
Natasha Sergeyeva, Samara State University. Thank you for your lecture.
Our sister city.
What?
Samara is our sister city.
Oh, that's great. Well, talking about Russia and, and taking into account the previous questions about the dangers that face some students and the absence of motivation that have the students, also taking into account that the strong dependence of the state universities from, well, the state, whose initiative shall it be to establish the system of, well, service learning or civil involvement of students in the Russian universities, of the governmental initiative or city administration initiative, university initiative or student initiative, or even perhaps the people who need help in this or that city. Thank you.
All of the above. I think, yeah, you're right. If the university decides to move forward and the community is not interested, it's dead. If the faculty are interested in doing it and the institution doesn't care, it's dead. If you can't get the students motivated, then it becomes an exercise for a grade, and that's wrong too. And what our question was are there issues in our community that are problems that need to be solved? And the answer in almost every community anywhere in the world is yes, there are problems, and yes, they need to be solved. If the community that oversees those problems is not interested, I have no idea how to convince them that volunteers are going to come and help make this better, and we're going to communicate with people to find out real issues and the real voices of the people who are affected by those issues. And if you're not interested, why? Why are you not interested? So ours was just asking basic questions about moving forward. What's going on in our community and why are we not more involved? As an institution, it is our responsibility, we feel. It is our responsibility. The community says we need help and we don't know where to go. A lot of our communities, our individual communities, are reliant on some levels above them, but on many issues, they have to solve their own problems. And expertise in the form of mentors and hands on the ground in the form of volunteers and students was mutually beneficial. We help them, they help us. We look better as an institution, and the community has some of their issues solved or working on solutions. So yeah, if the city's not interested and the community's not interested, my first question would be, why not? What's the harm? I mean, what could go wrong? Because we're not going in and changing. We're asking you what you need help with. We didn't come in and say, we just decided to paint the streets green because we thought that was a great idea. You know, who's that helping? We ask you, what's the first thing that you would do if you could change something? And can we help? That's where we started.
Коллеги, пожалуйста.
More questions, please. Ms. Lushkova, your question. I'm Yelena Lushkova from St. Petersburg. At the previous session, the topic was associated with one of the risks here in the world, and that is we are losing rational behavior. And one of the reasons for that is the transition to the virtual world. In your presentation, I heard a very important point about the realization of those arguments and the implementation of them. But your students are contemporary people who are subject to social media and the internet. So is this risk relevant for you, that the real world can be substituted for a virtual one? How your students cope with them, and perhaps your projects help them to cope with that problem?
The problem is, I need some help with that. The problem is that students are, but I want to make sure I answer the question.
Risks.
The risk is that young people spend most of their time in the internet, not communicating with each other or interacting with each other.
Physically going out to help people, yes, yeah. Well, you know, and that's one of the, I hate to say it, but one of the ways that we help communities is we raise awareness through social media. So that's a terrible answer. Community involvement is, and I have some pictures of things that we've been there. They have to physically go. They have to interview. They have to do focus groups. They have to do reports on what they saw. They can use the internet to report those results, and our whole learning system, our whole education is built upon a learning management system. It's all internet-based. So the students report on the internet to show their results of what they found. And they do design websites. And so we integrate that, but they have to get the information for the virtual participation through on-hands involvement. And yeah, part of the Center for Teaching and Learning is integration of social media into the classroom. So I'm not answering your question because I think that we try to use social media for a positive role, but I'd like to say we augment that experience of using social media by asking the students to be a physical presence in the community as part of the project. Does that answer your question? Maybe not.
Соглашайтесь, Лена. Спасибо. Прошу.
I'm Daria Bykova from Savara. I'm a graduate of the last year.
Amazing experience when we were there, and I really liked it a lot. But I have to admit that our university, and I think that not only mine, but lots of universities of my country, they are pretty far from what you have there. So you said that you do a lot of work in order to promote your university, like to attract the attention of press. And well, I really care about it because when I tell people that I study at Samara State University, they say, Samara, where is it? And like, what is the university and things like this.
You're talking to Americans when they say that, I think.
So could you please broaden a little bit this topic and tell us what else, what can we do to attract the attention of press and mass media?
In Samara?
Everywhere, throughout Russia.
Well, one of the things that our 90% of, or 95 or 99% of the news that's on every evening is death and destruction and what happened and who was arrested and who to be afraid of and what went wrong. And we have worked with our local media trying to promote what goes right. And where there are radio shows during the day on our national public radio that it's called Cityscape. An hour a day on national public radio is dedicated to positive things that are happening in the community. And our faculty and our students are on a lot. There's a program once a week on television that it's called Donnybrook, and I think they talk about local issues, and we try to get our faculty involved. Whenever there's an election or there's something going on politically, Terry Jones, who you met, is on television talking about it. And the man who introduced the subject of federalism, who gave a presentation, he's on television all the time too. And so we try to be a positive, we try to put our faces out there of being on the radio, being on television, being in the media, being, I meant newspapers, and then virtually with social media as well. And as much as we're doing, we should be doing more. We talk about it all the time. Our name recognition, our university doesn't have the same name recognition. We're struggling with that. As much as we're doing, we won this award. We did great work, and who knows? Well, I don't. We pat ourselves on the back and say we did a great job, but we're struggling the same way of how to make sure that we have a UMSL magazine that we publish, and we send it out to all of our alumni. We try to get our alumni to pass on the message to other people. This is